and I don't know, they were just like they were not respect our level 3 timing. Like last game was just Rakan could just AFK like, behind CS, right? But he just egoing us, and then he got punished. That's sure. It's simple.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right. Well, first of all, I mean, congratulations. You guys are going straight to the finals. So that's probably something we should already mention. Any immediate feelings from that? Because you guys have a chance to now go for that three-peat.
I felt like last time we were here, I had a good idea who was going to win in the low bracket. But this time I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah?
Who do you think is going to win?
GG, I guess.
Who versus who? GG and...
Well, first TL versus Golden
TL.
Guardians.
Yeah.
And then winner of that one goes against
NRG.
NRG.
So who do you think? Who do you
GG.
think? GG?
Huh? GG?
Yeah.
Now you just
Because
gotta think
you're
about
just
this.
biased, no? Because Gory is your friend. So what happened last time? GG against NRG.
I think they were bored, you know.
They were bored? Okay.
That makes
they,
sense.
They gave mercy,
That's like you and Scrims, no?
and then definitely.
Did you get bored and you just
Yeah,
didn't?
I'm just giving mercy to enemy.
I feel very confident in the finals. Because it's a really big advantage to get to watch your opponents play the day before.
Oh, true.
The only thing is they get some stage practice, which is nice sometimes. But for us who have been there so many times, it doesn't matter that much. So
Yeah.
watching like 3 to 5 games of their drafts the day before is just so much like advantage for us.
Yeah, that's true. But like, if we go like final Insta, we can't like practice at all like that week.
Yeah.
Because they are just all over, or like they just go vacation, right? So we can't like scream. So we just like
Normally this time we would scrim
Yeah.
academy teams, but you know.
Yep.
So the only leagues that are like still playing are like LAN is still playing. I think they're also in their finals week. I think at this point. So we might scrim some of those teams. We scrimmed the Astral Esports yesterday when there was no one else to scrim, and they're actually pretty good. So we might do that again.
That's
next
fair.
week. Yeah, I think actually good practice.
Say hi to Jose
Yeah.
Dioto
Shout
for
out
us.
to them.
Yep, we'll do.
Question actually, because like usually I would envision like people who are already locked into the finals, you don't have the chance to, as you mentioned, play the game, the series before that. But you also don't really have a scrim partner or the ability to scrim, it feels like.
Yeah, last year in this position, we scrimmed the teams that were in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
But we were just like, we don't want to show them anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This practice is only good for them, right? They get more from this than we do because we will see them play anyways. So often you just play scrims, but you just grief. You just run around and like play for fun champs or something because you don't want to give away any strategies or any good picks. So probably just no scrims from here on until finals, I think.
Okay, there it is. Shadowboxing till then, basically.
Yeah.
For this series, we have to name player of the series.
All right.
Wait, before.
Don't do it, production. Don't do it, production. Don't look. Don't look.
Yeah, get that out of your mind.
Really? Again?
Who do you think it should be?
Why are you?
what are you guys talking about?
Who do you think
Player
is
of
player of the
Who do you think
series?
player of the series is?
Who do you think, MNS?
Oh,
That's a good Corki game, right?
Yeah, just impossible challenge to get.
Wait, you played Kaisa and you got a solo kill. You played Corki and you were 1v9. What was the other game you played?
Kaisa and
No.
solo kill everyone.
No, Kaisa, Corki, and what else?
Tristan.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that
Tristan.
game kind of dragged you down a little bit.
But
I don't know, guys. I think he has the MVP or player of the series. Let's see who
every
gets player
spot
of the
right
series.
is for IDC.
just-
Okay up.
Boom!
There
we go.
Just in C9, it's simple. If Flavor didn't int, Flavor got kills it. if everyone int and mid AD didn't int, then Berserker get no matter what.
I agree, actually. It's so
You're sounding a little salty,
no.
MNS.
Like Jesper just like outplays so many plays and then like 1v9 and
one time-
still can't get
The
POG.
one time on Rakan where I flashed mid and didn't ignite, kill Kha'Zix with Ignite, I was so triggered.
Oh, actually, yeah. What happened?
That was a rough one.
I was just mind blown that Kha'Zix came over the wall with 1 HP.
Yes.
And then I flashed, they were on top of each other, so I was like, oh, I might just ignite the wrong guy.
Yes.
So I waited too long. This is move on. I don't talk about it.
But at least we now know.
I agree.
At least we know.
I was just so mind blown that he was actually over the wall with 1 HP.
Yes.
He jumped on me afterwards. I was like, whoa! He's inting. And then the worst part is, after I flash and don't kill him, I hear Eminence. Oh.
Oh.
After he dies mid, of course. Yeah.
Berserker, you ended up winning it in this series. That last play that we saw in your Zaya, just to like tell me what your thought process is in a lot of these fights. Because a lot of these fights are chaotic. They're crazy fights.
I mean, in game, Rector was too fast, right?
Yeah.
But I think Jack can easily kill Rector, right?
Yeah.
So I said to Fudge, just chill. I'm gonna carry this game.
Yeah.
But like after bottom fight, it was kind of like Mokatos, you know?
After the A sound, it's fine, guys. Yeah. It's funny, guys.
Ooh.
In this series, I said so many words. It's fine, guys. Please.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, guys.
It's all right.
Well, it was fun. We'll pull up the bracket really quick before we sign off. You guys
Oh, here's the
already
dopamine.
said-
Boom.
You guys already said you expect GG. You couldn't hear, but your teammates on stage, Fudge said he wants to face TL so he can take out Summit, but they both said that they expected
Oh, I hope TL
Golden
lose.
Guardians.
You hope who loses?
Oh, Tia loses.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about who
Why?
should go first seed.
Yeah, so yeah, in your opinion, who has the best chance of winning against whoever Europe is going to end up sending?
Well, we don't know who's.
Yeah, that's a
used
tough
or-
one.
That's true.
But I think Golden Guardians
Yeah.
Yeah, I
will have a better chance against the EU.
I
true.
agree.
You don't think they would just like, because the flip side is like they're just so mental boomed because they know they're better than fourth.
I think Golden Guardians have more experience.
That's
They
fair.
don't have rookies. So playing like a high stakes match like that is a lot more pressure than playing actual Worlds. So now you already made it there. So I think Golden Guardians will do better compared to the team with 2 rookies.
I'm gonna run this back, by the way. You ain't running from this one. Why do you hope that Team Liquid loses?
Oh, I just don't like them.
What?
Am I allowed to have personal dislike for the Team Liquid or what?
No, I love it. No, that's why I'm encouraging it. I
I
want
just
to
like the
know.
other teams more. It's nothing personal.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
I was gonna say it's more to this, just rare to hear that.
Also, I just have
Can't
a
play
beef
safe.
with Team Liquid. Not actually the players. I actually don't know any of the players personally. The org is just, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, true.
But I'm sure it's mutual.
There might have been a
But I'm sure
specific.
everyone else just hopes we lose as well.
There might have been a specific Team Liquid player that pulled you on a champion, on a Skarner.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I did a whole. Nah, that's fine. Let's move on.
That's fair.
We'll end it there. We will see
It's a
C9
replay feature, basically.
in finals in Newark. That'll be it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Golden Guardians versus TL to see our third team who's going to the World Championship and who is going to face off against Europe in that 4th place match. See you then.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I've got a lot of practice with these bad boys.
Rehearsing. Rehearsing.
I'm very sweet.
I'm 0-2 and we're 3-2 now. Rehearsing.
Oh, reverse sweep.
Yeah. I want the championship trophy.
I want the championship trophy.
Give me Lula.
You drilling?
Give me Lula. Lula. You know, red buff and Lula.
Red buff and blue buff. Give me blue buff?
Yeah. Don't this is sad.
Double lift is sad.
Head. I got just killed.
Double lift is fed.
Yeah. Hodge is farming. Hodge.
Fudge is farming.
Yeah. Summer player.
Summer playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That was hard.
Iron.
What?
Iron.
Baron buff.
Yeah. Playoffs bracket.
Playoffs bracket.
Milio is OP.
Milio is OP.
Yes, she is. Who will be MVP?
Who will be MVP? River.
Her son. Her son.
Karna stun.
Her.
Karna.
Her.
What?
Build a little mask.
Build a missile mask.
Best of 5.
Best of 5.
Arc sings Silver Skates.
Huh?
Arc.
Work?
Sings
Sings?
Silver Skates.
Silver scrapes.
Arc.
Arc sings silver script.
Arc.
Mark
Yeah.
sing silver
Yeah.
script. That was funnier than I expected and harder actually.
I thought it was easier than I expected. I thought it'd be way harder. Yeah.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am.
Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were gonna be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security is going to be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Busio has been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake. New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Has been a top, clawing their way up here, but Blabber brings the crash down in its first blood over to C9. And remember, we've mentioned it before already. Energy is one of the squads that's figured him out before. Nice! Ignar going in with a pulverized headbutt follow-up, and they give the money over to FBI. The gold difference hasn't really changed much as Blabber flashes in. Magnet Storm on 2 targets. Shattering Strike looking to keep Ignar locked down. Jimenez going underneath the turret looking for FBI. Fires out the Moonlight Vigil, and he takes Jimenez down as the fight into the river may just be able to favor Energy now. Blabber's in the middle of 4, and he ain't walking away from this one. Contracts locks him down. Palafox blows him up.
Berserker can't fly over the wall, and then this attempted solo kill happened again, and actually got him this time. I thought that was a replay.
Maokai ult flies through. Now Sven could be the one in some trouble. Ignar flies in after him. Already has the ulti activated, but he won't get anything else. And it looks like the damage is going to be back into the energy support. C9 get a free kill. And now the Dragon is once again the target. Blabber dropping the Magnet Storm, looking for contracts as he makes his way into the pit, but he's going to be burned down before anything else happens. Sven now targeted next. Dokla picking one up. It'll be a 1-for-1 so far, and energy ain't done yet. Blabber's going to get burned. A double kill over to the Croc. Fudge picks another one back up as FBI falls. Jimenez tries to get away, but Dokla will slice and dice his way to a triple kill. Palafox, Shock Blast over the wall, finds Fudge, but nobody else. They're using Maokai ulti to try to keep him away here from the Drake. It's going to be secured by FBI as Blabber went into the field. It's a massive pulverize coming out onto 3 targets, but Jimenez is still safe and free firing back on the contracts. Fudge goes on a killing spree, and C9 get a 1-for-0 here at the start. FBI's booted up, but he's got about 1 million chakrams. He flashes back away. The damage pours into the Cloud9 health bars. Jimenez about to be caught as Dokla's in the middle of 3, and he's not going to be able to get away either. Palafox goes over the wall, to the skies, to the ground. Jimenez will fall. 2 dead on C9, 3 on energy, and the fight ends. Dokla's in bottom lane. It's teleporting into the pit now. The Baron's down to 1,300. Dokla comes in, but it's going to be secured by Blabber already. But what about the fight? C9 have lost Jimenez. Sven tries to get away. Ignar may have been taking a chunk of damage, but he's already got the ulti back, so he's ready to go. Contracts chases down Sven. Blabber will fall too. It's a Baron for 3. C9 with control over the Drake pit, control over the river. Ignar jumps in and knocks Blabber back into the pit. Accelerated shock blast over the wall. FBI ulti hits 2. Blabber's very low, but the Drake also is low. Magnet Storm back on the multiple targets. FBI's in the middle of everybody. They haven't killed him yet, but Fudge goes in for the shutdown, and C9 finally find a fight. They've taken out the enemy AD carry, mid, jungler, all. Only Dokla's left standing besides Ignar, man. C9, triple kill for Fudge. They'll slam that fight. If Energy want the fight, they're going to have to take it 5v5. Blabber over the wall there. Shattering Strike into the crash down. They found the enemy jungler. They drop the depth charge of the FBI and force him into the stopwatch as Berserker goes into the back. The Kaisai is diving and C9 is thriving. A double kill for their AD carry as FBI tries to get one, but immediately falls to the counter-strike damage. Ignar wants to get out, but there's just no way. It's a 5-for-1. It's the end of the game. The Baron fight for C9. Berserker's reaction times are easily fast enough to reactively block the Shattering Strike from Ignar's Rel, but Fudge and Blabber now looking for Dokla, ready to flash follow as the Ornn tries to get away. Blabber staying on top of him for the aftershock proc, and it's first blood to the Croc. C9's on the board.
But as has been the pattern, C9 have been challenged by NRG.
Oh, Jimenez jumping back in after Palafox here. Flash for the auto attack to finish him off. Palafox not respecting that mid lane Kaisen, he pays for it. Contracts also level 6 on Kha'Zix as Palafox jumps in for a trade on Imanez, but it's Blabber who arrives first and slightly misses the ult. Now Imanez in trouble as Contracts shows up, and the bug is hungry. Palafox ends up taking the first kill as Contracts flashes over the wall to try to escape from Blabber.
What keeps you alive? So you need to have that damage, but they're going to look for a dive on top side.
Yeah, they want to kill Dokla before he can even hit the second part of the Ornhorn. They'll slice, they'll dice. It's easy money for C9. The dive works beautifully. Here we go. Not quite enough to finish off the turret, and Energy's going to pop it immediately thereafter. Blabber coming in, finds the stun into Contracts. They want to try to dogpile the enemy junglers. Ven is low, but so is Dokla. Imanez grabs the kill on Dokla to start things off, and Ignar's not going to escape as he tries to get out on the side. C9 popping 2 in trade for nothing.
Contract is able to jump out and survive, but that means he can't re-enter the fight. Now Imanez potentially caught.
Yeah, Imanez jumped on True Shot Barrage over the top to finish him off.
A lot of people are very opinionated about that.
Oh, hold on. Contract's getting locked down as he tried to find a potential pick on Sven, who still escapes off to the side. The Ornhorn goes through, but it's Ignar who's about to drop first. Blabber kills him with the second part of Sejuani's W as Palafox at least cleans up Sven and makes it a 1-for-1. Palafox gonna need to get away from 2 here. Fudge gonna go pop the early Dominus, get that Fury charging. Palafox wants to kite him around here with the chains. A lot of burst damage onto the LeBlanc. He resets his position back into the alcove, but Blabber's got him, no problem. C9 picking up a freebie.
While there's been glimpses, it really has just all been C9 this game as they start up the Baron again.
Berserker getting caught here. Yes, he spell shields the crash down, but FBI following it up. Nice shutdown on the enemy marksman. C9 still got that Baron at about 4,000 HP. True Shot Barrage flies through. Contracts on the backside of the wall. C9's got to be careful about this one. They don't just want to give this objective away to Energy. Ornhorn summoned. Dokla going in, seeing if they might be able to find another kill now onto Fudge as Ignar is burst low, but not before he can find a Magnet Storm. Sven wanted to go after FBI, but he won't find him. Now Blabber's stuck in the middle of 4. C9 has made a crucial mistake, and Contracts finds a shutdown. FBI still looking to chase these guys. Fudge has the ulti ready to go again, but he's slowed down. The Rockets, the Kha'Zix, a triple kill for Contracts, and Imanez will fall, taking 1 with him. It's a 5-for-2, and Energy get the ace. Dokla. This could be a pretty bad situation.
Fudge throws down the gauntlet, and he's going to kill the Dokla here. That's going to be a solo kill.
Ready to go. A little bit more damage. Chases through him there. Waited on the second part of the slice and dice to chase the Ornn through his own dash, and Fudge cuts him down.
Both mythics are great for her as they make the pick here.
Ooh, Imanez, Killer Instinct. The shield is enough to keep him alive, get him back underneath the tier 2 turret. C9 ready to reinforce. Blabber goes in for the ulti, but it's going to be dodged. However, there's no way home for the bug. Contracts get squished. Remember, there's no jungler on the Energy side. C9 know this. They're still trying to burn the Baron. Palafox jumps in for a little bit more poke as Fudge approaches from below. Secured Baron for Contract, not for Contracts. It's over to Blabber and C9. C9 continuing their chase now as Dokla and FBI try to kite back into their own jungles. Ben gets himself back out with a battle dance as Berserker takes out Dokla. FBI tag with a Void Seeker and a bouncing Boomerang Blade. A shutdown over to Berserker as Ignar tries to escape, but it's a triple for the C9 AD carry. Palafox jumping back over the wall, trying to distort something, trying to find some kind of a kill on the back end of the fight. Contracts is coming in. He finds Blabber, immediately gets the first kill. Now Imanez has to try to escape, and Contracts looks for more. Flash into the queue, but it's not quite enough as Imanez flashes away to escape.
Because he's ignoring Blabber and his enormous health bar with how fed he is this game. Oh my, another pick here.
Yeah, Contracts just has no chance. He's isolated, so he takes every bit of damage.
Dokla's had a bit of a stinker this game, so he's been much weaker than what we're used to seeing from an Ornn in mid-game.
Blabber goes in. They immediately lock down Palafox as he has to distort away. Ignar's going to be caught by Sven with the grand entrance off to the side, and Fudge's follow-up guarantees a pick on the enemy support. Imanez could be caught here. Long-range Ornhorn not going to connect thanks to the stasis. Palafox needs a little bit more burst. Contracts going in, but Fudge is too much of a brick wall. Imanez turns it around with a kill on Contracts. They're going to be traded 1-for-1 back and forth. Sven and Fudge still pushing forward as Blabber joins the mix. Berserker's behind him, but Sterix has been popped. Palafox and Dokla trying to fight back as FBI provides the firepower. The chains have found their way onto the front line, and Blabber gets cut down. Fudge barely escapes with 200 HP.
Palafox doing the same as all the ultimates get thrown.
Ooh, FBI trying to kite this one out, but they've caught him. He's gone. C9 having killed the enemy jungler, support, and AD carry should just be able to march this in for the full Nexus here in game number 2. Last remaining Nexus turret's your target. Dokla summons up the ulti for a last-ditch attempt, but he only hits Fudge with the knock-up. He's fine staying on the front with a Sterix gauge. Magnet Storm onto 2 targets, but it is not enough. There's no damage for Energy. There's no way to hold on. C9 takes the dub. They're going to match point.
Really strong performance here in game 2 from Cloud9. It didn't feel like there was ever any doubt about it.
They're going to look for this. They forced the flash at least, so Fudge getting away with that one. Meanwhile, back in bottom lane, it's Ignar, 100 HP. He tried to flash, but it won't matter. Berserker's got him back up in the top lane. It's a 2v2 at the same time. Blabber's joined the party. Fudge is low, but he's got the counter-strike ready to turn it around. Contracts locks him down with a root caller, and now they need just a little bit more damage to finish him off. Dokla goes for the flash, call the Meek, and that's going to be a kill back over to Energy. Then going in, locking down the enemy support again. They try to turn it back on Berserker, but they won't find him. It's Ignar dropping first. FBI needs one more auto to kill off the C9 AD carry, but he won't find it. He has to flash.
Oh, the feather pull!
The feather pull ends up taking him down from the grave. It's a double kill for Berserker. He's going in after the Herald now. Contract's trying to stop him here with Daisy. Gets the knock up onto Blabber. Fudge going into the brushes, completely unafraid of the Ivern. C9 going for the objective as Ignar swoops in. Dokla's got the kill on Fudge, and now Energy's going to grab a second. Yes, they may have lost the objective, but a double kill back over onto Dokla feels like a decent trade.
Really happened as Blabber's going to look for an engage.
Yeah, Blabber goes in for a 2v2, but there's the package. M&S with the delivery, and Contracts is cleaned up. Now it's Blabber who's got to be a little bit careful as Palafox follows up with a DPS. M&S flashing back over the wall, but Dokla's ready to follow here for the Rampage. FBI chasing down the Cloud9 jungler. Needs a little bit more damage in the last auto attack, finds it. Energy may have lost their jungler, but they bring 2 back to win the fight.
Then they're looking for a pick on bot side.
Yeah, they want Dokla. They're dropping the Magnet Storm, so he answers with the Dominus. He's trying to put some of the damage back into Blabber, maybe fight this off a little bit. Berserker's going to be rotated down here too because they want to give the shutdown money over to the Xayah. Dokla with the flash out. Sven doesn't hit him with the dredge line. Dokla's still on the run. Palafox swoops in from the side. Fudge is killed off. Dokla just outplayed him, and Energy's played him. Everybody on C9 drops dead, and a teleport coming in from M&S to maybe find Palafox, but he just barely gets it with a burn. Ignar chasing him back over the wall here as Big Dokes wants to cut off the escape route. Contracts and Ignar don't have a whole lot of DPS, but there's not a whole lot of HP left. M&S tries to turn it back around. It's an ace for Energy. Oh, Dokla getting jumped on by Sven and Blabber as Berserker and Palafox are in a 1v1 off to the side. Palafox chases him down. Palafox kills Berserker. With mid
flank.
Control of
Double
the Drake. Uh-oh, C9's ready to try to make some kind of a counterattack. M&S goes for a package. FBI flashes over the wall. C9 trying to collapse on these guys, and M&S has the shutdown on FBI. The catastrophe has arrived, but for what side? A shutdown on Dokla. C9 finds a massive angle. With the amount of projectiles, Ignar wanted to go in, but he didn't find Berserker or anything, really. Daisy's about to drop for free as Cloud9 wants to disengage. Palafox doesn't full commit an ulti into this. Dokla's still looking. Maybe he needs to go into the pit. A nice root collar on Blabber. Magnet Storm ain't going to be enough, but now Dokla's stuck up in the front of the fight. The Sterix won't keep him alive, and Ignar has to retreat. It'll be a 1-for-1 when it's all said and done, but C9 still has to try to get themselves back out of this one.
Yeah, great pick onto Blabber, which could have meant more, but oh, they're going for the engage!
They're not done! Palafox finds a swoop, but it's only on Sven. Now M&S stuck inside the stasis. Can they find anything more? Not yet. Berserker with M&S off to the side as Fudge makes his entrance, but he won't get a kill just yet. Berserker up into the sky, the feathers fly. Fudge trying to chase after FBI. He finds another. Ignar is down, and C9 with 3 blinking health bars wins the fight.
What a scrappy game between these two teams. Contracts took that Q, and I don't think he meant to do that. And now he's gone.
He falls to Berserker and loses even more tempo for Energy. Fudge tries to run away. Dokla wants to keep him locked down. They can start this off the right way. Fudge with the stopwatch at least buys enough time to stay alive, but now he's charmed up. Ignar's locked them down. Dokla's shut him down. That's 1 pick for Energy. Hey, the Baron is already dropped. It is secured by C9. A TP's coming in from Fudge, and he is ready to team fight. Ignar goes in for the grand entrance, but the timing isn't there, and Fudge just disengages. Blabber's got to be careful. Flash forward into the Magnet Storm to lock these guys down, but it won't work. FBI turns on him with an DPS. Daisy with a knock-up on Berserker as the boomerang blade flies out again. C9 trying to escape with their Baron. Ignar tries to lock down the enemy AD carry, but the cleanse gets Berserker away. FBI kills Sven. Dokla's into the stasis, keeping everybody else zoned. Energy, 5-man group in the mid lane, chasing C9 out. They're pushing. They might just try to end the game. Ignar's looking to stop backs. He escapes, and C9 is still not back in their own base. Palafox is doing the same. The soldier jumps forward, and Fudge has to try to run. Energy still pushing down the mid lane. They'll take up the tip.
Oh, he is
but they won't be able to go further. Palafox trying to fight Berserker and Fudge. Needs a little bit more damage, and he finds the first. Goes for the second, but a flash out from Berserker. M&S coming back over the wall. Needs a little bit more damage on Palafox, and he'll kill him. Dokla and Contracts and FBI now still trying to stand and fight as M&S and Berserker step forward in a 2v3. Contracts tries to give him the shields. Berserker has nothing left. M&S will lose his Guardian Angel. But what about the last little bit of the fight here? Dokla and Contracts still looking to burn him down. The extra bit of the shield, the slow, the burst, the damage. Yep, Croc! Dokla still getting it done.
From mid and bot, getting everything moving in their direction.
They still have the Sivir. They want to end the game. It's 7 seconds left on Fudge. FBI, he took turret aggro. They shut him down. The push is done. They won't be able to end the game right now. The NC9 starting up the Baron. They can burn it down incredibly quickly, even with
M&S
only
is behind them.
M&S is behind. He wants the angle here for the package delivery. Dokla's already in the dominance. Energy falling back as M&S goes over the wall. Package is delivered. They've immediately got their first kill. But Cloud9 are taking a lot of AoE. Double kill back up into Berserker. He's going forward with the feathers. He'll let him fly. Palafox is done. Dokla will not be able to find a return kill into the Cloud9 marksman. And with M&S valking over the wall, I think C9 just got it. They'll need to kill Dokla through the resurrection, but it's not a problem. Fudge gets the last auto to take him down, and now there's no way out for Contracts. He's stuck in a 1v2, and they'll be able to burn him down too. It's Fudge split pushing in bottom. Contracts is done. Ace for C9, and that'll be your series.
I've got Fudge, I've got Blabber. So, yeah, you're getting some early MVP chance already. All right, we'll see.
After that
It's for me, by the way. Not
yeah,
after that Jack's performance in Game 3.
Oh, yeah, the Game 3 one, not the first one.
one.
Well, Fudge, I was going to talk to you last week, and you're like, nah, I didn't do anything this series against EG. Do you think you did something today?
First 2 games.
Little trouble with Dokla in Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 2 games I played pretty well overall. I didn't make too many mistakes in like lane or in team fights, but then Game 3, disaster struck, and we got a bit too comfortable in the early game, it appears, and we fought them 2v2, lost, and I got really far behind off like a bunch of different plays. Thankfully, they kind of entered like mid-game. I mean, we did as well, I guess, but we were able to come back, and our comp does outscale with like Corki and Xayah being really OP at 6 items. So I'm glad we were able to win Game 3, but I'm not too happy with how I played Game 3.
You still brought it together, and Fudge fans can focus on games 1 and 2.
Exactly.
Now, Blabber, I know in the post-game interview last week with Energy, Palafox, and Contracts, we're talking about how Contracts lives in your head rent-free. I asked Mithy about it. He said that he gave you a bit of a pep talk before. What are your thoughts on this entire discussion, and what can you tell me about that pep talk?
Mithy didn't really, I mean, he just said, did you watch the interview with Contracts saying he lives in your rent-free? And I said, I don't really care. And then that was literally the whole talk. It wasn't really a pep talk, I'm going to be honest.
Wait, so he brought it to your attention, so you may have not even seen it, and he was like,
no,
hey,
I didn't see it. And then he was like, did you see this? He also said, for more fuel, he said, Pyosik in his interview said, you're shit.
That is not word for word, but we...
Basically, that's what he said. And then, so he's trying to give me fuel, but I did not play that good today, I think, in my series. But I'm glad we won.
Yeah, you still won, and I have a cool stat to throw your way. You ready for it? There's a lot of numbers.
Okay,
Blabber loves stats.
I love stats, that's
yeah,
true.
you love stats. So, Blabber, you are 1 game away from 300 games in the LCS.
Okay.
Of those with 300 games, Bjergsen currently has the best win rate.
Okay.
As of today, you have passed Sneaky for the 2nd spot in terms of best win rate within those 300 games.
Amazing.
If you win the next game, you pass Bjergsen.
So I can't lose.
Yeah, you can't lose.
All right, you heard that. We can't lose. We can't lose.
What do you think, though, of that in terms of, I know it's a lot of numbers, but it's still a really cool stat when you think about it, just your performance in those 300 games, the longevity you've had so far. How much do you index into those numbers and kind of setting those individual records and a reflection of how you've been able to perform on Cloud9?
I didn't really know about the stat, obviously, that you just listed. And it's not something that I really focus on. I just try to pretty much win split after split. Every split I play, my goal is to win it. And then right now for me, it's I just want to have better international performances. And that's kind of the thing that I really focus on. Obviously, I want to win the LCS, and I'm going to win the LCS this split. But yeah, that type of stuff, I don't think about that much, I would say.
Yeah, kind of speaking about, obviously, you're looking towards international performance. I know that Berserker was just telling Degon about how he really wants to beat one of the Asian teams. And Sven was talking about how excited Energy were when they made it into the finals weekend, going to Worlds, how with Cloud9, it's a bit more expectedly and deservedly so. Fudge, what do you think of how that energy plays into not just how you're preparing for these matches, but is there a benefit kind of that been there, done that, we're going to try and do it again?
I mean, we have a lot of confidence and decisiveness, but just because we've been in these positions on stage with high pressure situations. But I mean, I think it's nice that they sort of haven't gone to Worlds very often as players, so they're very excited about it. Obviously for us, we've already gone internationally quite a bit recently, so we're not as hype about it. And I feel like none of us are really going to seem that excited as they were until we like win against an Asian team internationally. And then we'll feel that excitement because that's like the new goal, I guess, the next step for us. And obviously, winning NA is what we're focusing on right now. But we're all pretty confident that's going to be easy, I guess.
Easy peasy, Fudge says. But on that note, in terms of kind of creating that legacy in North America, you already did the back-to-back championships. There's not many teams that have done so 3 times. So I know, looking towards, international, there's always that pressure. But there is something about how when we look back at the LCS, we remember the Team Liquid run, for instance. Do you think anything of that, Blabber? For instance, you've been on the stage, you've been MVP of both finals and of the season, and what that would mean to you and Cloud9 to have a three-peat?
I mean, I think it would show a lot for us as a team. I think it's me, Fudge, Berserker, and Sven, like as the core. I guess M&S now too would be his second. I think it shows a lot of like longevity of our roster. I think it's really not easy to win like back to back, even because people catch up and sometimes you, get cocky, get overconfident, and you just play worse. And I'm just really happy that we're all working really hard on our team. And I feel like we haven't really overlooked our opponents, looked down on them. And I think that's really what's been keeping us going for so long.
Yeah, stringing some 3-0s together here.
Right after I said it would be easy.
It's your hard work that's making it easy, though, Fudge.
Fair enough.
Fudge, who's going to be with you in the finals?
I hope it's Team Liquid, because I want to beat Summit. But I think if I were to guess, probably GGS right now. I think they look the strongest, and also playing against Liquor should be fun again.
True. He did say in that one piece how he took his job at one point, but he seems to be thriving on Golden Guardians. Blabber, who do you think is going to be there?
I also think it'll be Golden Guardians.
All right, Golden Guardians is the call from both of y'all. We'll see what thoughts the rest of your teammates have. I know they're hanging out with the lounge in just a bit. We are going to kick it to a break, though. Thank you all for joining me. And on the other side, you'll hear from the rest of Cloud9 before closing out the day.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We have Sven, M&S, and Berserker joining us after their win. I'm going to pick up with something you guys were joking off air as you were coming onto the couch, which was Blabber's little rel engage over the over the wall. Sven, describe to me what your mind was doing in that moment.
So I'm screaming, guys, just play slow. Our comp doesn't go forward. We just play with our carries. They're really strong. We have Baron, 5 people. Just play it safe. And I was like, go! Flash over the wall. I'm like, oh, man, it's so stressful to be in my position, I'm just begging people to not in so we can play for the Dragons and just play a slow poke comp. But yeah, it's like a dog on a leash, but the dog is stronger than the owner. So when he flashes in, he drags me with him,
You're just flying?
There's nothing I can do about it.
Your dog
every time.
bigger?
Yeah, every time.
Even we just go review and then, why you did it, Blabber? Then just my bad, and then just do next time. Just Blabber things, so I respect you, Blabber.
Facing like literally tweeting, I will think about it next time, and never do.
I love how Blabber gets this big interview, and then we're just slowly destroying his legacy right here. This is what we're doing.
Actually, why not question? So we got the Corki pick from you, M&S. Yeah. Where did it come from? Because I have some suspicions.
The goat faker.
Just LCS or LPL play, just copy them,
Yes.
You know how it goes? If I ask M&S, hey, what do you think about Seraph or maybe Corki? Nah, it's really bad. Then Figure plays in the LCS. I think Corki's really good, guys. Did you play Corki tomorrow?
Did you play any games of it prior to it?
Any?
You play in Scrim, Corki.
I didn't even play single G.
It's the Faker effect.
Would you play in game 1? Or only because 2-0?
Definitely true.
Yeah, only because 2-0.
Fine.
Sadly.
If Faker play, deserve to play something.
All right, M&S, we lost your mic on that, so you have to hold the stick now. You're now a stick gamer.
Oh, hello.
Welcome.
There you
Welcome.
go. All right, good. Yeah, as soon as I saw Corki getting played last night, I was like, it's coming. It's someone in LCS is going to play it.
No matter what you do, at some point, I see Corki returns.
Yeah.
It's true.
This is how it is.
Right
I
before,
was keep
right before
screaming
Worlds.
like, please give me cookies, so free me, and then my all staff and players. Are you sure? Then, yeah, just no matter what, it's free me.
Oh,
Because who plays?
Huh?
Because who plays?
Faker. I mean, should I have rule?
Yeah.
If you don't practice like and it's 2 game, we can't play like on stage.
Yeah.
But M&S like just fuck it.
You're doing so well,
He was
man.
doing well up until that moment. We need the swear jar.
My bad. I told him only once before the interview to not say any bad words, but
It happens.
Okay, he
It's
gets
tough.
one. He gets one.
Yeah.
But you know what?
All right.
Now I gotta ask you about bot lane. The last game seemed pretty easy. You guys were getting a lot. Tell me about the last game in particular, because it felt like a lot of action was happening topside, but just randomly I looked, oh, Berserker has 3 kills because you guys are winning 2v2s pretty constantly. I'll ask you first.
I mean, to be fair, like it was like good matchup bottom, you know.
Yeah.
So I just proud midi, and I don't know, they were just like they were not respect our level 3 timing. Like last game was just Rakan could just AFK
Yeah.
like, behind CS, right? But he just egoing us, and then he got punished. That's sure. It's simple.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right. Well, first of all, I mean, congratulations. You guys are going straight to the finals. So that's probably something
As
we
per
should
usual.
already mention. Any immediate feelings from that? Because you guys have a chance to now go for that 3-peat.
I felt like last time we were here, I had a good idea who was going to win in the low bracket, but this time I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah?
Who do you think is going to win?
GG, I guess.
Who versus who? GG and
Well, first TL
GG
versus
versus
Golden
TL.
Guardians.
Yeah.
And then,
And then-
they winner of that gun goes
Yeah.
against
NRG.
NRG.
So who do you think? Who do you
think
think? GG?
GG?
Yeah.
Now you just
Because
gotta think
you're
about
just
this.
biased, no? Because Gory is your friend. So what happened last time? GG against NRG.
I think they were bored, you know.
They were bored? Okay.
That makes
they,
sense.
They gave mercy,
That's like you and Scrims, no?
and then definitely.
Did you get bored and you just
yeah,
didn't?
I'm just giving mercy to enemy.
I feel very confident in the finals. Because it's a really big advantage to get to watch your opponents play the day before.
Oh, true.
The only thing is they get some stage practice, which is nice sometimes, but for us who have been there so many times, it doesn't matter that much. So
Yeah.
watching like 3 to 5 games of their drafts the day before is just so much like advantage for us.
yeah, that's true. But like if you go like final insta, we can't like practice
Yeah.
at all like that week.
Yeah.
Because they are just all over or like they just go vacation, right? So we can't like scream. So we
Yeah.
just like
Normally this time we would scrim
Yeah.
academy teams, but you know.
Yep.
So the only leagues that are like still playing are like LAN is still playing, I think. They're also in their finals week, I think, at this point. So we might scrim some of those teams. We scrimmed the Astral Esports yesterday when there was no one else to scrim, and they're actually pretty good. So we might do that again.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think actually good practice.
Say hi to Jose
Yeah.
Dioto
Shout
for
out
us.
to them.
Yep, we'll do.
Question actually, because like usually I would envision like people who are already locked into the finals. You don't have the chance to, as you mentioned, play the game, the series before that. But you also don't really have a scrim partner or the ability to scrim, it feels like.
Yeah, last year in this position, we scrimmed the teams that were in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
But we were just like, we don't want to show them anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This practice is only good for them, right? They get more from this than we do because we will see them play anyways. So often you just play scrims, but you just grief. You just run around and like play for fun champs or something because you don't want to give away any strategies or any good picks. So probably just no scrims from here on until finals, I think.
Okay, there it is. Shadowboxing till then, basically.
Yeah.
For this series, we have to name player of the series.
All right.
Wait, before.
Don't do it, production. Don't do it, production. Don't look. Don't look.
Yeah, get that out of your mind.
Really? Again?
Who do you think it should be?
Why are you?
what are you guys talking about?
Who do you think is player of the
Who do you think
series?
player of the series is?
Who do you think M&S? That's a good Corki game, right?
Yeah, just impossible challenge to get.
Wait, you played Kaisa and you got a solo kill. You played Corki and you were 1v9. What was the other game you played?
Kaisa and
No.
solo kill everyone.
No, Kaisa, Corki, and what else?
Tristan.
Oh yeah, that game kind of drags you down a little bit.
I don't know, guys. I think he has the MVP or player of the series.
But
Let's see who
every
gets player of the
fight
series.
is for ADC. No cap.
Boom!
There
we go.
Just in T9, it's simple. If Flavor didn't int, Flavor got and kills it. if everyone int and mid AD didn't int, then Berserker get no matter what.
I agree, actually. It's so
You're sounding a little salty, Evanes.
Like Jesper just like outplays so many plays and then like 1v9 and
one time
still can't get
the one time on Rakan where I flashed mid and didn't kill Kha'Zix with Ignite, I was so triggered.
Oh, actually, yeah. What happened?
That was a rough one.
I was just mind blown that Kha'Zix came over the wall with 1 HP.
Yes.
And then I flashed, they were on top of each other, so I was like, oh, I might just ignite the wrong guy.
Yes.
So I waited too long. This is move on. I don't talk about it.
But at least we now know.
I agree.
At least we know.
I was just so mind blown that he was actually over the wall with 1 HP.
Yes.
He jumped on me afterwards. I was like, whoa! He's anything. And then the worst part is, after flash, and don't kill him, I hear Eminence. Oh. oh. After he dies mid, of course.
Yeah. Berserker, you ended up winning it in this series. That last play that we saw in your Zaya, just to, like, tell me what your thought process is in a lot of these fights. Because a lot of these fights are chaotic. They're crazy fights.
I mean, in game, Rector was too fat, right?
Yeah.
But I think Jack can easily kill Rector, right?
Yeah.
So I said to Fudge, just chill. I'm gonna carry this game.
Yeah.
But like after bottom fight, it was kind of like mokatos, you know?
Yeah. after the A sound, it's fine, guys. Yeah. It's fine, guys.
In this series, I said so many words. It's fine, guys. Please.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, guys.
It's all right.
Well, it was fun. We'll pull up the bracket really quick before we sign off. You guys
Here's the
already
dopamine. Boom.
You guys already said you expect GG. You couldn't hear, but your teammates on stage, Fudge said he wants to face TL so he can take out Summit, but they both said that they expected
I hope TL
Golden
loses.
Guardians.
You hope who loses?
Oh, TL loses.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about who
Why?
should go for seed.
Yeah, so yeah, in your opinion, who has the best chance of winning against whoever Europe is going to end up sending?
Well, we don't know who's.
Yeah, that's a
used
tough
or-
one.
That's true.
But I think Golden Guardians
Yeah.
Yeah, I
will have a better chance against the EU.
I agree.
You don't think they would just, like, because the flip side is, like, they're just so mental boomed because they know they're better than fourth.
I think Golden Guardians have more experience.
That's
They
fair.
don't have rookies. So playing like a high stakes match like that is a lot more pressure than playing actual Worlds. So now you already made it there. So I think Golden Guardians will do better compared to the team with 2 rookies.
I'm going to run this back, by the way. You ain't running from this one. Why do you hope that Team Liquid loses?
Oh, I just don't like them.
What?
I'm not allowed to have personal dislike for the Team Liquid or what?
No, I love it. No, that's why I'm encouraging it. I
I
want to
just
know.
like the other teams more. It's nothing personal.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
I was going to say, it's more to this, just rare to hear that.
Also, I just have a
PlayStation.
beef with Team Liquid. Not actually the players. I actually don't know any of the players personally. The org is just, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, true.
But I'm sure it's mutual.
There might have been a
But I'm sure
specific.
everyone else just hopes we lose as well.
There might have been a specific Team Liquid player that pulled you on a champion, on a Skarner.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I did a whole. Nah, that's fine. Let's move on.
That's fair.
We'll end it there. We will see
It's a
C9
replay feature, basically.
in finals in Newark. That'll be it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Golden Guardians versus TL to see our third team who's going to the World Championship and who is going to face off against Europe in that 4th place match. See you then.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
I've got a lot of practice for these bad boys.
Rehearsing.
I'm very sweet.
I'm 0-2 and we're 3-2 now. Rehearsing.
Oh, reverse sweep.
Yeah. I want the championship trophy.
I want the championship trophy.
Give me lure.
You drilling?
Give me lure. Lure. You know, red buff and lure.
Red buff and blue buff. Give me blue buff?
Yeah. Don't this is sad.
Double lift is sad?
Head. I got just killed.
Double lift is fed?
Yeah. Fudge is farming.
Fudge is farming?
Yeah. Summer playoff.
Summer playoffs?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was hard.
Arn.
What?
Arn Baron buff.
Yeah. Playoffs bracket.
Playoffs bracket.
Milio is OP.
Milio is OP.
Yes, she is. Who will be MVP?
Who will be MVP? River.
Herna Sun. Herna Sun.
Herna Stun. Karna.
Herna.
What?
Build Abyssal Mask.
Build Abyssal Mask.
Best of 5.
Best of 5.
Arc sings Silver Scrapes.
Huh?
Arc.
Work?
Sings
Sings?
Silver Scrapes.
Silver Scrapes.
Arc.
Arc sings Silver Scrape.
Arc.
Mark
Yeah.
sings Silver
Yeah.
Scrape. That was funnier than I expected and harder, actually.
I thought it was easier than I expected. I thought it would be way harder.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am.
Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were going to be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security is going to be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Busio has been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake. New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Careful, Jax. Careful, Jax.
Yeah, look at Jax. Look at Jax.
Walk out. Yeah. Just walk back, okay?
Yeah.
Look at 2 seconds. Look at
5 seconds.
Look at
5 seconds.
Yeah. Hold on. Look.
Look at you guys. I've done.
Just
hit front. Trish.
Yeah.
Blabber over the wall there. Shattering strike into the crash down. They found the enemy jungler. They drop the depth charge into FBI and force him into the stopwatch as Berserker goes into the back. The Kaisa is diving and C9 is thriving. A double kill for their AD carry as FBI tries to get one, but immediately falls to the counter-strike damage. Ignar wants to get out, but there's just no way.
Renekton. Just slowly, guys. Slowly, Renekton.
I'm tipping.
Kaisa's only target here. Yeah, just in front. We win.
Okay, I'm good.
Now Blabber's stuck in the middle of 4. C9 has made a crucial mistake. C9 continuing their chase now as Dokla and FBI try to kite back into their own jungles. Ben gets himself back out with a battle dance as Berserker takes out Dokla. FBI attack with a Void Seeker and a bouncing boomerang blade. A shutdown over to Berserker as Ignar tries to escape, but it's a triple for the C9 AD carry.
Yo, Jax.
No hook Nautilus.
Jax. Okay. Hit him front. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Keep going, round the flash. Nice. Good job, guys.
Dokla with the flash out. Sven doesn't hit him with the dredge line. Dokla's still on the run. Battlefox swoops in from the side. Flash is killed off. Dokla just outplayed him, and Energy's played him. Everybody on C9 drops dead.
Is there no flash?
Uh-oh.
Is there dead? AD no flash? Play flash?
Give me Q.
Oh my god.
Hey. Package is delivered. They've immediately got their first kill. But Cloud9 are taking a lot of AoE. Double kill back up into Berserker. He's going forward with the feathers. He'll let him fly. Palafox is done. Dokla will not be able to find a return kill into the Cloud9 marksman. And with him and S Valking over the wall, I think C9 just got it.
Welcome, guys. It's the final chance, the final countdown to make it to Newark. It's Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. How did you guys feel about that overall? Like, just watching back the comms.
That was disappointing, man. That was promised a close series. Energy beats all the good teams, and then they got 3-0'd. I don't know. It's a little sad.
I don't know what that says. Does it say more about C9 or about the enemy team? I don't know.
Or NA. But let's not answer that question.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, if you guys are watching for the first time, it's Mark, Emily, myself. That's it.
Some other guy wandered on.
I'm just the lone man out.
Welcome,
Someone
Treats.
appears once, they get a huge intro. The next time they come on, they just do nothing.
Give them nothing.
I always like to keep people on their toes. They expect Jat? No.
We got a new man in there.
No, that is Jet. Just wait till see how long it takes them to notice.
True.
Going back to the series, I think two things happen. One, NRG, once again, we've seen them do this in regular season, definitely got in their own way. In a few of these games, they'll definitely want to have, for sure, Game 1 and Game 3 back, because I think they were in winning.
What is this EG clip doing in here?
No,
Wait, what the hell?
There were Cloud9.
is
We're
facing
going
them,
through.
just putting it out there.
But yeah, it was kind of sad to see NRG fall 3-0 to C9. I think we all were kind of expecting a little bit of a closer series. But C9 going for their third title, now seeded directly into Grand Finals in Newark.
Yeah, I said it to Mark as well. It's kind of weird how C9 is just really good at winning games. They're kind of close. They're like a back and forth, and then they just randomly win it. I think NRG definitely have a lot to prove in the next series, and C9 is going to look to clean up their games a bit for the finals as well.
First of all, Mark, you seem to be the head of figuring out whether a series was close or not. For a 3-0 series, was this a close 3-0 series? It was a banger.
It was a banger, but it was as close as the EG one, I'd say. Like, there were times where Energy had leads. There were times where, like, they need to make one or two more good plays to win the game, but they were never actually on the precipice of really winning one of these games. There was maybe that one with FBI hitting the turret is the closest anyone's gotten to beating C9 yet. And then the Ricochet happened.
Yeah.
We don't talk about the Ricochet. We don't talk about the Ricochet.
The Ricochet incident. That being said, I mean, Energy and C9 are already qualified to Worlds, so it's interesting now with all that talk about Worlds to see who's actually qualifying for it. So let's throw that one up there, because for the winner of tonight's series qualifies alongside these names. You're already technically qualified for a Worlds qualifier, the double qualifier, one would say. But in this case, yes, winner of today's series would belong in the names of LNG, BLG, C9, Weibo Gaming, JDG, Genji, and NRG. So first things first, like, what would that mean to these teams? Like, can we, obviously you're not looking ahead to this, but it's actually just exciting to see these names.
Where's Europe? Never mind.
A few weeks late, yeah.
Just a bit.
Another break.
They'll catch up. They'll catch up. Any takeaways from just seeing these names, Emily?
I mean, China qualified pretty early.
True.
For those that don't know, Gen G is they're already in the finals, so they either qualify on points or they qualify by winning yet another LCK split. So, yeah, I mean, it's a really strong pool, I think, shaping up coming out of LPL and then LCK. I am most curious to, and I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but every time I talk to someone about the LEC teams, they have kind of no idea who's going to slot in fourth. Right now, the common consensus is kind of mad.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you have a strong opinion on who we're going to see coming out to face the loser of today's match.
I mean, I think the cool thing is that after this long break, it's kind of hard to reassess the teams, I think. Everyone can kind of say that, yeah, G2 probably should win the split in theory, but then after that, it's kind of like everyone's had 3 weeks of prep, right? And the patch has changed a lot as well. So it's kind of up in the air, and that's what also makes it very exciting because the NA team versus the 4th seed EU, if it's Mad again, they better pop off.
Yeah, they have
The
to.
grudge match.
Oh, no.
I'm praying for Mad as an NA fan.
Oh my God. Well, a few things as well, like hearing from M&S, who's obviously going to be in Newark, and a lot of players about their personal stories, like the fact that they're going to Korea for the finals, like basically, being able to play finals in front of a home audience next to like how much would that mean to players like M&S or Gory in this case? Like, you could probably speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Gory is a really interesting case for me because I think going to Worlds means a lot for Gory. He's been trying to get to Worlds specifically. MSI was actually his first international competition, as we see his debut with Kangwon, and then the one lone game he played on T1. He was one of in a long line of mids that was kind of started as a backup to Faker, was considered very prodigious, but then has not. Every time he's kind of swapped teams, whether it's been in South Korea, over in LPL, where he was on EDG, only played in Demacia Cup, I think, because he was a backup to Scout. Another backup to another original backup to Faker. So it all connects back. I think coming onto this GG team, he did say, he's like, I want to go to Worlds. This is a major goal for me personally as a player, and I think it would just mean a ton for him to achieve that because of how he's successfully been trying year after year after year to get there.
It was nice to see him step up this weekend, too. I thought I was a little disappointed in his performance versus Energy. He's someone who felt like, in a lot of ways, the biggest early game carry. Like, Licorice gets his counterpicks on the top side, but they don't really play around him. It's mostly through Gory's lane that they make the most plays, and they weren't able to get that done, so you can see much better performance versus Dignitas.
Yeah, and when Gory and River are on, kind of GG is on as well, I think it's kind of like the EG Jodipun effect for GG. If mid and jungle are ahead, they always do well. And for Gory, as you say, I think he's a really strong player when he's ahead as well. He has a lot of pressure on the map. He has a lot of in general, a lot of confidence in his play. So when he's ahead, he just makes plays all over the map and kind of snowballs. And I think that's going to be very important for them today as well.
Yeah, I think we kind of called it in the Dig series in terms of saying, oh, it's going to be a mid lane party, right? Like, River's probably going to be there, Huhi's going to be there. And then today, Pyosik and Core are probably also going to be there because I think it's going to be another mid lane party with APA now going up against Gory. And initially when they met, it was the welcome to NA special that kind of River, Gory, Huhi like to do. They did it to M&S. They did it to APA. And so I know APA told us he was super hungry for the rematch now that he seems to be synergizing a little bit more with TL as well.
Yeah, speaking of APA a little bit, just because, as you mentioned, in that interview, he spoke about the last time they faced off. He's also someone that just talks a lot in-game, and it seems like there was some clapback from Huhi as he actually outed Stixay's comments, this looks like from Discord.
Yeah, a little leak, but APA is someone who definitely comes from the Jojopyun school of keyboard warrioring, where he doesn't mute anyone, he types to everyone, he's always talking smack, and I think some people are getting a little sick of it.
I think it's pretty funny. I think it adds a lot of hype, and like win or lose, I think it just makes a few comments surrounding it, that we're talking about it right now, so I think it's working.
Exactly, and I remember in his first game on stage, he talked about how gives him confidence. Actually, it's one of those things where it gives you confidence and it allows you to kind of want to back up your words. Last time they went up against Golden Guardians, it didn't look so good though.
This is the welcome to NA special.
And he's playing Victor, which is something that like we don't typically associate with APA, where he has like these like weirder fringe counter picks. Even the Cassio, which is technically a control mage, is still a little different than Victor, and they abuse the hell out of him, punishing him on this immobile carry.
You know what I'm also thinking is M&S, wasn't he also on Victor when Gory and River?
Don't pick Victor into that.
It triggers something in their brain. We have to go mid constantly. Waves bouncing back, his jungler better be there.
It was a bit of a come down against, after a great beginning showing. Yeah, they are very different players, as you can see from this graphic. And even the Jace game that they shared, it was clear that like not APA's forte playing into the Tristana.
Yeah, I think another super interesting thing about this, though, is that when we think of APA as a mid laner, we are like, oh yeah, like obviously Trist, Ziggs is probably going to be permabanned against him again today. But that whole idea of like he plays weird stuff, but then look at how many champions Gory has played this summer.
I mean, it feels like Gory just kind of picks up a champs, plays it for a few games, and then is kind of done with it, and goes on to the next one and just gets bored of that and just keeps going. Yeah. I feel like for APA, he kind of has his staple picks and just plays around them.
100%. It's hilarious how defined their champion pool is. Specifically, Gory that came in, playing like assassins, for the most part, like LeBlanc and all that. The one thing that is interesting is the fact that the one control mage that APA doesn't play, that Gory does, is the Azir. The Azir that's been so dominant within the meta, but something that he's not picked up yet.
Well, it's something that I think is going to be a true test for APA in kind of earning that world spot and going to Newark and all that, is that you can survive against such a flexible player as Gory, who has, I'll play Lissandra, I'll play Annie, I'll play Azir, I'll play anything, Yone, and he can, in any single draft, pull something new out, whereas, like you're saying, Treats, you have the APA staples. And if those can work against a player like Gory, then you're pretty much set. Yep.
Yeah, and that also can radiate out as we're talking about this kind of Gory, River, Huhi combo, because a lot of the things we are seeing in mid are either Azir and or defined by Azir's presence there, right? Or you go AD mids like Jace, Trist, go into that matchup, pick a Maokai or Ivern, and go with a poke comp off that.
If I'm just thinking of the two teams, I would definitely favor GG for the three-man kind of mid trio. I think the pressure and kind of the execution threshold is a bit higher than that for TL. I think for TL, they've kind of dropped off the confidence, I would say, in APA, and they've kind of just put him on the mage duty, just farm it up, and then it'll be stronger later in team fights. Like, we trust you, bro. And I think for GG, they can really see like a clear window of attacking mid lane, so to say.
I think that's the interesting part. I think a lot of people share your opinion on GG's their trio having an edge. I think what will change that a little bit is the fourth man, it's the AD carry. So I'm actually interested in hearing Stixxay's thought on Jan in the matchup here.
I think Jan, he's quite good mechanically. Like as an individual, he's pretty strong, but I feel like he doesn't do that much with the leads that his team gives him. So yeah, I think on that front, I'm given less and I do a lot more with it. So yeah, I think if it comes to late game, I'll show you who the true carry is.
Do we feel like that's a fair critique as he's getting massaged a bit?
Well, I was actually going to just say that Stixxay, if anyone knows what it's like to carry on low resources, it's him. You always have Huhi leaving him alone. He's like always behind a little bit of gold, but then he finds the pentakills. He finds these like late game Aphelios carries plays. So he is, I think, one of the best carries on low income in the LCS in the AD carry position. I don't know if that's a criticism that like Jan gets more resources though. Like I don't know if that holds up.
I feel like Jan is kind of like aiming in a way where sometimes when he's expected to carry, he just doesn't carry, and then randomly he just pops off in a game where they don't need him to carry. So I think it's kind of the same story there. But I think both AD carries, when given resources, are usually very useful, I would say.
Yeah, I think another thing, going back to what Stixxay said, was like he's not able to make the most of Jan's leads because Jan and Core do have a very strong duo lane. They do have a very strong like forward percentage. We know of them as pushing bot. But this idea that TL as a whole, I think that could be extended to a lot of lanes. Like we've seen Summit get a lot of massive leads in top lane, right? And then they haven't been able to convert it due to some of the things that have happened in their mid game.
Is the exact problem that TL had all in spring was like, okay, you get leads, but what do you do with it? There were not just Jan, Summit had that problem, Harry back then had that problem, Jan did as well. And so that is one of the areas that they need to level up throughout playoffs, is making sure when you get these leads in these difficult series that you don't let games get away that you should have won.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like when TL is ahead by a slight margin or kind of behind, they just get kind of insecure in the game and kind of bored and just want to look for something. They're just like, we need to find something or the game is not going to work out. So I think if they can kind of just calm it down, I think Core helps with this a lot. When he's unengaged, he kind of sees the opportunities, I think, better than some of his teammates. And I think that'll be super important for them today as well.
We're seeing Pyosik in front of us. I know that we're talking about the mid and late game portions, the troubles that Team Liquid tends to have in converting their leads that they have. But I'm still going to talk about the leads because it feels like Pyosik is the one that ends up picking them up more often. What the hell is he doing? He's playing a 1v1 or something. But I did want to start talking about, as I got a...
You got a wedgie?
No, it's not a wedgie. It's my mic pack, okay? It's to zero in on Pyosik a little bit more. In the loss that they had in the upper bracket, he talked about kind of the confusion about his role on the team. But then figuring that out in the 100 Thieves series, in the next, basically on the lower bracket, being out on the map and being able to impact lanes early. So in this game versus 100 Thieves, I wanted to point out the early pathing that he got. Raptors goes straight towards mid, and it's funny because the idea is to impact the pathing of the rel, of Closer. And he just passed through mid lane, harasses this man over here, just to secure the level 2 for Tristana as soon as possible and help him out in this contest. Now, of course, in this case, Poppy's going to be able to do a little bit more damage, but what's important is the fact that APA is level 2. And if this were to be stalled out a little bit more, he's going to get the bigger help. That pushes Closer to the bot side of the map, and that makes, as I push up the mini-map, it easier for the Poppy to pick up, well, lost it, but contested the Raptors, can then move towards the Kruggies right here, and then can secure the bot side quadrant, blue side quadrant of his own jungle. And then just in case if Rel decides to contest his own Krugs, he can later on contest that. But the idea is to help out both mid and top side and just have a slight level lead into the Rel. So in this moment, as I speed this one up, he ends up finishing that clear a little bit and sees an angle because yes, he is the one that helped secure the push for APA early. And as it bounced back, he sees an angle here, and good job on APA that's able to just leave the lane right outside the turret and makes it really difficult for Quid. And here's a big thank you for Mr. Coach, Coach Matt for Team Liquid, is that the Poppy makes it so difficult for the one thing that Azir should feel comfortable in to do, and that's just simply escaping ganks. Good flash, steadfast presence, allows him to get the kill, and now makes it so APA can snowball a little easier. That's the first example. The next one that I have here is simply versus their next opponent. Now, in this case, he had this red ward, this pink ward, out here at 4 minutes into the game, and it just wasn't contested. So you actually could see foot traffic in this area, but was still concerned about, once I blow up the minimap, just in case there is a ward in Tribush. So he decides, with top wave pushing out, that he's going to impact this top lane wave, and it's simple as can be. Summit's the one that starts the engage, so then Pyosik can come in and help out. So this is one of those moments. This is a very simple gank, pushing around the wave. This is something that we actually expect River, from River I mean, impacting lanes early, being able to dodge out wards just in case. This is something that he did to get the lead here versus Evil Geniuses, and something that they were able to do pretty consistently versus 100 Thieves. So just two quick examples of Pyosik impacting lanes early that gets them the lead that we're talking about, hoping that they don't lose it mid-game onwards.
Pyosik has definitely stepped up a ton. He got his third team All-Pro vote, and he was someone who was maligned a lot for signing with Team Liquid, or Team Liquid was maligned for signing him after that World Championship. People were like, oh, you don't need him. It wasn't all that great. And I think he's kind of paying off for them now in summer after a very rocky spring.
Yeah. Question for you, actually. You know what? You just go for it, just to follow up on his point.
No, I was just going to say, I think for me, I kind of see Pyosik as a defender of lanes and kind of letting TL just win lanes naturally, or kind of getting vision for them and then playing around that.
Yeah.
Whereas I see kind of on the side of GG, they look for the more proactive play. I think in general, GG likes to be the proactive play and TL kind of the reactive play. So I think that'll be really fun to see, especially from the jungle PV today, kind of how they match up and how many like opportunities they try to look for. Because I think Pyosik, when he's playing his A game, he is looking for a lot of opportunities as well, and that's where TL shines.
The opportunities, though, that we have seen throughout playoffs feels like it's mostly around top lane, the one lane we haven't talked about. Yeah. The lane that has probably gotten them the most advantages, both Licorice and Summit. Any thoughts that you guys have on this one?
It's like Licorice says, top lane isn't an island, it's an usland. Like all the top laners know. No, but I think top lane is going to be pretty important in this series. Summit absolutely popped off in their win over EG, and I thought part of that was because EG themselves decided, especially in games 1 and 2, through their draft and through their movements to focus on topside, and Summit actually came out ahead on those plays. I don't expect the same thing to happen with GG, because sometimes GG just does leave Licorice alone to kind of deal with whatever matchup he has.
Yeah, I think Licorice is a very smart top laner when it comes to realizing his win condition. I think when he's forced to play kind of safe and take on the tank responsibility or just the soaking responsibility, he does that really well. So I expect that TL will have a kind of harder time playing through top than they have in the previous series. I think that Licorice can definitely be a carry into Summit, but he also might as well just play a tank. So it will be interesting to see from a draft perspective which route they want to go for.
The draft is what I'm really interested in because, like you said, both players have the ability to flex into more weak side, though I don't think either of them want to based off how they play. And both of them have picked up player of the series heading into this matchup. Both of them were the guys that were getting the most wins. Even in the loss in the upper bracket, Licorice got a lot of applause from the fans for saying, hey, he actually had a pretty good series. And so it does feel like it's going to come down to who breaks in here and who's getting the better matchup. It might just go back and forth game after game, but someone I feel like is going to bend to the other's will and be like, okay, I can't give Jax anymore. I actually don't have the counter pick for it or something like that.
Yeah, just watching it, this feels like the most interesting lane or matchup to watch, not only because he has, as you mentioned, both player of the series.
First All-Pro,
first
third
All-Pro versus
second, right?
Second All-Pro. Most improved player coming in from Licorice. And I mean, that award feels kind of like a given because of the spring split. Yes, it seemed like people were calling him like either the worst or bottom 5. And then now he's just the best and most consistent top laner. And to the point that you made, like how flexible he is, he feels like the switchblade of the team. So any thoughts that you have on that matchup or anything that catches your eye?
I mean, I think the most interesting thing in tracking kind of the Licorice narrative and like why a lot of people did vote him most improved is that throughout spring, people thought he was the worst top laner in the league or like close to the bottom, right? And it wasn't until their matchup, I believe against 100 Thieves, where he's like, I can take counterpick, right? I believe it was like Gwen counterpick. And then they started using this red side strategy that centered around Licorice. And it's like, when is this going to run out? Well, it never ran out, right?
Yeah.
So now you can use his flexibility so much, regardless of what side of the draft you're on, because we've seen him do the LPL, LCK thing where it's like, I'm just going to blind Jax and I don't care. And so we've also seen Summit do that. So it makes it a very interesting matchup that is very interesting for draft specifically, like what Mark said.
I'm going to be so sad if they just permaban Jax. Like one of them's just like, nah, we're not playing this game. I want to see them play the Jax game.
Yeah, I will say, at least from Golden Guardian side, in the Dignitas series, it was just funny to see how on the map Licorice was. Like the TP bot lane to not like initially to set up for a flank, but then just goes for a dive. Like he is a part of a lot of their early skirmishes, whereas Summit, I think, is also the same case, but will look to just try and secure like CS advantages. Like I was like, all right, I'm chipping at your turret. So anything there in the top lane that like any picks that you think is going to be contested here?
I mean, apart from the Jax, obviously the Kennen as well, I think has had a lot of priority, especially for Summit. I think both top laners also just kind of want to win the game. I think they're not happy just kind of farming and just playing their top lane island, so to say. I think they're both very like, we want to win the map for our team and kind of make our team get ahead in the game. So any pick that can do that, I think will be pretty big. Cassante, obviously, for Licorice as well, has been pretty huge.
I will say, both these teams, as you mentioned, obviously want to win. Just putting that out there. And obviously want to go to Newark. But I've heard they don't feel too bad if they end up losing. Just putting that out there. I want to hear their words on this one, though.
Although I was posting with my teammates earlier that we could sandbag on purpose, get the 4th seed, beat the European team, and then like just go on Twitter and just tweet about how NA is so much better than Europe. So like that might be a thing that happens as well. So we'll have to see.
So like now at this point, everything is good. If we win, we go to the world. If we lose, I think Team Liquid has the best chance to beat the EU team. So
that's what I like to hear.
Your reaction.
That's what I like to hear.
So guys, we're going to see both teams inting for 4th is what we learned there.
I did want to say a follow-up to that is when we had Licorice and Stixay after their win the other day. You guys had them, and they were just like, yeah, no, we just want to go to Worlds.
They don't want to go to Worlds, want to go to Championship.
As the European double agent or informant, you got to let us know what our chances are.
I mean, if it's Mad Lions, I think it's looking pretty good.
There we go. Love it. It's like music to my ears. We talked about every lane or matchup, actually, except for the support position, which feels pretty stacked with Huhi versus Core JJ. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Because they have a pretty storied history so far.
Yeah, I'd say both of them have kind of crawled up to being some of the most storied supports in the league. Huhi has kind of done it very rapidly, actually, with his immediate success on 100 Thieves and then now onto Golden Guardians. Core JJ has been Team Liquid support for a long time now, but you can see they have both racked up the accolades ever since joining. And most interestingly for Huhi, this is his first Team All-Pro that he just got this summer. It's the first time he crawled to the top of the support pool, and that was really cool to see.
And I remember in 2020 when I was on TSM as well, I thought him and Stixay in the bot lane were kind of insane. I think that they were kind of the best bot lane, and he wasn't even in the finals then. TSM obviously ended up winning that one, but even since 2020, I think when did he role swap? Was it 2019?
It was beginning of 2020.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think it was the 2021 actually that he swapped to it, because then they had Keith McBrief support, and then they swapped Huhi in. Yeah, just a little history.
But he was really good ever since he swapped to support, and I think he's just kind of went on an upward trajectory from then. And then, obviously, if you have a really consistent and solid bot lane, it makes it pretty easy for your team to play. So it makes everyone in GG shine as well.
Very true. And like, it's funny because looking at that list of accolades, the one that stood out to me was just the finals appearances for Huhi. From like the back to back to back to back. This would be his 5th consecutive finals appearance if he can make it. And just look at the list of people he would follow that.
It's also really cool because he would be the only support to do it. There's a lot of people at 4 that he is tied with. But again, it's only elimination on the support list. And so if he gets this one, it ties the Smithy double-lift runs. Most of these are runs from the TSM days when they made 6 straight finals.
Yeah.
Or 8. They made 8 straight, actually. It was pretty crazy. So, like, no, it was 10 straight. Then they swapped Reggie for Bjergsen. And then, anyways, point is, no one's had a run like this in a long, long time.
And it kind of talks about, it speaks to what he brings to a team. That's always something people have talked about. They'll either, at certain splits, talk about, oh, mechanically, he's not working well, but they're still winning anyways. You'll hear from teammates saying what he brings to comms or just generally team fighting or even just like reviews, like a lot of the things that he brings to a team culture. What are your thoughts on him?
I think in general, it's kind of like the barrel story where maybe he's not the most insane mechanically. I think Huhi is pretty good mechanically, to be honest, but I think he just brings a lot outside of the game. He must have a lot of impact on shot calling and kind of the team direction, and he has a lot of crazy counter picks. Sometimes they don't work out as well, but he definitely wants to look for a lot of angles, and I think he's just, especially when I play against him, I also feel he plays with a lot of pressure. He's also someone who's not happy just kind of farming and going even in a matchup where he knows he can win. I think he's someone that wants to push those limits and kind of get a bigger lead than what his opponents might get. So I think that just makes him a very deadly support. I think even when he was playing mid lane, he was looking for a lot of advantages for his team, but now he can be even of a more bigger team player than what he could do on mid lane.
There it is. There's a lot of faith, as you can see here, except for Mark.
Except for me. And I don't have time to explain, actually. I'm casting this game, so I got to go.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I got to grab my coffee.
Can you at least promise us that you'll explain it on the other side of it when you're casting?
Be unbiased. Then I don't have time for that after. I have to be unbiased after, so yeah, I don't.
Are you sure?
Sorry, I have to go.
We can extend it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, the fans' predictions clearly say 65% in Golden Guardians advantage. Maybe we'll see an upset. We'll see as we send this one off to the games.
Bienvenidos and welcome to the final day of week 3 of our playoffs, where it will be Team Liquid taking on the Golden Guardians. You already see they are arriving, and what have they got cooking up this time, Mark?
I don't know. Mannequins on the ground. They're ignoring Golden Guardians. They're too good for it, maybe?
Dang.
All business today.
Oh, you don't want to catch that smoke. Oh, Pioshik looking to threaten Golden Guardians here, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We've got one more series before we head over to Newark, New Jersey for the championship weekend. I'm Rafa, this is Mark, but together this is Mark e Mark, you know, because Mark squared. And I've always loved this duo because I feel like we have a lot of fun, we have a lot of memes on the cast, but for today, there's a lot of stakes on the line here.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big day for both these teams. Obviously, both of them have their season extended already, just making it here, but there's a difference between, you know, it's over, or I'm going to New Jersey.
Yeah.
Next week, I got to get the flight. I got to get over there, get ready for a big, big championship weekend.
That's right. And most of the teams will be flying over in the next couple of days as well. Cloud9 and Energy already booking their tickets over there. But this team, whoever wins, will be taking on Energy in the lower finals. So as we get ready before both of these teams enter on the stage for game one, a couple things that I'm looking at. I mean, the top lane matchup, Licorice and Summit, our two top all-pros, are going to be one of the highlighted matchups as we get ready, because I hear the two teams are ready to make and take their stage as we get ready for the first game between these two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, meet your two teams, Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. In the top lane, Licorice taking on Summit. In the jungle, River versus Pioshik. At mid lane, Gory versus APA. At AD carry, Yon versus Stixay. And at support, Huhi versus Core JJ. With a trip to Newark and a guaranteed spot at Worlds on the line, will Golden Guardians make another lower bracket run, or will it be Team Liquid continuing their summer surge? Let's get this show on the road.
Low bracket sometimes is really good. You can create the trust in team. And I really hope we will get stronger and stronger every round. And then by the time we get to the New Jersey, we'll be really strong.
As a pro, I think the main reason I compete is to go to these huge stages and compete in front of thousands of people. So if I didn't make it, it would just be depressing. It would kind of feel like I wasted my summer. So yeah, we're going to do our best and try to make it there so I can play in front of a huge crowd.
Get a couple words from both of those guys as game one draft will be starting just in a moment. Mark, what are some things that you were looking for in this game one?
Well, I think I was talking a little bit on the desk about it. The top lane matchup for me, given that both of them had just picked up player of the series this weekend and having a lot of momentum, the fact that top lane does feel pretty influential right now in drafts. If you are slamming the jacks, are you playing tanks into trying to support your bot and mid? Are you trying to get weird counter picks? There's a lot of things they could do. Both these guys love just slamming the blind jacks and kind of skill checking and saying, what are you going to play into me? Same thing with the Rumble. Both of them had great Rumbles in the regular season. And so it does feel like to me, Licorice and Summit, something has to give in the top lane. It's possible that they trade back and forth, but more often than not, one guy gets the upper edge, and then there start being a mental battle going on there. So that's the matchup I'm most interested in to see. But obviously, the narrative is a lot about the support position and what was all on the line down there.
Yeah, and with so many picks that are flexed between both jungle and support, it leaves a lot of room for just things that can be in the cards folded behind both of these teams' visions. Now, Golden Guardians, I know a lot of them have been looking towards River to make a lot of plays, unpredictable plays, but if we have taken anything from this summer split, it is how ferocious Pioshik can be in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that's matches up very well for both these players. I think River is, people call him a psychopath jungler, but they're usually actually pretty smart paths around the game plan and advancing that. It's not just like see hero, kill hero. I think Pioshik is actually the one who can get a little bit more coin flippy in like a skirmish, but both of them are very, very aggressive, very proactive.
Yeah, so
I seeing... Oh, it's the last ban, excuse me. Okay, there we go. I was like, what the hell? So Triss Jace is gone. I like seeing that for APA taking off the board. That's a mirror matchup that people can play both sides of, but neither one usually seems to go his way against the better competition that we've seen so far. He struggled against Palafox that way, and so I do like taking that off and opting into more of his own champions.
Yeah, a lot of criticism being thrown APA's way about whether he is able to actually pilot those champions.
Oh my god, I love this.
And they sniped the Nico away because they know it's another comfort pick from APA.
I was about to say 5 mid lane bans in the first phase is crazy. You usually don't see this. There's a lot of like Kai'Sa bans, and you're getting rid of like Sejuani or Rel or Rakan, all these other things. Here they're just saying no, mid lane's the focus, and then Golden Guardians also grabs away APA's signature champion. In terms of things that we've seen him play a lot of, all that's really left up is the Cassio now.
Yeah. And Team Liquid, I don't know if we have ever seen APA pilot the Kai'Sa before. More than likely, Yon should be picking this up, but we know from other teams' experiences that this is a flex pick. If they send it to APA, it would be his first LCS game on this champion. But as you called it out before, Cassiopeia is the only other champion that we have seen from APA on stage. The other one was Victor, but that was the time when Golden Guardians really gave him the, the welcome.
They gave him the business.
That's
and
right.
I don't think he wants that again, especially, Nico does have decent setup early on with like the E hits, and you can get early shove with Q, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something else come in for the mid lane here. The Kai'Sa, I'm not sure how that plays into Nico, but I assume it's going to be pretty Nico favored early on, and so we'll see what we can do, because that was one of the things when we showed that box of their champions. It was much bigger for Gory. He does have that extra level of flexibility, and it looks like they're going to potentially pair it up with an Ivern to get really, really annoying. Ooh.
They were toying with our hearts there. Rengar River would have been really spicy to see, but the Nocturne gives you a lot of utility once you get to level 6. Paranoia pretty much forces fights on your terms, and of course the Cassante pickup for Licorice. So the entire top side of the map has been locked in, meaning that there's plenty of options still for the bottom side of the map when it comes to Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and there's some pressure now for APA to pick before potentially more bans come through. Maybe they'll throw the Cassio ban, and there you go. They actually answer with the Ahri right away, knowing that they did not want his champ pool pinched any closer. Ahri has fallen off, not quite as powerful as it was, but it's still a very strong generalist pick where you have decent wave clear, you have decent mobility and ways to survive ganks if they come your way, and this feels like a mitigation tactic around the mid lane, making sure you have those dashes when the Nocturne 6 comes in, that you don't get chain CC'd against the Nico.
And having someone like an Ahri to look for those picks, I mean, so far, anytime you see a composition with Viego, we've had some criticism about Viego compositions in the past, but the win condition still remains the same. It's all about those resets. It's all about getting a single target bursted down and then letting Viego take over the fight.
I've heard some mixed opinions on Viego in the current meta. I personally don't mind it. I know Treats, when was talking, we were watching some LCK, he was like, I hate Viego or something. But yeah, I do think it can make some sense when you have a lot of Giga Chad Summit on your team. Find a lot of people, get them low, and then you just have to go focus on the cleanup. And like you said, combos well with Ahri if you can land a charm, chunk people down, and they get pretty scrappy in the 2v2.
So take a look at the second round of bans. Aphelios and Zeri taken off the table away from Stixxay. Xayah also gone as the Tristana from the first round of bans. This means that without Kai'Sa, I mean, what options do you have left? Do you want to go for something like a Jinx, even without protection?
I mean, there's Ezreal. There's a lot of potential options that they can go to here. I am surprised to see double support ban focus for Golden Guardians and not any tops. They're kind of saying we don't care what Summit plays, even though we've already taken the Cassante. Normally you would protect the mismatch because AD carry had not been selected for Golden Guardians. That's where Team Liquid bans, and Golden Guardians did not follow that strategy. They just want to limit Core JJ's playmaking opportunities. He is someone that we've talked about being so good about leading a team, being able to find the moment to go in, and they're saying, okay, let's get rid of the 2 best engagers left in the support position.
Oh ho ho!
This is why I was worried about not protecting the Cassante pick. We know Summit loves to slam carries. He had a plethora of them, and maybe that's why they said it's not even worth trying, because you ban out 2, and then it's like, okay, here's the Gwen, or here's the Fiora, or who knows what else. So they actually choose this other option, but this is a big skill check, why we were highlighting it, because if Summit can take over, it drastically changes how Golden Guardians has to approach the series with blind tanks.
And the question becomes, how well can Team Liquid empower and snowball Summit to that win condition? Because there have been times in games where Summit on the Fiora can single-handedly win games through the split push, and there have been times where we see Summit TPing into the middle of, of a 4-man fight. It's like, hey, this is not the win condition, but Team Liquid, everything is on the line here as Golden Guardians wrapping up their last couple of picks. The Ezreal, as you called it out, that leaves Huki having to blind this support champion. It looks like it just could be that. not the Nautilus, the Leona for that extra power engage with Solar Flare.
So most people do prefer Leona into Nautilus, and given that those are two of the primary engagers left up, if they pick the Nautilus, it would get counterpicked with the Leona, so they're just taking the Leona side of the matchup, anticipating a Leona pick. But CoreJJ does have that extra level of flexibility, and I was about to say, my problem with the Team Liquid comp thus far is there's no good front line. There's very squishy members because you went the Viego more skirmishy focused jungler as opposed to tankier. Oh, he goes to the Alistar instead. I was about to say, I love the Terra for giving them invulnerability in team fights, but this is realistically not a team fighting team. It's a lot more about pick-off potential, and Alistar is there to maybe start these fights now with that combo. Much easier to start a fight with an Alistar than with a Terra.
Yeah. Walking up and trying to dazzle stun someone is not as reliable as being able to get in there with the pulverized headbutt combo. So Team Liquid being able to summarize both sides and what their win cons here, Mark. As you already mentioned it, a lot of skirmishing power on Team Liquid's side, but when it comes to straight up team fighting, Golden Guardian seems to have the edge.
I really like Golden Guardian's draft. If I'm being honest, I like the burst potential that they have in terms of assassinating. If you can land a Leona ult on top of Nocturne and Nico finds backline access, you can very easily blow somebody up, and Ezreal's pretty self-sufficient on his own, so if all 4 of the other members go in, you're totally fine. For Team Liquid, they do have this like 4-1 potential with the Fiora, but Nocturne's really annoying to try and split push into sometimes because he can collapse from so far away when you start making a dive happen like that. So I do feel like Golden Guardians has a lot of really good tools here, and it's a high barrier of execution for Team Liquid in Game 1.
All right. Coaches will exchange their fist bumps. The teams are locked and loaded. The drafts have been set. And Game 1 of this last series in the Riot Games arena before we head over to Newark, New Jersey for the championship weekend is about to take fold. Both of these teams have come a long way. Golden Guardians once again trying to make that lower bracket run, but Team Liquid, the surprise summer surge after a spring split that left many fans disappointed. This is their chance to redeem themselves as we take to the Rift for Game 1.
Last spot to New Jersey on the line here. Winner goes, loser sits at home and starts getting ready for that 4th place qualifier match versus Europe.
And it starts with a 5-man fan.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And because we have a 5-man fan, we're going to actually toss it over to Gabby, who is on standby with TL coach Rainover.
Thank you so much, Rafa. Underdog run in full effect. How's the team feeling going into the 4th best of 5 compared to the 1st?
Yeah, I mean, we've been playing a lot of games since we fall into the losers bracket, so I think everyone is a little bit exhausted, but the motivation is just too high that everyone is fine, yeah.
Yeah, keeping that energy going. I know a lot of us are looking forward to the top lane matchup. Licorice and Summit, both being players of their previous series. What do you think we can expect there?
Top lane matchup, they didn't really touch any top laners, so we had like so many options, but we just picked the most aggressive option because it's the first game, and the first game, you know, I want to make sure we have some like flow going on, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready for that early scrap in game number 1. Thanks for joining me. Back to the game.
I love hearing that from Rainover. It's exactly what we're talking about, where in a best of 5 series, you have this kind of wiggle room to go for aggressive picks, and if they don't work, you can scale it back from there. So I like hearing them saying, we had dealer's choice. We went with the most aggressive, most split push focused, most solo kill oriented champion we can possibly pick in Fiora.
Yeah, test your limits in Game 1. If it doesn't work out, then adjust as you need be. The other thing I also like is Gabby mentioning to Rainover, this is now your 4th best of 5. For players like Summit, Pioshik, and CoreJJ, maybe that doesn't matter as much because they have plenty of experience, but it matters a ton for APA and Yon, who this is their first playoffs experience ever on the LCS stage.
It's super cool for these guys to already know that they'll be representing North America in some international competition, but obviously they want to go to their first in-venue finals event, be able to feel the roar of an arena, the way the stage almost vibrates. You always hear players talk about that for their first time, being like, whoa, that was crazy, being able to feel the crowd literally through my peripherals, in my hands, under my seat.
It hits different, man. APA already getting the first early shove on Degori in the Nico matchup. If there is anyone that will know the Nico matchup better, it would be APA. Is already heavy trading going on.
And he does have some RE games, despite the fact that we haven't seen the LCS. He played it 5 times in the Academy, or excuse me, the Tier 2 League. Challengers now. Yeah, he was 3-2 on it, so it's not like it's a foreign champion. Every mid laner has played a ton of RE at this point in their careers, so like you said, he does have the experience of playing the other side of the matchup quite a bit as well.
Looks like Pioshik is looking for an early roam onto the bottom side of the map. He cleared all top camps and booking it towards the bottom side where 6A and Huhi are overextended. Pioshik is now spotted on the minion wave here. 6A has an arcane ship to play with, and Huhi just flashing forward, trying to interrupt Pioshik on the gank. But now Huhi should just be left to the wolves here of Team Liquid, and that's first blood for Pioshik.
Absolutely, so well played by Team Liquid there. The slow move in, knowing that Leona was too far forward. I liked Huhi's idea of if I can land the Zenith Blade and use that as an escape mechanism, but it was really smart by Pioshik there to not actually start attacking Stixxay. He just kind of ran past him, and he was not who he was anticipating. They could get right on top of him. Easy kill there, and doesn't really cost him any sums other than the exhaust, and that's Huhi flashless now. So they have to be really careful from here on if they push up with this Leona Ezreal to make sure that they have a really good vision to make sure there's no other ganks coming down there, and the snowball starts, because we've seen what happens when Kai'Sa gets ahead of Ezreal. It's a very risky counter pick into the Kai'Sa where you can win lane phase, but if you fall behind, she starts assassinating you in the mid game.
Now, because Team Liquid did show a little bit of their cards in the early game, River was able to get his full clear off. Pioshik was able to get the bottom crab first, though, so River has a chance to look for that top crab if he wants to path around it. But right now, he seems to be linking up with Huhi as he's going to clear his second rotation of Raptors.
Yep. This is one of the things River can do. We always talk about the mix-up that he does where he goes full clear focused. And I think it's probably a little frustrating for him that the bot lane has gone this poorly and the wave is actually pushing away from him. He's clearing up to topside and kind of saying, like, that's your mess. You deal with it. You know, there's potential repeat gank coming through, but he does not want to be deterred from his power farming focus, instead working his way up to this top scuttle crab.
The nice thing about River on this champion, though, is that your goal as Nocturne is try to hit level 6 as fast as possible, because the utility that you unlock with the Paranoia, even though we talk about how strong of an engage tool it is early in the mid game, the other nice thing is how you can combo it with the other ultimates that Golden Guardians has at their disposal.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways for them to make very good usage of him. Easy setup in both bot and mid lane. Even topside, technically, if you have like Q3 Cassante ready to go, you can actually hop on top of the Fiora. So he has kind of any lane he wants to go to, he can make a play in. You just want to make sure that you are not picking a bad fight with Pioshik around, so it's going to be very important for them to keep vision down of all the deep wards on Nocturne. It's one of the best ways to counter a Nocturne who can kind of come flying in. His level 1 ult range is not quite as crazy as it used to be, but generally speaking, deep wards get more value on champions who have these really creative gank paths.
A little bit of a trade from Huhi as he engages onto Yon, but takes about half his HP. Huhi just trying to sacrifice his HP so that they can get this crash into the wave.
I really like that kind of delayed combo that CoreJJ went for there, and waiting out the W from Leona when you have the bonus resist, trying to wait as long as possible before getting kind of those plasma stacks activated on them. As we see Summit in trouble.
Oh, Summit has popped level 6 here, but Licorice going for the flash means that Summit has the flash in response.
Nice abuse Licorice had there by getting the early level 6 and instantly trying to punish Summit. Heads up W. That riposte saved Summit's life for sure. The fact that he did not get the Cassante on top of his head, but it did mean that he had to burn his flash. Cassante flash fall, and because Summit hit 6, he got the move speed off, dropping that ultimate there and was able to survive. But nice out of Licorice saying, hey, you might account pick me, but that doesn't mean you're going to have an easy lane phase.
I mean, that's why Golden Guardians, wanting to give the trust in Licorice, saying, hey, it doesn't matter who they put into you, your Cassante is going to smurf on the top side of the map. River is here on the bottom side of the map, making sure that Yon and CoreJJ don't look for any kind of shenanigans. It seems that Stixxay was on a reset, and this just could be time for Team Liquid to look for this dragon, but they have a control ward in the pit. This could get dicey.
Yeah, Licorice does have TP advantage, so we'll see if he wants to end up having to burn that and end up in a very awkward state. Instead, I kind of like this idea. You know, you do have TP advantage, but like you said, you're already on the back foot in the bot side of the map. Just sack that and don't int Licorice's lane, because if he goes down there and picks that fight, Summit's not coming. He's going and taking turret plates top, and then you start having more problems in the 1v1 later on in the game. So, yes, it is a dragon. Yes, it's an Infernal Dragon. That feels pretty good for Team Liquid, but I do like that macro decision out of Golden Guardians to just let it go.
Yeah. Understanding when to give and when to take resources on the map is just as crucial for Golden Guardians to make sure that they are not sacking leads unnecessarily just for the sake of trying to contest something that, cannot come awry. Now, Rift Herald's going to be spawning in the next 50 minutes. I imagine that is going to be the next objective at play. And at that time, almost everyone on both teams should have level 6 available.
Yeah, I think you can expect a fight. Both these teams super aggressive. We saw over a kill a minute in some of the NRG series, and then while it was a slow start to the first game versus Dignitas, Golden Guardians very quickly ramped up the pace and showed how dominant they can be when they're feeling themselves. So we'll see if they can do anything about it, but it is tough. Here we go.
Oh, Paranoia right on top of Summit, and he has no flash, so River can guarantee the flash and the fear right on top of Summit as well. No riposte available as he already used it on Licorice, but he's running away and he's got the movement speed, and he's able to dance his way out of this one.
Love to see that out of Summit, getting the flash out of River. At first I thought it was a very heads-up play. Flash to the other side of the Fiora, so the Fear chases her back into the Cassante. But I don't know if Licorice just didn't have ult up yet or didn't have a good angle to ult him, because you would have pushed him further up the lane. But either way, just with that Q movement speed, able to get out with the ult combined and absorbs that first Nocturne ult with no cost to himself.
Yeah, and it's great because now Team Liquid with the ultimate advantage, it just means that Golden Guardians have no shot at being able to contest them at the Rift Herald. So both of the neutral objectives are going to go the way of Team Liquid. How can they continue snowballing this lead further?
Well, I think you're definitely going to see this Rift Herald go up topside to that Fiora. Like you said, you have this aggressive pick. I mean, you can go and drop it as early as you want. It really does not matter as much about breaking the Ahri out or the Kai'Sa. I think if the Fiora gets super far ahead, you start getting 2v1 potential when that Nocturne starts jumping on you.
A little bit of trading on the bot side. Once again, Yawn and Core JJ still getting aggressive. Solar Flare comes out right dead onto Yawn. He forced the cleanse, but he still has a flash in case things get dicier later on.
I think that's a pretty heads-up cleanse there out of Yawn. There was not actually any 100-0 threat from there because you could see that he was not going in, and you had Core JJ camping on top of his head. But it would have been a big chunk of damage. And given that both neutral objectives are down, there's probably not going to be a necessary use of this cleanse in a team fight coming up. So use it to avoid getting chunked out, be able to stay in lane phase, and continue pressuring up.
It's also nice having that HP advantage in lane, so you aren't forced to reset earlier than you would want, as Pioshik does find himself on the top side of the map, just making sure that he's getting a hover in for Summit and guarantees this wave will crash. Is actually the wave is pushing away from him, so this puts Licorice in a very unfortunate spot.
Wow, interesting choice here. Okay, I thought for sure Team Liquid was going to crash that wave, just funnel some gold there, but because it's pushing away, you actually see Pioshik do the recall. Licorice sticks around now, knowing that it's pushing away, kind of waited until the fact that he didn't see the crash come through, that then he cancels. Very heads up mind game level, like, oh, he's going to crash the wave. Oh, they're not crashing the wave. Now I'm going to actually stick around and push it out and actually get that one in. So that was a really good recall cancel out of Licorice there to make sure he is not screwed in the top side of the map.
Dodges himself out of a bad situation. So far, the CS lead has still been in Summit's favor, but for the most part, this game is still pretty much even. Neutral objectives have gone the way of Team Liquid, but Golden Guardians still don't feel like that they are completely out of the game. I would imagine that the next cast of Paranoia does have to start making things work for Golden Guardians before Team Liquid start running them over.
Yeah, you can expect to see it. I mean, they might go for it right here, but they are on a ward. Huhi is spotted, but no river vision yet.
But he's staying outside of that vision radius at the moment. Communicating well. It's like, hey, if there's a ward here in Paranoia, as Huhi flashes right on top of Yawn, but he flashes the Solar Flare critically, and nice headbutt from Core JJ! Outplaying River!
Team Liquid is just taking advantage of all of Golden Guardians' aggressive plays there. Yawn critically was able to flash out. There was no cleanse. They knew that they wanted to chain CC him with the Leon ultimate, but it was a little too slow by Huhi, and then River's a heat-seeking missile. So the fact that Ezreal gets to, or the Kai'Sa gets to flash out means I am so much further in than I thought I would be. That gives the angle for the headbutt out of Core JJ, and they punish that play from Golden Guardians.
And they know that from the previous engage on the top side of the map, River had no flash to be able to get out of that one, so guaranteed counterplay from the side of Team Liquid. And this is honestly a different look from Team Liquid. We know that Pioshik and the rest of these guys are very known for making things aggressive and going all out in the early stages of the game. Other than the bot side gank, they've been pretty calm and letting Golden Guardians do the work for them.
Yeah, I think it was Treat saying that, you know, Team Liquid is actually very good about being reactive as well and just kind of seeing where the plays are coming and outplaying them, and that's exactly what happened in both those lanes so far. And right now, I think what's also worth noting is we haven't talked about mid lane. We were talking about, oh, Gore River's APA, is he going to be able to handle it or not? Yeah, he's down CS, but the fact that nothing's gone wrong in mid lane is actually great for them, and the Ahri is going to be providing plenty of utility once she finishes the Everfrost and the Charm, and your job there is to kind of set people up for the rest of the team.
And they're sending the Rift Herald in the mid lane. I know you were talking about maybe they would do it for top lane so that someone could get as most plates as possible, but this gives some plates over to APA, allows him to catch back up since there is a slight CS lead for Bori.
Yeah, I don't hate it because against Nocturne, it's very valuable to break mid lane turret. Against any global, it's very valuable to be able to push further in from mid lane because that's where a lot of plays spill over from, and getting deeper wards becomes easier and all that stuff I was talking about. At the same time, you have a Fiora on the top side. I would really like to snowball her. Yeah. So I understand the decision. It also gave them prio to go grab that dragon right there, so they did combo it very well. Absolutely still a very good play out of Team Liquid.
2 dragons to their name, and it looks like we have... Which dragon is this? Oh, it's the stinky one.
Gas dragon.
Gas dragon.
Smog dragon.
Smog dragon. Ooh, the riposte. Licorice forced a flash, but now River comes in with the Paranoia, and Summit still has a flash he can work with, but with the fear and the flash from River as he follows Summit up on the play, he cannot escape this time, and River gets his mark.
Thankfully for Golden Guardians, they finally have a play going their way. River on the top side finds that, but it took a lot of work again. Multiple flashes being burned. Did get the flash out of Summit this time around. He was so close to getting out, but because River had tagged him with the Q. He had that bonus move speed the whole way to chase him down. You saw how dicey it was there. Had to flash from getting that Vital proc, because otherwise, you know, you probably see a turret dive there in a 1-for-1. So then Summit decides to try and run away from River, but you can see the move speed allowing him to catch up despite the fact that Vital was procced. River finds his first kill, and fortunately for him, the game kind of felt like it hinged on that play. If that was the second failed Nocturne ult and Team Liquid continue to snowball, that would be very, very scary. But now they've got that kill. A little bit of gold in the pockets of River, as he will be one of the critical figures for diving and getting DPS onto the backline of Team Liquid.
Nice surge of life here for the Golden Guardians, as you called it. If that was the second cast of the Paranoia and still nothing really gained from it, then it would have surely seemed like Team Liquid would have started running away with momentum in the first 15 minutes of this game. Seems like the bot lane of Team Liquid have shifted their attention from the bot lane into the mid lane now that the turret plates have fallen, so that they can have guaranteed mid prio as they start looking to push their advantage into the jungle.
Yeah, interesting lane setup here. Is nice dodge out there by ABA, but you can see how sticky Licorice is already with the mobility, the slows coming in from the Iceborne gauntlets. This is a setup now for the Rift Herald that's spawning very shortly. APA's teleport is on a lower cooldown, and so I think that they are happy to send him down to the bot side and just try and interrupt any Licorice TPs with a charm or something and try and keep it 4v4 while they go and force down this Rift Herald.
And while Team Liquid not necessarily all that thrilled about Summit going down, it does mean that Paranoia is not available for this Rift Herald take. So once again, no contest coming in from Golden Guardians. That means both objectives in Dragons and Rift Heralds have been secured by Team Liquid. They have been absolutely clinical with these objectives.
They've been super clean so far. 4 out of 4 early game neutral objectives going their way. But it doesn't feel like they've quite broken the back of Golden Guardians quite yet. It is getting very, very dicey. This mid lane turret's about to drop now, instantly using this one. And going to be trying to keep the pressure up. Team Liquid loves to snowball games as aggressively as possible, as we see number 3 from River, potentially.
Hovering, but looking for the recall and reset. Doesn't look like Summon is going to be biting as the Rift Herald mech gets its second charge. Nice damage on the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
And Summit playing with respect. Something you don't always see out of him. Notoriously high isolated deaths. One of the easiest top laners to pick on. When he starts feeling himself, he starts getting aggressive. But with that shove mid, I think you could see Golden Guardians anticipating, this is what Summit does. He pushes when he shouldn't. But actually, heads up play by Summit there, letting the wave crash into him and wasting a lot of River's time.
This is character development all the way back in spring as well. You know, Summit just kind of head empty, no thoughts, always pushing the lane. But this time around, Summit just being constantly aware. It's like, hey, River's already made 2 trips towards the top side. What's to say he's not going to go for me a third time, you know?
Yeah, he's learning. And I think that's the story of Team Liquid this year, was they were brought in with the 2 rookies, with a handful of veteran Korean pro players, and it was this, we're going to work harder than everyone else. That was kind of their messaging at the start of the year, and they've definitely kind of lived up to that. I think a lot of people identified them as a summer split team. A little bit more disappointing in spring than at least I was anticipating, with, I believe it was an 8th place finish at the time.
Yeah.
And that was just even more, I thought they would make playoffs. Maybe they're not going to go on a crazy run, but that was a surprise. And I think summer split started a little bit better. There was a struggle in the middle of the season. That's what brought APA in, which seems to have allowed this team to hit that next level, a little bit more stability in his playmaking. And now they are on pace to at least represent international competition and maybe make a finals weekend, which is what, you know, this team kind of wanted when they built this roster way back at the start of the year. They said, we're a summer split roster, and they're proving it.
And one of the things, too, as we're getting ready for Dragon in the next 30 seconds, Team Liquid, the narrative around them and they wanted to push in the spring split is we're going to outwork everyone. We're going to work harder, and we're going to put in more hours than anyone else. The fact that it resulted in 8th place finish, they kind of changed up, you know, okay, actually now we're the cool team, we're the fun team, but
we have intros now.
Yeah, but I still want it to be known that some of these guys, especially APA and Yawn, even though that they're rookies, they put in more hours than anyone else on the team, and it's clearly shown because they want to make sure that they are not being outmatched by the rest of the peers in the LCS.
We'll see if they are able to cleanly snowball this game out. It's one of the things that they have struggled with as a team, including some of their rookies, not always being super consistent with their gold leads. Here you can see Golden Guardians wanting to contest this Dragon, stop the Dragon stacking out of Team Liquid.
Licorice has TP as well. Paranoia is popped. It's all darkness for Team Liquid as the Pop Blossom follows as well onto 2. True Shot Barrage coming in, doing damage onto Pyosha because he's forced the flash. Huhi following up as well. Licorice leading the charge against Core JJ. APA is separated and Jan is still kiting as much as he can. He gets the flash out. Hui's the first one to fall, but Pyosha looks for a reset and now he's Cassante, but they're still running away. Summon has teleported looking for the flank as well, and Golden Guardians have pushed out 1, but it still doesn't feel like a 1 fight yet.
It's a 1-for-1. Golden Guardians being a little bit healthier though, and looks like they can fall back safely onto this dragon to snag this one. APA in trouble.
He has flash, but he doesn't have Spirit Rush, and he gets popped! A little too greedy and overeager on trying to check to see where the dragon was, and Golden Guardians will now secure the objective.
Golden Guardians finally find their fight there, and a little bit of greed out of APA, trying to poke his nose back in around the dragon. Huhi camping the brush, the wily veteran finds him, and I gotta say, this engage was not super clean, honestly. They do get this initial start to, which is quite nice with a 3-man knockup by Gory, the Ezreal ult over the top, but then they don't finish anyone down. The surprising thing to me is how little damage Team Liquid's doing in response. Like, everyone's still at 80% at this point after Golden Guardians has used most of their cooldowns. So it's a 4v5. Yes, Summit was a little late with the TP because the Nocturne ult allows you to block TPs from coming in, but it's a concern now that where's Team Liquid's damage going to come from until Kaisi gets 3 items. The Ahri only on Everfrost, not able to bring too much, and it looked pretty free for Golden Guardians to just kind of faceplant into Team Liquid, even if the engage isn't the best.
Yeah.
It didn't do anything.
I mean, the tricky thing is that whenever Paranoia is activated, you just don't know where everyone is coming from. And especially already on a team that, you know, comms-wise isn't always the cleanest, Team Liquid now have to even go above and beyond the barrier of like, hey, I don't see what's happening. Please tell me what's going on. Where do we back? Do we you know, kite this one out? Do we make the counter engage? What do we do, guys?
I mean, even in that example though, they were grouped up, all on top of each other. The Paranoia turns lights out, whatever. You see them all jumping in you. You just hit closest target at that point, and they didn't have any damage coming through. And this is even with the what I like, the Triforce build on the Viego these days after repeated Divine Sunderer nerfs. It's a much higher win rate. So, you know, he is somewhat high damage. He's not quite Kraken Slayer like full damage Viego, but the fact that they couldn't punch through the Leona, couldn't punch through River, Licorice went up next, that they didn't have the damage to actually kill anyone there until the very tail end of the fight. It's a little concerning later on.
Oh, but nice charm from APA. It stops the Pop Blossom. And I believe River saw that interaction, knowing that the Paranoia would have been for naught. Well done by APA, stopping what could have been an engage.
It's a little, seeing that run at you, you're like, this is not right. So very easy to land that charm there. Gets Gory to not land the ultimate, but not too high investment of a play there. Single ultimate on Nico has a pretty short cooldown, will be up shortly, and there's no neutral objectives up. I like Golden Guardians continuing to fish for plays. And the flip side is, Team Liquid doesn't have any plays that they're going for. It's kind of just like Summon in the side lane split push, but he hasn't been super accelerated ahead of the Cassante to the point where you can dominate him.
Yeah.
You know, he still actually did die in one of those ganks. He never got his own kills. They didn't drop the Rift Herald for him, which I think is starting to rear its head as why it's a potential problem that the Fiora has not been accelerated quite yet. She does continue to scale. She will get her second item. Once you have the Ravenous Hydra done, you get much more annoying. You continue to get more and more annoying as the game goes on, but you're 3,000 gold up, and they are in a fine position, but I am concerned as the 5v5s continue to break out.
It's definitely slowed down the game, or at least the pace of the game that Team Liquid were looking for through its side lanes, but they invested their gold into getting APA a little bit of ahead and giving Jan and Core JJ mid-prio, as they always can at least bleed into side lanes that are pushed off right here.
And this is exactly what the mid option of the Rift Herald gives you. It's an easier path through the enemy jungle, so when APA gets his shove and Gory doesn't have his ultimate, they're able to collapse up there, grab the third turret of the game for themselves. At some point, they actually grabbed that mid inner one, which the Rift Herald charge. I don't know if that came off the back of the replay during the Dragon situation, but either way, a nice little bit of gold chunk for Team Liquid. 4,000 gold up. We talked about Jan potentially being the main damage carry this game. He is fortunately online. He is coming up on 9,000 gold, 1,000 ahead of Stixxay basically, and also the richest member in the game. Despite not getting any kills, 3 assists, a lot of farm, and some turret plates funneled his way, means that he is well on his way to grabbing that third item, where a lot of people say that's when Kaisi becomes pretty obnoxious.
And the test here for Jan, I want to harken back to what we had from Stixxay and some of his words before this match. It's like, hey, I'm one of the guys that does the most with less resources, and sometimes I feel like Jan gets resources and doesn't make the most of it. So now, this is
the put up or shut up game.
That's right.
He's the most invested member on the side of Team Liquid. He is going the Rage Blade build, which I think is the right choice with how short range Golden Guardians are and how much hard engage they have. They're going to be jumping on your head. You need to survive that and then blow them up afterwards. You are not just poking with W here. So I do like the build that he's going for. We'll have to see if he's able to pull that one off.
River and Core JJ staring menacingly at each other, but not really pulling the trigger on either or, because neither team is really set up for a real engage there. Summit is getting a decent chunk onto Licorice, and Pyosik is starting to shadow him on the bottom side of the map, just in case River started to fade towards the bot side as Summit gets this push in. Baron is alive for the taking, but it doesn't seem like Golden Guardians are really ready to take it either.
No, I think Baron will be one of these objectives that maybe you bait, see if you have enough prio to force Team Liquid down there, but Pyosik's top side of the map, this brings a dive.
They go for the stun, and it looks like they just have the damage to easily take him down. He was already below half HP, and this turret will fall.
That was a really nice play out of Pyosik there. You saw Golden Guardians kind of messing around with the Baron vision. Being on the bot side of the map 23 minutes in as a jungler can be scary, but if you make the dive happen, well then Summit has TP and he can collapse, and it's actually still a 4v4 on the Baron side of the map. So finally they get a kill onto Licorice. Finally they accelerate this Fiora, grabbing that turret, grabbing a kill.
A nice chunk from APA. Gory is now below 50% HP. Huhi is lurking around here with River, and this turret is about to fall. True Shot Barrage is going to reveal that multiple members on Dragon, so they know that this dive is for River, but this teleport from Summit is going to protect APA. Now Core JJ is coming around the wings. It's going to bunt Huhi over the wall. Summit might have bought a little bit more than he could chew. Gory over the wall. Pop Blossom flash onto 3, and now Summit falls. Core JJ forced a flash, and that's the TP coming in from Licorice. And can Golden Guardians look for more momentum off of this play?
They're pretty low. They're backing with Gory. He has TP to rejoin the fight. They might force onto this Baron now that they have Summit down.
Another TP from Gory, and it looks like Golden Guardians going to pull the trigger. Baron has begun. Team Liquid, can they get into the pit? Flash is available for Pyosik. They have vision on the pit. They stun up Huhi. He flashes right on top of Yawn. He still has Flash and Cleanse. Using the Cleanse for the Killer Instinct and distance himself away. River doesn't have Paranoia, but he looks in for the Fear. Force the flash over the wall. 6-8 trying to fire off the True Shot Barrage. Yawn is able to dodge it. Pyosik looking for the reset, and now he is the Nocturne. Can he kite over to APA to save him out of this one? All out from Licorice. Takes out APA. Meanwhile, Yawn, can he contribute to the fight? But he has no Flash and he has no subs. And the rest of Team Liquid, it's all on Pyosik to look for these resets, but he's not going to have enough damage to turn it around. 6-8 flashing forward, guarantees the kill! Triple for him! And Golden Guardians clean up the fight.
It's a delayed ace for Golden Guardians, but they find all 5 members. Summit is alive. River is dead, so there's no smite. I don't think Golden Guardians are going Baron.
Summit riposte. Can he look for Sticks and Licorice? But it's a 1-on-3. I don't know what you're thinking about that one. That's an easy ace for Golden Guardians again.
What was Summit doing? They had a ward in the brush. They knew that he was standing in the bush right there. Just ends up dropping as Golden Guardians were baiting him into thinking, okay, they're on Baron, I have to go contest this 1v3, this is a hero moment, but they are able to pick him off there in the river. And here's his play. I gotta say, Yawn did play this one very well, kiting out, like you said, the Cleanse ultimate to get away from the Leona, trying to buy enough space, waiting till the last possible second to flash the wall, get the extra distance so the Fear doesn't go off. But again, he's the only damage. There's not enough threat from APA, and so even though Pyosik gets a kill on Nocturne, nice cleanup there, they're not able to find anyone else for Pyosik to keep resetting through the fight, because he is kind of the other guy who might be able to do that. He tries after killing Leona. I really like the idea here. If you can get the Leona soul, maybe you can start comboing, get onto, you know, Licorice next, and Yawn's able to join up, but they did a really good job camping that soul. Pyosik couldn't get it. Then it's an easy chase down afterwards, and you can see the stunned look of Reignover as that fight went Golden Guardians' way.
Such a tough line to follow. When you're in that Viego mindset, all you're thinking is, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm surrounded by multiple guys, I can continue getting resets and I can just pretty much clean this up 1v9. But the fact that Yawn was forced out of the fight and had to take the long way around, it was literally just Pyosik in all of Golden Guardian spaces.
And I think the timing of that was really good for Golden Guardians. The fact that you did not have Yawn on his 3rd item yet, still working towards that Rage Blade. That fight can look really different if he has his Mythic completed there, but they were able to force that one before then. Gold lead still in Team Liquid's favor, but with this Baron buff, will probably swing Golden Guardians' way if they can get some of these turrets. They have no turrets on the map yet, despite the 4 that Team Liquid have. So a lot of standing gold able to go their way. They're going to try and go ahead and grab that, as well as the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They want to make sure they don't give up Soul, but it is Chemtech Soul, so not the end of the world if they do lose that one.
The gold lead that had plateaued for Team Liquid now, as they try to fight their way back, knowing that River is on the bottom side of the map. It's a 4v4. Someone is trying to look for the collapse with the Paranoia. Takes out all of Team Liquid's vision, and then now makes it so that Core JJ is completely isolated. They can't step up and they can't follow. Core JJ goes down for free as Golden Guardians continue to withstand the pressure.
Really nice play there by Golden Guardians. Team Liquid were trying to defend that turret, but it was still a 3v4 that they went into there. They finish off the turret, then they grab Core JJ. River just been split pushing bot side this entire time. His only contribution to that fight was turning the lights off with the ultimate and threading a potential dive, which allowed them to find that kill. Now they're going for the base.
Pioshek steps up, zones them off. The inhibitor tower still at threat by this empowered cannon minion, but finally falls. As Summit is now looking for the split push, but Licorice is here to answer.
Yeah, Licorice strong enough now to defend the turret quite easily. Did use his ultimate there to force Summit back, but a huge influx of gold. Like we said, now even in turrets for now a 2,000 gold lead Golden Guardians way there. Feeling very, very good now.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, it seemed like Team Liquid were slowly accumulating that lead. And then in just one fight, Golden Guards completely able to reverse that momentum. We have Dragon spawning in the next 30 seconds. It is soul point for Team Liquid, but with the current state that they are in, it seems extremely difficult for them to contest.
Yeah, we're talking about potential 5v5 issues the entire game. Now that they've fallen behind, that feels even harder to find an avenue in, especially with Golden Guardians getting there early right now, dropping vision down, setting up, making sure there's no easy path for Team Liquid in. Viego is a fairly slippery champion, and they do have decent pick with the Ahri potentially. Jan critically has completed his Rage Blade.
Huge power spike coming in for the young rookie. Team Liquid trying to play through mid. Gory off to the side. Nice flash from Core JJ looking for River. Paranoia turns out all the lights, and who he is sacrificing himself so the rest of Golden Guardians can look for the re-engage. 4-man Pop Blossom from Gory finds a re-engage. The knock-up here, but Pioshek, can he look for the resets now? He's looking for another kill, and they find the backline. 6-8's gone. Yon finds his moment with the killer instinct, and Team Liquid can finally find the reset that they're looking for. Soul point is theirs. River's forced to run.
They're pinging the base. They might want to end the game. Yes, they can go soul point, but they have a minion wave. Only River up in 15 seconds before who he spawns. This is at least an inhibitor mid lane, and we'll have to see how aggressive they want to get here.
10 seconds on Huhi, 30 seconds on the rest of the members of Golden Guardians. If they wanted to end this game, there is a window surely. We'll see how far Team Liquid wants to take it. They're pushing for it. Nexus turrets in their sight. Nexus in their minds. Game 1 victory in their brains as they look for one more. Nexus turret 1 already fell. They're ignoring River and Huhi. They're barreling and brute forcing their way. They find the kills. Oh my God! Team Liquid find one fight and they don't miss. Game 1 is theirs.
Right when it looked like Golden Guardians had grabbed game 1 back, you see Team Liquid with a monstrous fight in the mid lane, able to find that opportunity. Core JJ goes in first, combos with Summit to force 6A back, and then the peel onto Huhi to find that first kill, start giving Viegos those resets, and critically Jan with the Rage Blade completed could pump out the DPS to shred through the members of Golden Guardians.
You can see that the work is still not done. It is only game 1 of the best of 5. A long road ahead for Team Liquid, but looks of both relief and somewhat frustration, as there is definitely moments where they're like, guys, what happened in the mid game here?
I mean, this is Team Liquid in a nutshell, though. Why they're so fun to watch. Every game is a banger. You don't know what's going to happen. I think their comp was pretty hard to execute, honestly. And so Golden Guardians clawed back in the mid game. I thought that was going to happen. I was not expecting that fight to go their way. And then to be able to end off it so aggressive.
That's right. Well, before we head on over to the lounge, we've got something to let you all know. As Summer Split approaches its peak, so too does our LCS cosplay contest. Our winning finalists will be crowned during the LCS Championship next weekend. But one of our creators is going to take home another $500 prize by winning the fan vote. So make sure you submit your picks by scanning the QR code on your screen. With that, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge.
What a banger for our first game. It's that was something. We're gonna have to start with the final fight, obviously, because at this point, we were kind of saying, we think GG are in control of this game. Victory is within their grasp, and it was not.
Yeah, I think in general, GG kind of just got more and more gold, and the team fights were scaling really well. In this fight, especially after this Pop Blossom, I thought it was over. But Pioshek, after getting the Nico clone and then rooting Stixay, kind of just clutched this fight out.
Yeah, at first I liked the fight from Golden Guardians because Licorice did a good job peeling for Stixay, allowing him to hit the moment he was pushing Summit off. So I was like, okay, that's a positive. The Nico ultimate comes through. You're like, winnable. Then what you've just said happens, and then boom, look at that. That's hilarious.
I really wanted to see this gold graph. I was actually super curious about it because I figured it would look kind of funky.
This is it.
Yeah, I know you were joking, Treats, where you're like, Pioshek thinks he's cuz. We've seen kind of some LCK picks sneaking in. The Viego, one of them for for Cuz on KT, the Nico, another one that ended up making a massive difference. So looking at both of these teams going into next game, what do we think they should adapt and change in draft?
I think in general, if I'm Golden Guardians, I'm happy with most in draft. I think that it's a bit too one-tricky in terms of Nocturne Nico as a combo. I think they're not very flexible champs, and they can kind of only do one thing, which is like engage and fight into the enemy. So I think a slightly more flexible mid-jungle duo for GG would be the way that I would do it, at least. He did win lane against APA, but I think getting a 20 CS lead in this meta doesn't really translate into a win most of the time.
And it felt really difficult for Nocturne to impact it. He got the full clear that he wanted, matching Viego, but then we went top lane, didn't work, got out, went bot lane, actually died. So the execution of the Nocturne side lane plays just literally didn't work, and it made it harder for them. So just might be easier to go back to something that was more comfortable that you played throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, and by contrast, we did see Pioshek, right? That bot lane setup. Like, yeah, it's kind of rudimentary, but obviously you know that Nocturne's probably going to be going for the full clear. I guess you never quite know with River, but you're going to make that assumption, and it was a good setup. It was another good example of something we talked about at top of day with Pioshek looking like he has a much stronger communication with his lanes, and he knows a lot more, is a lot more confident about where he wants to go in the early game, and we'll see if they make any adaptations. I feel like TL come out ahead in this first game, but GG had some shining moments in there, so we will see what's up next after the break.
Ref, do you play League?
I do.
What do you play?
I'm a support. Or a Heimerdinger main.
Oh god.
Pick your poison.
Oh god. That's enough out of you, ref.
We got Leona. 야, 천천히 봐봐. 니코 플래시. 니코. 아, 해. 니코. 이자대 갈게. 이자대 오케이. 쏘리. 이제. 나이스. 컴버 2 seconds. 니코. 안 죽여. 얘도 죽여.
They're pushing for it. Nexus turrets in their sight. Nexus in their minds. Game 1 victory in their brains as they look for one more. Nexus turret 1 already fell. They're ignoring River and Huhi. They're barreling and brute forcing their way. They find the kills. Oh my god! Table Liquid find one fight and they don't.
I'm on a mission and I won't stop. No destination, but it's worth a shot. Let me go. You gotta let me go. You gotta let me go. I'm the main event. Ain't no back before. Let's get it. Heartless energy. Yeah, better get lost. Won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me. 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 I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat. That's bad business. All the yellow jokes so sad with it. To me, just a ghost, don't get mad. Whoa. I'm the main event. Ain't no back before. Let's get it. Heartless energy. Yeah, better get lost. Won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me. 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 You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect. But who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Dude, I know these noodles are your specialty, but they are just not hitting tonight.
I know. I want that.
Me too.
It's beautiful.
Breathtaking. Tiramisu.
Is there anything she can't do?
I wish I could reach into the TV and grab that fancy cake for you, but I've recently learned that's not how TVs work. Go for what you really want. Go for Grubhub.
We live with a genius.
Go for cravings. Go for Grubhub.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am. Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were gonna be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security is going to be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Busio has been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake. New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards.
I can feel you!
Kobe, you need us to send in fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Don't worry, guys, the trophy is still intact. As finals tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. So make sure you head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. And as we get ready for Game 2, Champ Select, we brought on treats here for the casting desk. Welcome back, as I know this is your second foray. What are you looking for between these two teams as we head into draft?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for mid-jungle from Golden Guardians to have some more early presence. I think it didn't really work out for the Nocturne and the Nico last game. They kind of came close to coming back, but it didn't really work out in the end. So a bit more pressure from the mid-jungle if I'm Golden Guardians. A bit more clarity, I guess, in the comp. I think they were a bit too tunnel on the Nico Nocturne, kind of diving in. I think a bit more flexibility would do them good.
Golden Guardians not looking too phased, though, based off the pre-chat lobby or pre-lobby chat. They were joking about who would be better versus Europe. They were actually debating it, and they were like, you know, Summit versus a random EU top. Of course, Summit's going to win. And then APA was like, but what about the pride of NA, Licorice? You have to put him up against a random EU top. And so both teams suggesting that the other one should go into the 4th place match.
Nice little bit of a bartering between the two teams. Like, hey, you know, we should send you guys to take on EU as we are into draft select for Golden Guardians as they already looked for their second ban, the Poppy being taken off the table. So far, Team Liquid not changing up any of their strategy, continuing with the Jace and the LeBlanc bans.
Interesting to see. Small adaptation. I wonder if they're going to keep with the heavy APA ban focus, if this is Triss coming in to Cassio this time instead. So wonder what they are particularly wanting to play against Cassio that they didn't want to in game 1.
Yeah, I think in general,
they're just gonna abandon the Nico. I think they're
Yeah.
just like, it was not worth it. We tried one game, not gonna work out again most likely. So I just expect GG to do a completely different draft now that Tristana is open. Something that they're looking at for sure. Maybe they're just gonna 1P it themselves. They know the AP likes to play it. So if I'm GG and I leave open Tristana, I'm probably just gonna first pick it.
Yeah, and they had dropped the Xayah ban as well for that Poppy as well. Team Liquid taking note of that, and I think that was the biggest debate. It's like, do we want to give up Xayah? Do we want to give up Tristana? Looks like Golden Guardians will be able to get their hands on this one. It can still be flexed between Gory and Stixxay. Team Liquid probably the only other team that has consistently flexed that pick, but they can always go for Kai'Sa once again and run it back.
I appreciate the fan sign meta. It's evolved quite a bit in the playoffs. Everyone has very, very funny signs.
I'm looking for maybe a Sejuani for TL here. I think Sejuani plus a counter pick. They go for the Rel instead, which is also a flex, so they could go for Sejuani later. I'm curious to see what APA will play into Tristana if it's in the mid lane. I think his champion pool is not that good into Tristana. It plays a lot of squishy champs, so if I'm GG now, I just look for something like the Maokai or the Ivern or Sejuani even, and kind of just make it a very easy front-to-back draft with AD pressure from Tristana in mid lane.
Yeah, and as you already called out here, Treats, you know, Golden Guardians seemingly changing up what their mid-jungle duo picks that they wanted to look for. Nocturne Nico, more of a level 6, hey, we're going to turn off the lights and try to flank you from multiple angles side, but now with Tristana, you have a lot more early pressure. Maokai, you can always just stop your full farming clear and then look for an early gank, try to burn flash for flash on Maokai, and try to put APA in the dirt.
So this is actually Gory's first Tristana game of this split, but he played it quite a bit in Summer Split, and he is someone who's very proficient on the champion, just lean towards counterpicking the Tristana more often than not. But through all of this, somehow Licorice's Rumble has gotten through.
I mean, it's a really good pairing with the Maokai and the Tristana. Obviously, with Tristana mid, you're kind of lacking the damage, and I mean, APA is just gonna take Nico instead. I think TL's draft is very aggressive and GG is kind of soaking a lot, so it's going to be a very different game from last game. I think this time around GG has a bit more flexibility and TL is on the kind of early game comp here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the adaptations. The Rumble, of course, was open last game, but it was the first pick Nico that you don't want double AP solo lanes here. Yeah. Does enable that, but I am very happy to see Jan back on the Kai'Sa. I thought he had a great game, able to slowly funnel gold his way and end up kind of carrying those late game fights in damage. The Pioshik was very good as well. We'll have to see what he ends up on. Could be on the Rel, could flex it around. Seeing the Nocturne ban themselves out of Golden Guardians.
There's a lot of flexibility still in TL's draft with the Rel. It's kind of like, you know it wants to go jungle, but you still have to ban stuff like the Nocturne just because the combo with Nico is that strong. It will be interesting to see if Core will just take the Rel or if Pioshik will take it. I kind of expect TL to pick top on 4. Obviously with the Rumble shown already, that makes the most sense. Not sure what Summit's best choice is into it. I would expect it to be an AD champ, maybe something like the Gnar. I think it's something that he prefers in this type of matchup.
Team Liquid starting to hover over what other options that Stixxay would go for. Last time they banned the Zeri and the Aphelios out, but then it was the Ezreal that slipped away to Stixxay's hands. And Team Liquid, there should be no way that they lock this in since they already have their marksman in Kai'Sa. I mean, that would be a crazy flex. I mean, where are you sending everything else then?
You send the Nico top, easy. Not gonna happen though.
You're right.
Oh, Aatrox as well. Okay, that's really interesting. I think that kind of tells me that the Rel wants to go jungle. I was thinking if they would go for something like the Sejuani Jax or Sejuani Renekton into Rumble. That's a very lethal combo. I think now if I'm GG and I'm picking bot lane, I'm just looking for something safe. There's a lot of dive on TL and a lot of pressure, so Zeri Rakan very good at absorbing pressure.
And I love this combo. Rakan can set up for that equalizer to guarantee true once you have multiple people charmed up and knocked up on that engage. Multiple ways to disengage fights as well with Golden Guardians. Whether you want to pick the fight on your own or if you want to force them on your own terms, Team Liquid now have to round off this composition. Do they want to lock in a support counter for Core or look for something for Pioshik and give him the Rel instead? And it looks like we are back to the Viego reset hype train.
I'm surprised to see him go back to it. He has had 2 great Viego games so far, so clearly he's very confident on the champion. Pioshik starting up another loser's bracket run like he had last year on DRX, but this time I feel like there's a lot better kind of like peel with the Maokai and the Rakan, all these things to make it more annoying for Viego to actually go in.
Yeah, there's a lot of early pressure on TL. I'm kind of scared for GG's bot lane in this draft. They don't really have a lot of wave control. They get pushed in early, and then mid jungle is also losing from the side of GG. So TL is looking for a really aggressive mid jungle into bot type of game, whereas GG I think wants to use the Rumble and kind of Tristana to balance out the early game and just kind of scale up.
Yeah, and if you're accelerated with this Team Liquid composition, you have a lot more burst damage coming in from both of your solo lanes. This is now a champion that Summit can actually group up with the rest of Team Liquid versus something like the Fiora you want to just stay split pushing. So Team Liquid have a more formidable team fighting comp.
But I also wonder if Golden Guardian's going to adapt to how they sent their resources early, because it was multiple ganks onto Summit that took a lot of resources out of the jungle. You know, River spent his flash, he sent his ultimates up there. They got like 1 kill through the first 15 minutes, and Summit mostly did a very good job of staying even in lane while able to absorb all that pressure. And so, you know, I think if you're Team Liquid, you're like, yeah, do that again. Summit's on weak side, he's on Aatrox. We'll hopefully just leave him to be self-sufficient while we go and make these plays around mid-bot.
Yeah, TL's comp is very early game focused. If they can't really get ahead early game, I definitely see GG taking this one. I think they have a lot of options, so GG really has to play smart with their early resources and make sure that Maokai just doesn't fall behind just covering lanes the entire early game.
Yeah, it would be quite the flip from game one, where Golden Guardians, it seemed that they were the ones forcing more plays and Team Liquid were reacting it. And now the contrast is going to go their way as Team Liquid sending multiple members, all 5 towards the top side of the map.
Core JJ with the wall hop on the Rel, going to try and find Licorice here.
And this could be dicey, but we do have a sideline interview with Gabby and Golden Guardians coach Spooks.
All right, as we potentially get into some action, Spooks, give me the lowdown on the team room after that first game.
Yeah, spirits are still high. I think everyone realized we should have closed the last game out. Early game was rough. We definitely could have done more early game, like particularly with our level 1. So I think spirits are still high. We know if we get to the mid game even against TL, we're at an advantage. So yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah, and lots of tools this time around. You know, they're going for the Viego pop-off again, but tell me how everyone's feeling, getting some comfort, the Rumble coming through for Licorice.
Yeah, I mean, this draft, in the scheme of this meta, this draft is really strong. So, you know, I think we just need to do the fundamentals well. I think we have an advantage in draft this game, so yeah.
Have faith in the bounce back. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Back to game 2.
Thanks, Gabby and Spooks, as we now resume game 2. Looks like a little bit of a leash for the bottom side of the map for both teams, as this will allow Pioshik and River to have the option to either full clear towards the top side of the map, where it seems it will be a little bit more volatile between the Rumble and the Aatrox.
Yeah, both junglers are gonna look towards top in the early game. I think mostly for defending on the side of GG. I think they can win the 2v2 if Licorice has a good trade because of the Ignite, but as Spooks kind of said, if everything goes according to plan and they get into mid-game even, they're really confident in this draft. And I would also agree with him that GG is very favored in this draft.
I think Team Liquid's such an interesting team because they have a lot of unique pocket picks in the meta. You know, like APA has his unique champion pool, we talked about that, but even Core has like the Taric you can bust out. Summit obviously has a lot of his carry champions. Pioshik is now on the Viego, so they're a hard team to kind of evaluate because they do have some champions that you're just not seeing that much in other places.
So far, Pioshik is a little bit ahead of the curve here, already finishing his Raptors before River is getting a chance to cross over into the top side of the map. And Pioshik actually going for a defensive ward. Some early trading on the bot side of the map, Huhi taking a large chunk, whereas Core JJ and Yon still maintaining HP.
Yeah, both junglers' path got confirmed right now, so everyone has full information. Gory is going to get a pretty good trade here on APA.
Exhaust coming out early from Huhi, as Stixxay and Huhi are actually finding a way to really brute force their way into maintaining lane advantage.
Well, as you heard Treat say, once you know where the jungler is, the lanes of Golden Guardians go, great, let's jump on them. And both bot and mid take very aggressive trades.
Cleanse from Stixxay still has flash. Huhi has his flash as well, while Yon and Core JJ down in HP, but still have their summoners to play with.
I'm surprised that GG has bot push in this matchup. With the cleanse and the exhaust from the side of GG versus heal Ignite, there's so much more power on the side of TL. Maybe it's a strat for them to give push in early game and kind of look for a counter with Pioshik as he's coming into bot side here.
Yeah, it feels like Golden Guardians were the more aggressive ones, spending both their summoners to win out on kind of the health trade and getting prio for that reason, but like you said, Team Liquid have the better combat summoners if an all-in comes in with Pioshik or something like that.
And so far, as you called it out, Treats, that Pioshik looming right back around, but knowing that there might not be a chance for him to really find anything on the Stixxay and Huhi, he's going to look for the reset instead.
Yeah, TL needs to get this wave in though, and Pioshik just backed, so they're kind of in a predicament right now. GG has full wave control. They don't have sums, as you said, but they still have pretty good health advantage and mana advantage, so maybe Young will just take this base. It looks like Pioshik's actually just going to run straight down. He will probably skip his Gromp and just help them unfreeze this, so this creates a lot of pressure on bot side, and meanwhile in top lane, there's a free window here for River.
Yeah, it's both lanes are kind of in an awkward spot here for Pioshik. Had to decide if he wants to try and bail out bot lane or protect top side, and ends up going bot, so Licorice now is in a great spot to kind of freeze this wave. You can see Summit forced to TP back in here. An awkward buy, having to grab Null Magic and Boots.
Wait, he's not spotted by the ward? That's crazy. Oh, well, now he's spotted, and they're going to be able to ping him out. And as long as Golden Guardian's bot lane can waste as much time as possible, River can get a huge advantage in deciding whether he wants to be here for the counter.
Yeah, but like we said as well, TL wants to play really aggressive in the early game, and it's just kind of become this defensive game. Licorice is overheated, so I think he's fine in this trade. Looks like Summit has no cooldowns. But yeah, like I said, the early game for TL, they want to be aggressive, but now Pyosik is just kind of trying to unfreeze every lane and help every lane, so it's turning into a game of like, GG is just freezing every lane. Where do we go? What can we do? And if this is the case and GG is just farming, they're winning.
Yeah, Pyosik feels like a bit of a firefighter running around the map, trying to fix all the lane states.
River, does he want to burn Flash onto Flash? But Yon and CoreJJ get enough distance so that River's not able to chase them down. But as you mentioned here, Treats, like, this wave is so bad for the side of Team Liquid's bot lane that Golden Guardians get to maintain it here in front of the tower.
Yeah, now Pyosik has respawning camps on top side, so he has to path bot to top, and then there's no dragon opportunity either for TL, so it's kind of a disaster early game here, even though the gold is not really saying it. It's only a 700 gold lead so far. It's kind of the pressure and the way that TL is forced to respond.
I mean, you have to remember, though, it's only 5 minutes in, almost 6, and just a 700 gold advantage off CSing and wave states is a pretty big lead for Golden Guardians, given that we also expect them to have pretty strong mid to late game team fighting.
Oh, APA, Flash Pop Blossom, they turn their tails right onto Gory, but not enough damage. Just one more on attack. It's the Flash Q from Pyosik as the Blade of the Ruin King finds its mark. River flashing around top of Pyosik, knowing that he's got nowhere to go. But the stun, the miss, River has the twisted advance, but Summit is here for the counter re-engage, and they find 2 kills in the end.
Team Liquid instantly delete that gold lead that we were just hyping up with a nice skirmish around the mid lane. APA so good on playmaking with this Nico pick. Gory chunk low from some of the trades, and they just hop right on top of him here. They think they can turn around because they get the root onto Pyosik, but that just baits Gory forward for the flash ult from APA and get that first kill.
Yeah, that was perfect as well. Pyosik landed his W there on Gory, so he couldn't really flash away instantly, and when he could flash, he was 1 health, and River knows that he'll probably die if he goes for his kill, but it's one of those where you're just like, might as well try and see what happens. Summit comes in for the kill there, but the game is kind of evened out now. I think TL needs a few more of those to kind of get the game snowballing. Getting a dragon would be really good as well, and it looks like with the position of River that they will secure this one.
And 4 members stacked on top. APA also making sure to stop by the dragon first before checking out the mid wave. First dragon goes over to Team Liquid.
No flash now though on APA and Pyosik for this Herald. Licorice has obviously ult, ignite, and flash, so I think it's a kind of tricky Herald to get for TL now. I think they'll need to use their bot lane if they want to secure this one, and it's a really important objective for TL this game, so they can keep up the snowball.
It's a lot easier for Golden Guardians to secure it as well. Nature's Grasp is just such a huge area of effect spell to control the field. Even if you're not using it to engage, you can just use it to force Team Liquid off. So I imagine I'm in the same boat with you as well. Golden Guardians seem favored for the Rift Herald taking.
Definitely feels like if both teams are just kind of staring at each other in River, it's very hard for Team Liquid to find an angle. It's going to be a lot about can APA and Pyosik get onto a backline, start resetting through the fight, because if you're just sitting there with a Maokai Rumble ult dropped on your head, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. The nice thing is that assist did help Summit actually grab his Merc Treads pretty quickly here, so it does make it a fair amount easier. Already 20 CS down though.
Yeah, I think this also just says a lot about the drafts, because if TL doesn't really get an advantage on the mid jungle in the early game, they made the play just before Herald, so it means that they don't have any pressure up for the Herald itself. So even though they get some kills, the objective should still, in my opinion, go to Golden Guardians here. And if TL forces a fight, I think GG should be favored.
Equalizer, Nature's Grasp available. Gory doesn't have sums, but he can still Buster Shot someone away as he's going to look for an aggressive trade, but APA is able to psych him out with the clone. So it doesn't take as much damage, but Gory making sure that he can force that mid-wave prio and guaranteed Rift Herald as no one contests River, and he secures it.
Yeah, I mean, APA just spam pretending to be Kaisa, sending his clones out as an all-in here on Yon.
Oh, and nice engage from Huhi, knocking up Yon, so he's not able to get any damage out. CoreJJ forced to run away with the crash down. Exhaust on the Yon. Still has a flash, but 6days looking for the bullets on the CoreJJ. Neither of them go down, but a lot of pressure in Golden Guardians' favor.
I like the attempt there. They had the early 6, but they couldn't actually convert it into a kill. Now it's Team Liquid's turn on the other side of the map.
Nice flash from Licorice, dodging the stun from Pyosik, and he doesn't have a flash to follow up with, so Licorice able to dodge out on that one.
Good attempt. Tried there with the flash predict, didn't land with the Nimbus Cloak from Licorice. He's pretty fast.
The Nimbus Cloak tech to make sure you have the move speed after. This does open up a potential counterplay. Now that they have the Herald completed for River, they can go get that shove and drop that to continue funneling gold into Licorice.
Does someone want to stay here? He has Pioshik here to defend him so that River cannot threaten with a dive. Equalizer and Nature's Grasp still available from both the top laner and a jungle of Golden Guardians.
Oof.
And Pioshik is now dipping him, and this could be dicey for Summit here.
And we can see Rakan and Zeri coming up here as well. They're just completely leaving bot lane. They have the Herald and they want to make a top play right away.
It's going to be difficult here. It's all darkness for Summit. He has no idea where the rest of the members are. Only vision on Gory in the mid lane, who he has slunk around to the right side.
An experience.
No quickness available, but the Nature's Grasp into the knockup, into the burning carpet. Golden Guardians make that look easy. And the Rift Herald can be dropped here, and all those plays going into Stixxay's pockets.
Such a nice setup out of Golden Guardians there. River wrapping around to the backside of the turret to drop the ult forward, basically giving nowhere for Summit to go. He just accepts his fate, doesn't burn his flash, doesn't pop. It popped his ult, but you know, it's going to be back up. So just ends up dropping there, and a nice bit of gold funneled into Stixxay.
Yeah, Jon might get 2 plates back, but it's a really, really big play here by GG. And this comes back to the point where they did with the ults, when they flashed in on the bot lane and kind of traded a lot of health, because this let them get the push, which then let them have the first reset and run to top lane. So it was a really smart use of tempo on the side of GG to kind of make this overload. Pioshik's looking for Stixxay, but it looks fine. But really, really smart adaptation there by Golden Guardians, just kind of giving up bot lane and giving all the gold to Stixxay with those plates.
And it goes back to what you were talking about with the drafts at the beginning of the game. If Golden Guardian is able to go even, let alone start winning ahead in gold, then that's bad news for Team Liquid, because you want to start making things happen. You want to get the snowball on your side. Otherwise, it is so difficult to play into Golden Guardians' composition.
I mean, this is, I feel like, similar conversation to the last game as well, though, where like Team Liquid don't have a ton of front line. It's like just Core JJ again. He's going to have a lot of responsibility on finding engages, and they still somehow managed to, after losing a Baron, win those games. So it is a big concerning, but I think last game should give a little bit of confidence. The difference was last game they had a gold lead for the entire early game, which then got away from them, and then they won. Here it is Gold Guardians with the tempo.
Yeah, I think Golden Guardians as well just has a kind of easier scaling draft, a way easier front to back. They don't really have as weak side lanes as they did last time either. So they're kind of winning the front to back 5v5 and also winning the side lane. So from the side of Golden Guardians, if they can deny a dragon, they don't even need to fight the next one necessarily. They can kind of just keep the game going as it is and just be happy with it.
Yeah, even these lane assignments are pretty annoying for the side of Team Liquid. Summit can do so much less under turret.
And it's a repeat visit. River, it almost looked like he wasn't even needed on that top play. They had so much damage from Stixxay and Huhi alone, but the Nature's Grasp locks him down for the guaranteed kill. And this should be the first brick going the way of Stixxay and the rest of Golden Guardians. As the rest of Team Liquid, we're looking for a play seemingly on the mid and the bottom side of the map, but with first brick going Golden Guardians' way, they are way ahead in gold.
For something very nice out of Team Liquid here, despite the fact that the play went massively for Golden Guardians, is Core JJ's positioning is keeping Licorice too far away to easily ult the wave. He did just get it off there, but that was after Jan took 2 more turret plays because of that zoning potential. So that was decently played out of Team Liquid, but yet again, Golden Guardians getting the better of the trade.
Yeah, TL with 2 dragons, Golden Guardians with a 2k gold lead. I think everyone's kind of happy on the side of Golden Guardians right now. The gold is very evenly distributed. I think only jungle is kind of behind there for TL. I think the next dragon is going to be the big contest point, because then we're also going to see some items on the side of Gory and Stixxay. Stixxay just finished his static shiv as well, so it just feels like this early game TL was always on the back foot. They were kind of responding to GG while it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
But GG wasn't even fighting them. They were just using the pressure they had from the lanes and kind of using that against TL. So it was a really, really clean early game from Golden Guardians so far, and also very smart.
Yeah, big difference too is the plays that they sent at Summit early have worked out this time around. It was a kind of similar-ish game plan in game 1. It was just that Summit didn't die, really, and he was able to absorb all that pressure. This time, the plays have been converted pretty effectively, and that is one of the problems, is he is not really online. He is tied with Licorice, both of them playing on the weak side, but the rest of the map has been pretty heavily accelerated for Golden Guardians.
And I imagine Golden Guardians is going to be setting their sights onto Rift Herald as it spawns in the next minute. Pioshik is already here on the top side of the map to make sure that he can hover for Summon and get this pressure in. But they need to start setting up vision control, because as you said before, Treats, even though the next objective fight might not be this 3rd dragon, there's still moments where Golden Guardians are starting to get those first items online across the board.
Yeah, and even if GG loses the objective, as long as they don't lose a lot of kills or towers in the process, I think they're fine with it. In this comp, I think at 15 minutes, if they're down 1-2k, they're fine with it. They have a double AD carry with Rumble Maokai late game, so it's kind of up to TL to keep forcing plays and kind of playing aggressive. They haven't found a lot of windows yet, but with APA having flash, I think the next fight can be a big one.
Yeah, speaking of the first items coming through, the Rocket Belt as well really helps APA and Nico make a lot of plays. We've seen him in late game situations before, win team fights, finding key members of backline in the regular season, had a monstrous one versus TSM. So it is still possible for them to blow up one of those carries of Golden Guardians, those 80 carries, if you get on top of them, pretend you're a minion hiding in a brush, some of those tricky plays.
First one to seize them on the Herald here, but it looks like they're still just... Well, now they're walking into contest. I really think they have to contest this one.
Oh, if Gory can interrupt him with the Buster Shot, he rocket jumps. Can he get the ulti? Oh, but he's in vision, so Gory not able to stop him. Now it's a 5-on-4 against Golden Guardians in this Rift Herald pit. They bully them off, and they're able to win the objective.
Nice little play out of Team Liquid there to bully them off, but it did cost them their teleport down into the mid lane there, and Gory is on the bot side, so he's instantly shoving this one, trying to answer back, getting a turret as quickly as he can.
I mean, if Gory can respond with some tower damage back here, it's not the end of the world for GG. It was a smart use of the TP advantage there for APA. He knew that Gory didn't have TP and he had to run down to catch the wave, and with that he just kind of TPs up to the Herald and secures it. But with that, Gory can push down the spot tower, and the Herald is basically negated already.
Yeah, see, the annoying thing about Tristan is you're like, great, we used our TP advantage and we left Tristan on the bot side of the map. Damn it.
Still a gold advantage for Golden Guardians, and it's still looming over of what we have set in the draft phase of the beginning of this game. Golden Guardians playing even or ahead, this composition is going to just have far more control and more opportunities to wade force fights on their own terms.
A pretty interesting choice here for Summit's Mythic going the Duskblade. We kind of talk about how a lot of their team fighting is probably burst oriented, and he's like, yep, it is. I am not going Gore Drinker. I'm trying to assassinate one of these backline carries right out the gate with the rest of the Team Liquid engaged. So this is basically a 5-man dive comp, because even Jan will be kind of functioning. He does probably going to go the poke build, given that he has Hail of Blades, but you can still chip someone low and then try and insta-give someone, and even then AP Kai's burst still is pretty insane-o.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer that from the side of TL, because they know that they won't win a slow front-to-back fight in this game. They understand the comps, and they understand that they have to kind of go in, one-shot someone, wombo combo a few people, and kind of blow them up to win the fight.
It goes back to what you were saying. You need some of that explosiveness, and you need to get the burst, especially when you are running a Viego, because you need that burst to get the resets rolling, and that is how you can start swinging things in your favor. Dragon coming up in just under a minute. He's scouting out vision, finding Pioshik and both Jan, and they force him out of the jungle.
I like this kind of early vision setup for the side of Golden Guardians. Understanding the importance of the pick potential that we're talking about with Team Liquid is, well, we have to have vision to make sure that there's no unseen flank angle that comes through.
Maybe an engage on Corch 8. He sidesteps in, re-engage with the Magnastorm. Pioshik's right on top of him as well. Who he forced to use the quickness and getting the charm out. And they're able to disengage off of that one. Team Liquid burning a couple ultimates there from Golden Guardian's side, but neither team still ready to force another fight.
Licorice doesn't have TP or ult right now, so I'm curious to see if he'll run down to this dragon and fight it. I think GG can still fight this though, with the Maokai ult still up and kind of the vision control in the area. TL doesn't feel confident giving this up, but I really think they have to, and it's kind of annoying right now for TL, because they want to control the map and kind of find picks, but you can't do that if you don't have vision. And with the double shiv on the side of GG, just constantly pushing waves and getting vision over and over again, TL needs to look for a side lane play to kind of explode that, but GG is playing really patiently and not giving them a window.
Yeah, the fact that Kuhi was able to bait the teleport from Summit there, you could see made Team Liquid totally fizzle on their decision to attempt a dragon contest. He just ran right back up to the top side and started getting that pushing in their favor again. They do have the Rift Herald up here, so we'll see if they choose to commit that, or if they want to save that for maybe trying to break mid lane turret. But yeah, nice play by Golden Guardians. Kuhi baiting the engage, baiting a lot of ults and TPs out, and then just still resetting.
Yeah, I think APA is the key player in this game for TL. If he's not in the fight and pop blossoming a few people, it's going to be really hard for them to have the burst to actually kill someone on the side of GG. So if I'm TL, I'm looking to break out APA from the side lane and get him involved in the plays. Even though it's hard, that's the only kind of thing they can do, and they will have to sack some farm and some pressure for it, but it's a necessary way to play the game to bring it forward.
Yeah, you have to make those sacrifices to find the vision control, so you can look for creative flank angles with the teleport as another potential one in the making. Rift Herald going to be dropped here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a good way to force a fight. I think GG is just going to kind of slowly hit it and let the tower get chunked.
Yeah, Huhi's trying his best to stop the charge coming through, but does drop. Not enough pressure, though, from the rest of Team Liquid to actually follow that up with a turret. So for Golden Guardians, that's not that bad, given that you know Shelly's basically going to get a charge off. To not actually losing any gold off of it's pretty huge.
AP has TP here, so if I'm TL, I'm looking for a fight with GG. I think GG is a bit overextended here. He's TPing in.
They throw out the ulti and the equalizer, and they just burn someone down before he gets a chance to fight. Pioshik is waiting on APA. 3-man Pop Blossom, multiple members knocked up. Can they find the reset? Pioshik is burning down River with the equalizer. Hawkeye, can he look for another reset here? He has to join up and link up with APA. Oh my goodness, over the wall, triple kill. Now Gory and Hui are in his sights. He's looking for another one. Gory's forced to flash. He finds the sun. That's the quadra. Pyushik looking for more. Hui's forced to run. The Q's shattering strike stun. Hui's burning down. It's the pizza for Pyushik.
Pyushik is going crazy! A pentakill to keep the game alive for Team Liquid. He does not want the loser's bracket run to potentially end there.
Such a massive play and so well done by him. One massive disjoint on an ultimate over a wall in the middle of his fight, but started out looking very dicey given that squishy build from Summit gets annihilated right out the gate.
I think it's just greedy from GG in the start. I think that they didn't realize that AP had TP up again, and he gets the 3-man Pop Blossom into Pyushik Reset City. I mean, this was crazily played. I think Pyushik failed this ult and had to flash, but he still has another ult here coming up on Stixxay.
Yeah, this one over the wall where he gets the extra range by getting halfway over and is able to just tag him for that kill. That starts giving the reset. And here I thought he was dead, but is able to have enough damage to get the third reset, excuse me, onto the Tristana.
I mean, really well played by Pyushik, and I think GD was patient the entire game. They were not patient for one single play, and Pyushik gets a pentakill. And they're on the Nash.
River doesn't have ultimate for another few seconds here. AP another flank right onto the backline. Stixxay's completely isolated off. Equalizer's burning, but it's not enough damage. Pyushik has found his resets once again, and the rest of Golden Guardians, their core has been shattered. And without the backline and the damage, it's an easy pickup for TL.
Second fight in a row. APA finds the backline, gives them the resets to start going through. Yon goes flying in. Golden Guardians wanted to punish Pyushik for dying at the end of that play and thinking, hey, if the jungler's down, we can force a fight. But again, they lose track of APA, like you said, Treats.
This is really greedy by GG, I think. I don't think they have a clear advantage. They don't have almost any ults. I'm not sure what they're doing here. I mean, TL is really happy to take this fight. APA coming from a really good angle, gets the 2-man ult on the carries, and Yon flying in, Reset City once again. GD, you guys need to chill out a bit.
They're definitely losing their mind there. And I have to say, APA didn't just get the one on Gory, but he also disjointed the Stixxay wall ride to make sure he was in range for Summit to get that kill as well. So monstrous team fighting out of APA. It's one of the things that has led to this Team Liquid summer resurgence. It's not been he's the best laner in the league or anything like that. He brought some stability to Team Liquid team fighting when that was always how they lost their games.
Now they're looking for Stixxay once again. They know that he doesn't have summoner spells. It's just easy pickings for Team Liquid. One more can they get off of this Red Bull Baron power play? They're already barreling through the mid tier 1, and they can easily take out tier 2.
Yeah, League is kind of crazy. When one play goes wrong, suddenly it snowballs into another play. You lose Nash, you lose a few kills, and the game is kind of snowballed on the other way around. So TL's looking pretty good right now. Summit's trying to escape.
Still burning from the Flame Spitter. Licorice gets a knockup from Hui, and they're able to take out Summit, but you got to deal with the members in the mid lane who have now barreled through into the inhibitor. And that inhibitor is going to fall. Team Liquid shall take their leave.
Nice little pick off into side lane for Golden Guardians, but it's pretty cope at that point to say, hey, we got him, as you lose your mid inhibitor, as well as Stixxay dropping yet again. They've been so proactive with their vision plays out of Team Liquid again, even here, not resetting, trying to bait Golden Guardians to walking into the jungle on this potential dragon spawn.
Oh, and they beat them right on in! They clipped Gory! I mean, I don't know what they were thinking, but they were hoping that they were not waiting in that bush, and now Pyushik is getting the resets once again, looking for Stixxay. Still no summoner spells to cleanse, but it's just to go down Yon with the killer instinct, and Team Liquid are just farming the Golden Guardians at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be game. They have super creeps coming in. Summit's respawn with his teleport. Only Hui and Licorice left alive. He does have the Rumble ultimate, but it's Baron buffed up minions.
At 23 minutes, Equalizer will be expended by Licorice to try and clear the minion wave, but they are just taking down these Nexus turrets rapidly. And Team Liquid will try to end this series swiftly. They're up 2-0. They're on match point. Pyushik refusing to miss the championship weekend.
23.5-minute Game 2 victory out of Team Liquid. Golden Guardians had the early game in their hands the whole way through, but a couple of mid-game team fights off the back of APA flanks lead to a very fast victory.
I mean, I thought this game was done more than the last game, and TL just proved me wrong once again, so... I mean, Viego's really working out for Pyushik. He's having a crazy day on the pick.
Yeah, 11-2-3 this game. We talk about the setup out of APA, but it's Pyosik who's slam dunking those plays home, multiple resets after the initial pickoffs by APA. The two of them together. We've talked about it all year long. They see the game the same way, and here they go, knowing that Golden Guardians are going to contest the Dragon, just camping this brush, and the two of them comboing together yet again. They can't speak the same language. Sometimes APA doesn't know what he's going to be getting in the draft, but at the end of the day, they see the game the same way, and they're able to make plays together.
Yeah, if you see your Nico and your Rel jumping in, I think you know what it means. It means
Yeah.
go kill the enemy, and they did that quite a few times at the end of this one.
And check this out. I just got word that Pyosik pentakill was the first ever LCS jungler pentakill we've had in the history of the league.
Insane stuff out of Pyosik, having a very, very good series here so far, and I think you're going to have to look for Golden Guardians. What do you do about this Viego? Are you really going to ban a Viego in this meta? You might have to, because it feels like he's unstoppable right now.
Yeah, he's played insanely well, and him and APA, they showed up when they needed it the most, and then I think Golden Guardians got really impatient after the first failed play. They also felt that the game was in their hands, and they kind of threw it away, and then it just kept snowballing. TL found more and more plays, and then obviously the end came in at 23 minutes, so that was a crazy one.
Yeah, and it's a crazy one. But for us, that's us on the casting desk. We're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break down Game 2.
Thank you, Rafa. Before we get started, because we're going to want to get into that game, congratulations to all of you at home who topped your leagues in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who didn't make it to the winner's circle this time, come back next split for another shot at Redemption. I know I always make a Redemption joke here, so I'm not going to do it this time.
I appreciate that.
We're going to start off by listening to comms from that TL turn into the Pyosik pentakill.
Oh, I can't wait for this one.
I want to see how much I can understand.
We can look for fighter. 나 싸움 걸 수 있어 어때?
괜찮아, 괜찮아.
가줘.
Hey, watching TP, watching TP.
아, 계속 좋다. 야, 좀 별리긴 해. 뭐야? 야, 봐줘. 봐줘. 비에고. 옷갈아 입어. 야, 빼지 마. 반대패야. 넘어온다? 봐줘. 가만히 이렇게 원디 HP. Fighting together. Good job, APA. Nice fight. 하나 봐. 가만히. 나이스. 죽여.
Coming.
탱. 나이스. 나이스. 흐름가 좋다. 흐름. 나 이거 지우고 집 갈게.
I love it.
As are the crowd reactions.
Yes.
I also like the little sneak in of like, you hear like all Korean and then like the good job APA and then the
Together, all
fighting.
together. There's a lot of things that I enjoy there. Yes, there's one point about the commentary or like the comms that are there, but also just give it up to Pyosik. He's having an insane series.
Yep.
He's doing really well throughout the playoffs. That's the first pentakill for a jungler in LCS history. That's insane to see from him. I was worried with, 100 Thieves bustering out. I was like, damn, maybe we won't see that great Viego play. No, it's right here.
Yeah, I mean, the Viego has been a really strong pick for them. And obviously, we did talk a little bit about GG's draft going into this. It's a lot more standard look, right? You have the Maokai set up for the Rumble ult, for Tristana and Zeri kind of firing off the backline. And they just got impatient, kind of like what Treat said, right? Like, and as soon as this play did not end up going their way, they give the pentakill over to Pyosik. We come back after the replay, they're already at Baron. And that was kind of the game-losing fight. We're going to start in more towards the beginning.
Okay.
And take
in
a
the
look.
beninging.
Yeah, and take a look at how some of these plays did end up going. So I guess there was a little bit more mid lane attention here in this game. And this is kind of a mid lane 2v2 where APA and Pyosik actually do come out ahead on this one.
Yes, and they get 2 kills here with Summit rotating. So, like, that was nice to see, even with Summit losing a little bit of CS up topside for it, like just on the same page and trying to get an advantage mid lane. I will say, one thing that Gory's been able to do in both games is get sizable CS leads, like 30 CS in game 1 at 20 minutes. This also was pretty sizable here, but Pyosik being able to find a gank there was great. This is something we wanted to talk about, though.
Yeah, and one thing, I mean, this is a repeat dive. I'm going to go back a little bit.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit.
I can't tell because they're both the same play.
Yeah.
But anyway, like we're going back and we talked at the top of day about like, okay, how much do we think they actually will attack topside, right? And here I am gonna go.
Because the point that I wanted to talk about was the fact that in Spring Split, we saw a team like 100 Thieves that surprised a lot of squads with random swaps. Like basically swapping lanes when you see an angle. In this case, Rumble does really well in a 1v2 just because he can use his ulti to buy more time on a cannon wave and just generally get more experience. And if you're the one that's setting up the swap initially, enemy top laner doesn't really have a clue on a slow pushing wave, and so he just loses out so much. So in this instance, he dies on the first one. They go for it again when Rumble is bot lane holding the door. And another thing, a small point that I wanted to point out was that when Rumble was making the trek bot lane, it was good to see Kai'Sa and Rel basically stand in between two turrets to push him off. Now in this case, this is much later on, but earlier on, Rakan escorted him to the wave. So I thought this was great from Golden Guardians early to get the lead that we saw in the graphic.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other big thing coming out, as we, of course, have to watch this play again, that was
beautiful.
Yeah, the repeat setup topside, swapping away from where you do have tempo with the Rumble to donate that to Stixxay, getting him ahead, and then it all kind of comes undone in this fight. I do wonder what kind of draft adaptations Golden Guardians are going to make, because again, I didn't necessarily feel like this was a draft diff as much as a like, we're a little too hyphy, the execution isn't there.
I think Team Liquid is just team fighting better, and that's the sad thing about it. Now we're at match point. The fact that Team Liquid in both games have just been, specifically Pyosik, has been finding better ganks, has been ahead of the pace than River, and then the fights that we're seeing here, this is actually credit to APA. That Nico ultimate that was taken away from in Game 1 as Golden Guardians first picked the Nico, finally gets his hand on it and is actually making a really big imprint in the team fight. So Golden Guardians simply just need to be having better fights if I think they need to take this series back.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can. We'll see if they'll do anything about the Viego. They have chosen blue side once again, and Game 3 is coming up after this short break.
아, 좀 별리긴 해. 뭐야. 야, 봐줘. 비에고. 못 가라, 이거. 야, 빼지 마. 반대패야. 넘어온다? 아, 좋아? Come here, fighting together. Good job, APA. Nice fight. 하나 봐. 가만히. 나이스. 죽여.
Coming.
탱. 나이스.
Oh, another flank right onto the back line. Stixxay's completely isolated off. Equalizer's burning, but it's not enough damage. Pyosik has found his resets once again, and the rest of Golden Guardians' core has been shattered.
I'm on a mission and I won't stop. No destination, but it's worth a shot. You gotta let me go.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
it's funny, like, I remember so many games of like, I have like a replay catalog in here, right? I remember games from like 2015 spring, week 7 game, day 1 against Vitality, playing this champ and fighting on the ramp, right? What builds I had, what runes I had. But this game, I don't even remember half champs in the game.
Well, I'm sure you remember the specific moment in this game we're going to talk about.
It's hard to forget that one, yeah.
I think me and Piosek have been getting better and better as the weeks go by, just because like we were starting to see the game in a very similar way. I think we did at the start, but there was just like a language barrier gap that we'd like get through. So now, like after the weeks, we've figured out like words and key phrases that we can use together. So I think like we've been scaling pretty hard. I think Gory River are pretty strong mid jungle 2v2, or strong mid jungle, but I think me and Piosek will be fine.
I like they've learned a couple key phrases like "good job APA," and that last was the only thing I think I heard them say in English for him.
Piosek, go kill.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you don't need to speak the same language to still understand the beautiful language that is League of Legends, you know? As long as you share the same vision for the play, that transcends language boundaries as we head into Game 3 between Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. So far, bans are similar across the board. Do Golden Guardians want to change anything up for this last ban? And nope, it's still the Cassiopeia.
I said it in the lounge as well after the cast, and I think that they are really happy just running back the exact same draft. The game was going perfectly according to the plan, and then I think after the pentakill that Piosek got, they got really, I don't know, tilted or frustrated, and they kind of just ran to the Baron and died. So I think the Baron play was actually worse than the pentakill, and if they have the same draft, I don't think they'll do these 2 big mistakes in a row once again.
Definitely feels like a bit of tilt took over, because it wasn't just, okay, the Baron play went bad, then Stixxay got picked around the Raptors, and then they get the mid inhib, and then Gory gets picked around the Raptors, and then the game's over. And that was a shocking end to that game for how quick it came after Golden Guardians had a lead just a couple minutes beforehand. And I think for Team Liquid's side, I think they're also just slamming comfort. Like, it's weird to see so many power picks go over to Golden Guardians, but Team Liquid are executing on their champs.
I mean, TL has won 2 games now where we said they kind of had the worst draft or the more flippy draft, the
maybe
more explosive draft, so maybe they just know what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely we'll see if they make any adaptations in the second phase this year, but otherwise, you would think that Golden Guardians are just going to slam Maokai Rumble again as well.
I was going to say, I think if they don't pick Viego or Nico on 2-3, then one of them will get banned on 4-5, so if they want to run back the Viego Nico, I think it's smart to pick it here and then just pick another support for core.
I also like moving up the Viego priority. They went 4-5 in both Game 1 and Game 2, but after a pentakill, hard carry 11-kill game, they're probably going to ban it in their second phase, so you won't get it on 4-5. So Piosek raises the priority on it here, saying, give me this, I'm vibing myself, I want some more.
One thing to note here, Golden Guardians, this is the first time Xayah has made it through the first round of bans, as Team Liquid wanting to snipe away that Azir, just making sure that they have less control, but now you have the Lovers Duo combo between Huhi and Stixxay. This offers a lot more protection, a lot more self-heal for Stixxay.
I'm curious to see now for Golden Guardians, because I expect TL to ban either Rumble or Maokai and kind of remove the combo with Tristana. So I assume River has to play something like the Ivern. I'm not sure what AP champ Licorice has, if he has another AP top laner, maybe something like the Gwen, but their comp might be very AD focused here for GG.
I think if Team Liquid's drafting tendency stays the same, though, it's okay to be a little overloaded on AD, because so far the only like tanky member that they've had in any of these games has been Core, and so if the support's the one stacking armor, you're kind of like whatever. And I think we'll have to see how TL round out their comp, but otherwise it looks like it's going to be another bruisery carry for Summit and tank only for Core.
Yeah, I think Licorice might also be looking for the Cannon. I think Cannon is something that plays really well into these champs that want to dive into him. So I could easily see him playing Cannon and then River going for basically any champ that he wants. I think a tanky jungler would be pretty nice. Maybe something like the Sejuani, not that good of a pairing with Cannon, but it's very good for the topside Herald in general. So TL, I think, yeah, Core, tank engage, Summit, Bruiser, Fighter, that's kind of the recipe for them.
Right, and even though Tristana and Rakan are still similar from Game 2, their abilities allow them to disengage fights just as well as follow up on engages, and already it seems like anti-dive is going to be the theme for Golden Guardians, as they just want to withstand the onslaught that Team Liquid will be bringing to them, as they're potentially looking at a Leona counter pick here.
Renata would be interesting given the range that Golden Guardians have right now. They don't have to commit to playing a dive composition, and usually you see Renata as kind of like this counter-engage stuff of a dive. Okay, yeah, that's why it goes Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus makes more sense. They do need to go in with their comp. Their first three is basically screaming, we're gonna dive you. Nautilus helps that, so any anti-dive champions here for Golden Guardians would do the job. I really think Kennen as an AP top laner here would be really good. For jungle, I think there's a lot of options. Cassante works perfectly fine, but then you're very AD heavy. So maybe there's an AP jungle here that River has.
See what he ends up going. For Team Liquid, this is also the third game in a row on red side, and third game in a row that Summit will have counterpick into Licorice. It does feel like they've hard committed to this is the identity we're going to play as, and they do have, again, on blue side, a lot of power picks in the meta. Again, the only one Team Liquid really has is the Kai'Sa, but that's how they've been playing all series, and it's been working out on red side. Heavy focus on counter pick and dive.
And while you noted here, Treats, that this is a lot of physical damage coming out from Golden Guardians, doesn't seem like there's any true tanks from Team Liquid's side, so the benefit for them that they're not going to have to deal with a lot of armor stacking from Team Liquid's composition is it's mostly bruisers and squishies.
Yeah, I think the comps are very similar to last game. I think TL just doubled down on the dive fight, and GG kind of doubled down on the we're tanky front to back. I think they got a bit less flexibility in the early game from the side of GG, but I think that their team fights are even stronger than last game, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's so dangerous trying to force your fight into Xayah as she's racking up those feathers. And if she gets a massive pull with the Blade Caller, then she can easily turn and reverse the momentum. But as we're getting ready to round off both of these compositions here, that Jack's being locked in for Summit, that is always a flexible threat as it can either win the split push war against Cassante if it gets ahead, or can link up with the rest of Team Liquid.
Yeah, double up marksman also is some time where it feels pretty good to play the Jax, where both the main backline carries are easy to dodge out on. You don't take as much damage from them, and if you're able to get some time on top of their head, you get to slap them down pretty quick.
This is match point for Team Liquid here. One more win, and they are on their way to Newark, New Jersey. For Pioshik and Core JJ, it wouldn't be their first times at a regional finals, but for APA and Young, rookies in their first year on Team Liquid, it would be their first regional championships. Even Summit, for his long tenured career, has never made a regional championship, as I got in word from Prod. This would be a huge, momentous milestone for all of these players.
I think no one more for me than Pioshik, especially with how this series is going. That pentakill, first one for a jungler. It was also apparently the first one for Team Liquid. They had never gotten a pentakill as an organization before. But I think more importantly for me is the fact that he is one of the, I believe, the only reigning world champion we had ever gotten right after they won the championship. And a lot of people saw that as we have a bit of a dicey level 1 here. Might have to hold my point.
Nicely scouted there by AP.
Yeah, they were able to find that one after, I believe, he probably W'd the wall into that brush, setting up a potential play there. But what I was going to say is Pioshik was signed, and a lot of people saw him and thought he was maybe the least important member of a world championship winning team, and Team Liquid just splashed for the big name, and that's why they signed him, and it's just like a name signing. And then he had a rough spring split, and it didn't really do much to dissuade that narrative from taking a hold. And it's just really, really cool to see Pioshik actually dominating in this series, showing that like he is legitimate. There's a reason that Team Liquid picked him up, and making the game about his Viego.
An overall glow up in the summer split as well, where he was able to actually link up a lot of his early game plans to what the rest of Team Liquid needed from him, putting a lot more focus in snowballing Summit, who is one of your stronger carries in this lineup as well. And once APA came onto the roster, they have both shared the same vision multiple times throughout the summer split and playoffs here.
And now, obviously, if TL wins this one, they're going to Worlds. There's a lot riding on this, and they're playing one of the most aggressive comps I've seen in recent league history. So they definitely have a lot of pressure on them to perform in this one. And GG is kind of taking the easy way out here and just kind of saying, okay, we're just going to scale. We're going to play front to back. We're going to have an easy chill game, and it's up to you guys to kind of win the game. And I think that's going to prove a lot here for TL. If they can close this one out, it puts a lot of pressure for the finals weekend.
I'll also say, though, it's a little disappointing, I guess, as we see Licorice getting slapped around a little bit here. No ability for someone to find the solo kill. He loves looking for him, but it's a little disappointing because they were in Spring Split, the team with the crazy flex picks, the really aggressive drafts, doing really cool stuff to make that push to finals weekend. And here, after having their best regular season ever, tied for first place, it's shocking to see them potentially getting swept out of playoffs in 4th place, not making finals weekend even potentially. That would be just stunning for this organization, where it was finally their best split ever, but having a really rough go of this playoffs.
Still a chance for them as they would have to do the impossible of being able to win 3 games in a row. Pioshik is going to find River here in the bush. Level 3 Viego against level 3 Sejuani. Viego favorite here for the skirmish as River gets his 1 burst combo and gets out.
Yeah, I think Viego's favored in the long fight, and River knows that, so he just procs the stun, Aftershock, walks away. It's really smart there by River. When I played this jungle matchup on the Viego side, I never liked it because it felt like you could never really kill the Sejuani, and she could always poke in, walk out, and in general, there's a bit of bot lane fighting here as well.
Potential all-in. Stixxay was trying to look for the feathers on Yon, but Yon was dancing around them as he finally steps back in and gets Blade called. So equal HP advantage for both sides here.
No potions though for Yon or Stixxay, but Stixxay has the Doran's Blade and Rakan sustain, so they're favored in this lane state. So it will be interesting to see if both junglers will come down here for a 3v3, or looks like River is gonna walk over a ward, but they saw that ward, so he should know that he can't walk into the bush there.
Yeah, just covering in case Pioshik came down for a gank momentarily, knowing that Pioshik did just contest him on that red buff. He'll still be on the bot side of the map there. And both bot lanes do have their Scooby snacks to heal up with, so it should be fine after that trade.
As you called out, Pioshik was there in case they needed a counter gank. But Yon is going to get the early reset here, finding that Kerchai shard, a little bit of extra pushing power here. As Core, JJ still trying to stay around to make sure that the wave doesn't completely crash.
It's kind of a flipped game from last game. TL had the wave in a predicament state, and now it's the side of Golden Guardians who really needs to shove this in, and they're not sure where Viego is, so I think they just kind of have to flip it and go for the big push here and then the double reset. That's one thing that's really nice with Zarakan, is that you can just ask Zarakan, stand in the lane and base, and then let the Zaya join you and kind of get a free tempo that way. And looks like Hui's gonna join up here with Stixxay and just take the back.
Now Yon and Core JJ have a moment to see if they can establish presence in the lane. Link it somewhere else. Dragon's coming up in the next 15 seconds, but Pioshik is spotted on these raptor camps as River's trying to yoink these chicken nuggets away. Neither of them able to get the camp so far. Pioshik wanting to see if he can dance with him, but APA is pinned on the tower by Gory, so APA cannot link up with his jungler either.
Yeah, nice pressure that Golden Guardians are using around the mid lane to get some jungle contest down. And Gory's someone who I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of if Golden Guardians are going to make a push for a reverse sweep here. He's had good lane phases. He's been up CS, kind of, but he needs to be making a lot more plays. He's someone who has been so important for Golden Guardians' success.
Oh, they're looking for it. Core JJ is getting engaged upon Gory jumping in over the wall with the jump, and Pioshik is forced to flash. A lot of force being shown by Golden Guardians.
I mean, Golden Guardians had a ward on the Raptors, and I don't think TL realized. Core was kind of sneaking in there and being like the extra man in his head, but obviously Golden Guardians was playing with perfect vision there, and that's why River queued in and procced his Aftershock. So smart use of vision there for Golden Guardians, and once again, kind of a small lead.
And of course, is the teleport out of APA. He didn't burn Flash, but now there's summoning advantage for Gory, and he has a moment to see if he can look for a collapse on bottom side of the map. He's just going to look for a reset instead, seemingly. Dragon has not been contested by either team whatsoever, and it seems like Golden Guardians might have the better setup so far.
Yeah, Licorice just used his ult in a 1v1. I'm not sure if he even got a good trade out of that. Maybe it was to escape, because Summit was going to get a good trade, but no ult here for Licorice, and Summit has a pretty good wave state here, so for Herald, the conditions are going to be pretty nice on the side of TL.
See if they want to go for it, or if they'll just try and make some plays. Feels like Team Liquid has made a lot of their biggest gains through just straight up playmaking in this series. A lot of team fights that just suddenly explosively go their way, and I think they're pretty happy to just chill out for a minute or two until APA gets his 6, Core gets his 6, and all that, because if you're just standing there against double marksman and no one has any good engage tools, it's like, hey, I'll take the marksman side of that trade.
Yeah, if you're the team that's forced to win early game, I think the easiest win condition is just stacking dragons. So I like to see that TL is going for an early dragon this game and kind of just winning from there, because if you don't have dragons or the Herald pressure and you're not up in gold, it's hard to force fights. But if you're on the 3 dragon point and then GG is forced to fight you, it puts a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you get to see the classic 7-minute dragon on second blue buff spawn on the blue side of the map. It's an age-old trick. You know that they're probably going to be going up to cycle their camps. You just go ahead and force that one down. They had the pressure as well, so easy dragon control for Team Liquid there.
I was definitely surprised thinking that without Flash, Pioshik would be in more danger, but yeah, as you called it, being able to sneak that dragon on the timer that River was not expecting. Rift Herald is coming up in the next 30 seconds here, though. Maybe Golden Guardians, off of their level 6 spikes, can make a play for this one instead.
Yeah, Summit will have a back advantage here because of the fat wave he stacked. He gets the Sheen on this bias, which is really good for the Herald fight. but River has ult and Pyosik has no flash, so it's kind of dangerous for Pyosik to walk into his topside jungle here.
And they have a control ward right in that bush up above red buff here. River is just going to look for the quick steal before Pyosik can cruise right on over since he is spotted on these raptors. And River should be able to make the clean heist.
I like that play out of Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. You saw the fact that they now collapse onto the Rift Herald for free. They lost control of their top side of the map going for that dragon, and Pyosik knew he was only level 6, or level 5, excuse me, didn't want to face check his red buff, so he just takes the raptors, and once Golden Guardians sees that, they grab the red buff and then fall back onto the Rift Herald.
I think Golden Guardians is getting a bit too much here. I think TL should force a fight on bot side because bot lane shifted up. They got mid push as 3, and they got the Herald, and then they also walked back to bot lane safely, so I think TL here can't really be satisfied just getting one plate on bot. They're not even going to get one plate. They actually don't get anything from this, so GG was really fast with the response, but I would have liked at least TL to kind of go aggressively through mid towards bot there to contest, because now they just gave up Herald to a team that's weaker in the early game while also not having a clear response.
The one nice thing there was APA forcing the flash out of Gory. His E almost came through, and then you can expect probably a chain CC follow-up from Pyosik with a flash W. Actually, his flash was still down, maybe alt W or something, but just didn't want to risk that one, so nice for Team Liquid to grab that, but like you said, for the most part, Golden Guardians got a very nice trade there, punishing Team Liquid for the investment that it took to get that dragon.
And there's an opportunity now to punish the mid lane. Without a flash, Gory, the only way he can escape is through Buster Shot or Rocket Jump, but if you clip him with the Pop Blossom, you might just be able to get enough burst damage between you and Pyosik for that kill. But River already setting up proactive vision and trying to sniff where Pyosik is and forcing him out, and this will give some protective vision control for Gory.
Nice cancel there by River, and AP has no TP as well, so he's kind of forced to stay here, and now GG is winning, and they're just gonna drop the Herald money here for Gory. I think that's really smart. If Gory gets early Merc Treads, the kill pressure on him goes down a lot, so they're just gonna pressure mid tower here with the Herald, chunk it down to almost one plate left, maybe gets it with Tristana. It's kind of close. It has a lot of armor and MR after charge like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change from game 2. Before, Gory and APA's lanes weren't really that affected, and they just relied on a little bit of CS lead for Gory, but this time they are really trying to hammer that snowball in.
Well, it's also less of an attacking Summit game plan. It felt like the first 2 games there was a lot of resources invested there. Here it's a lot more about mid lane, which is something I think will spill over better for the side of Golden Guardians. I think Summit is someone who, Jet had some stats that he was showing off where, like, whether ahead or behind, Summit was winning 50% of his games. It didn't matter whether he got super ahead or not, at least mostly during the regular season. So I think, while, yeah, he is a coin flippy and sometimes he dies, I think there are more important members of the Team Liquid map to hold down, such as if you can abuse APA's potential weaker laning phase and continue to grow that CS lead, turn that into turret plates, spill that over into bot lane or something like that.
And it makes sense too. You want to target the members that have less stage experience. We already know that APA has a history from the previous series of being nervous and when the things are getting rougher for him in these first couple of games. Thankfully for Team Liquid, they've won the first 2 and they have a little bit of a barrier so that even if Golden Guardians pull a surprise win, there's still more room to play with in the series.
Yeah, it's been kind of a strange series in the sense of GG were kind of favored to win both games, but TL really just found the switch in mid-game and kind of found their way to win the game in a very short amount of time, which is really impressive in itself. But I think that's why we see a very similar draft from GG once again. I think they're very confident with how they played the early game, and they know that they should win from the game state that they were in. And coming into this third game now, I think they have kind of the same lead as they did last game. It's a 1.2k or so, but they only have 1 dragon on TL side, so they're still sitting pretty happy here on Golden Guardians.
Yep. Still feeling pretty good in the game, but I do think the TL mid game much improved from the regular season, especially after APA joined.
For sure.
You were kind of talking about that, Rafa, where his joining the roster, it's so strange because you can see in comms, you hear they talk about it, he doesn't have the biggest voice on the team. So why did their mid game get so much better with him? And it's just the way he plays the game out. And while he did have nerves for that first series that he played, I think he's done a very good job of bouncing back. It's very understandable for a young kid like him to be suddenly not only playing on the LCS stage, but playoff matches, to make worlds and all this kind of stuff. But since then, he's been emoting his head off. He's making fun of people in chat. He's tweeting at people, and he's playing with a level of confidence you don't always see.
Yon might be in trouble here, though. Cut off by River, but he has core JJ. Be able to assist him on the escape route. They want to turn this fight, but it's a 3v2, and they're a little nice dodge by Killer Instinct on Yon. Is able to dodge out on the re-engage, but Core JJ still falls, and Licorice is going to cut him off here with the all-out. The rest of Team Liquid have to bail out Yon, but it looks like that he's not getting bailed out. Maybe Pyosik can look for resets. He's already on the Xayah, looking for the Blade Caller, but Gore is going to collapse, and it's a 2-on-4 for Team Liquid. It's really difficult for them to play out. Golden Guardians have the damage. Here comes APA. Pop Blossom, does this one turn it around? Pyosik is looking for more damage, but he gets knocked out by River, and APA just doesn't have any more gas in the tank to fight it on back. Golden Guardians Liquids with a huge fight.
There was no magic this time for Team Liquid. You saw the angle potentially of Piosik. He might have had the resets coming, but it started too poorly for their side. Just a huge jump on top of Core JJ, instantly dead before the rest of the team collapses. Once they get here, you think maybe there's an angle. It takes a little bit too long to kill Stixay. They're able to finish off Yawn during that time period. And here with APA showing up during the backside of the fight, if they could find someone, but an absolutely huge stopwatch that stopped Piosik from getting this reset on his ultimate by Huhi there, leaves him stranded on that side of the fight and really stops the reset from Piosik.
And the Merc Treads there from Huhi also saved another reset. He managed to get out after the Pop Blossom and deny Piosik the reset and ends up with an ace for Golden Guardians. That was a huge fight.
And just like that, 4,000 gold in the lead for Golden Guardians.
Wow.
This is one of the largest leads we've had this early on into the game. Now the question becomes, can Golden Guardians maintain this? Because in game 2, once they had that huge lead, something happened to Ryan, and then Team Liquid were able to bounce on back. They still have the explosiveness potential. The test is for Golden Guardians. Can they maintain it?
Golden Guardians last game had the Zarya and Rumble as their squishy champs. Now they have Cassandra and Zaya. So I think for TL in the team fights, it's a bit harder to find these resets for Piosik, which is why I think even more so than the last game, it's a very heavy dive comp versus a very disengage heavy comp, and it just favors Golden Guardians if they're ahead. Disengage always outscales in general, and with a goalie like this and with the carries being fed as they are, it's looking really good here for Golden Guardians.
Potential jump onto Yawn.
And he's locked up, and he has no sums from before. Even the Killer Instinct shield, he should go down as Stixay finds one more feather. Takes out the tier 1 turret as well. APA finding the collapse on Gory with Piosik. They're able to answer 1 for 1. And Summon and Licorice, are they going to have a dance too? Not quite. Rift Herald being started up by Rivers. The rest of Golden Guardians collapse.
Didn't quite see what happened off screen there, but I'm guessing based off that turret HP, that was Gory greeting to try and finish that off and didn't quite have enough damage. As a Tristana, you got to blow up the turret. You're Demolitionist. The Bloodlust takes over, and unfortunately got punished there. But again, at the same time, Golden Guardians making a play at the mid lane, able to grab that turret. A little bit of breathing room for Team Liquid, but they're losing the Rift Herald at the same time.
I think Gory can TP down to his bot tower if he wants to. I'm not sure if they actually have enough damage to take down. Maybe he'll just save it anyway and give the tower, because looking like he's top lane TP instead.
Summon doesn't have flash. We need another Leap Strike to get out of harm's way. Using Counter-Strike to dodge a lot of the incoming damage. Still gets forced off by the explosive charge. Team Liquid do find that tier 1 turret on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, the fact that they had overloaded the bot side during that Rift Herald take means that Gory actually goes TP top to finish that push off while Licorice goes for the reset. Nice little macro play there.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted one tower, right? He couldn't get the bot one, so he just TP's top. It's pretty simple.
He's like, if I'm not going to get that one. Yeah, we'll see it here. Just aggressively positioning forward, trying to get there. The minion wave kind of gets cleared out, ends up with Piosik on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's a clear case of jungle death.
True. If only he could have known that running behind the enemy turret could result in his death.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a lot of creeps there actually from Gory dying. I think they lost like 20 CS on bot. But at least they got the top tower, so it ended up being pretty even, and the bot tower is in reach again for Gory to go and bomb it this time.
Also did get the Rift Herald during that exchange as well, so still a trade up for Golden Guardians at the end of the day, but Team Liquid on the back foot. I really liked your call out about how much harder it is actually to reset through this Golden Guardians team comp with the extra bit of not tankiness, but safety, I guess, of the Golden Guardian side with the Cassandra instead and the Zaya to jump up in the air. I thought without the Maokai maybe it'd be easier, but you know, Sejuani still packs plenty of healing.
Yeah, it's not the same level of anti-dive and disengage with the Tenacious Grasp, but you can still stun the first turret that is trying to make your way through the front line of Golden Guardians, and as you called out, Featherstorm makes it pretty difficult for any champions trying to assassinate, which is like why Viego, even though as a bruiser, kind of acts like an assassin as you're just trying to look for low targets popping off. Can't really do that as Stixay is invulnerable.
Yeah, and I don't really see a way for TL to kind of find angles right now. I think what happened last game was that they got a bit over-aggressive and TL kind of TP flanked and went for the fight like that. So that's kind of the way that TL has to find these advantages. I think they're looking for cheats from Summit. Looks like they'll go for it.
They waited for Summit to use the Counter-Strike, and now he's forced to use Flash and Leap Strike away. Huhi, all he had to burn was Quickness and Ignite, and that's a worthy trade.
Yeah, gets the flash out of Summit there. Going to make it a little bit harder for Team Liquid in these fights. Fortunately for them, it's only one dragon on the side of Golden Guardian, so they're not forced to fight immediately.
Oh, wait a minute. This might be... I mean, he's really tanky. There's no way that Licorice goes down here, right?
Over the wall, surely.
10 HP. Oh, nice. The flash reposition, and now he's isolated Pioshik, and now a lot of damage coming out from Licorice's side, but he's still able to get out. Here's the reset from the Heartbreaker. Is it enough damage? One more Q. It is. And Gory's now here for the cleanup, but now he's a tanky Cassante. Pop Blossom gonna buy some space. Can he look for another reset? No, because River is there for the re-engage and the counter reinforcements. APA, nice two-man Rube. Can he find at least one more damage down? But Gory stays alive as River cleans him up.
Cute play initially out of Team Liquid there, disguising themselves as Pioshik, so you think it's just the clone and the actual Nico, but it's a real champion, two real champions running up there together. They took too long to kill Cassante though, like you said, using the ult as an escape, separating himself from APA, buys time for Golden Guardians to collapse and find that kill.
Summon doesn't have flash, so he can't really threaten Gory here, and River's just gonna press the assault here. Glacial Prison right on top of him. Leaf Strike gets away to safety. He's gonna have to wait for Pioshik to come on in. Turret is still under fire as Stixxay is laying waste to the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, but a 4 TP from APA. Do they spot this TP? I don't think they have yet. APA would have to wait for Huhi, and now Huhi tries to dash on over to safety. Battle Dance and Grand Entrance expunged. APA looking for the flash, but that's a flash out of Gory in response. Stixxay joins the fight on over as Pioshik flashing forward. He just wants the first reset, and now he is the recon. Can he look for a Grand Entrance? Gets in range, another reset, looking for Stixxay. He's forced to use the Featherstorm as he goes into the air. He gets out alive. A lot of pressure in the way of Team Liquid.
Barely able to escape there from Golden Guardians. Despite being 5,500 gold up, this is scarily close for some of these skirmishes where Team Liquid is kind of dragging them into sticking around too long. Summit's really low underneath the turret. He's walking back forward for a Sunder or a proc and baiting Golden Guardians there.
Yeah, I think TL was kind of absorbing pressure well there. Golden Guardians went a bit too greedy, I would say. Now Licorice is stuck under the bot lane tower, but he has the TP with Gory here, so...
All out from Licorice, knowing that Summit still doesn't have flash. Nice knockup from the Q3. Gory has the damage. The counter-strike can give him a little bit more relief, and he gets out alive! And Yawn was looking for the Killer Instinct, but does not manage to find the Void Seeker for the play.
Well, they might not be done chasing the play yet. Pioshik has the inside track potentially through the river here.
He spotted flash from poor JJ, doesn't find the mark. Pioshik thinking about disengaging this one. The rest of Golden Guardians are...
No flash, no ult on Pioshik.
Yeah, I don't think he can get out of this one. He's going to get stunned up by River, and he can just look for the quickness into the charm. Knocking him up, looking for Yawn instead. That's the target, the blast cone! He's forced to use the Killer Instinct, but Gory jumps right on back, and it's not enough to save Yawn as Gory finds the reset again and jumps to safety. The rest of Golden Guardians have this fight on their own turn. Nice knockup from Huhi, saves Gory again. Here comes APA, 3-man pop blossom, but where's the damage? Golden Guardians has tons in supply, and they have turned this whole series around with that fight.
Golden Guardians looking like they might find their first win in the series, up 7,500 gold now. Summit's trying to give them the run around, but it is just pathing them straight towards Baron. Again, Team Liquid trying to punish the overstay, but this time they're the ones who are caught out.
Yeah, Pioshik has no flash, no ult. I think it was just a bit too much. After Core misses the hook, I think they just have to get out instantly. And I really like this Blastcon hit here on Yawn. Forced the Killer Instinct over, but then Gory has to jump as well, so... Kind of a nice fight here from Golden Guardians, punishing TL when they're overextended.
It's also crazy, again, how if Pioshik just was able to land that ultimate onto Gory, he probably gets his first reset on Tristana. Maybe it ends up a little bit closer when APA shows up as well. Maybe he can jump back in on Stixxay, but at the end of the day, the gold lead is just becoming too much. Bit of a wallet diff showing up in these fights.
Yeah, and APA needs to be there at the start of the fight, just like in the last game when they got the turnaround moments. He needs to have the big AoE ult to kind of set up for the resets, but he wasn't really in the fight. He came with a late Pop Blossom, he got a 3-man, but it didn't really matter. And obviously now the Baron on GG, I think the push gets really easy. I want to see them play on 2 lanes. I think they can get a lot of structures if they play that way. Top lane tier 2 is the only one up, so I expect Licorice to kind of push this bot wave and then shift up with his team or just TP up as well.
Yeah, more stability and composure is being shown here through Golden Guardians in this game 3, where literally match point for Team Liquid, but they are not letting that dissuade them whatsoever. And we find Team Liquid being the ones in a little bit of a desperation attempts, as multiple times they were trying to find these picks, but it just keeps resulting in Golden Guardians further and furthering their lead ahead.
Golden Guardians in a very good position with this Baron now. Like you said, they are kind of playing 3 lanes. They have Cassante still split in the bot side. Does have his teleport to left if he wants it. And it seems like they've decided they agree with you, Treats. They're actually just calling the Cassante up mid to just play through these 2 lanes and get a little bit more pressure. They do have most of the outer and inner turrets already cracked, so it's a little bit harder to get an early gold advantage with this Baron because there's only the one top side to break open before you start working on Nexus turrets, or inhibitor turrets.
With the Tristana, though, I do think they can break the top inhib tower. I think they just need to commit.
Oh, nice dodge from APA. He has the Pop Blossom and gets Buster shotted out to safety. APA managing to survive that encounter.
Broke his ankles there, making him ult after the wrong target. Ends up with his ultimate on top of the rest of the Golden Guardians, but still force low and still plenty of health on them. So Golden Guardians continuing to siege up around this topside turret.
Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds as well, so it's kind of the debate here. Is it worth to get this top inhib tower for Dragon? I would say if I'm on Golden Guardians, I think I just look for this and base instantly. I don't go for the inhib. I think the tower is doable if they want to, but then just base and get to the Dragon as soon as possible to deny the soul condition for TL.
Right, and it's coming up in 30 seconds, but they say go, and they find Pioshik, forcing him to flash. APA low on HP as he actually gets taken out. Golden Guardians being able to press this assault on further. Core JJ is the next target on the line. No flash, but Pioshik finds the first reset onto Huhi. Looking for the grand entrance, but gets pushed out. Can he find another one on Gory? Now he's the Tristana. Maybe he can do some major damage. Yon finding the killer instinct as well into 6A. And Team Liquid within the defenses of their base. They have found a way to withstand the pressure of Golden Guardians, and they might just have the numbers to look for that dragon you were talking about, Treats.
Yeah, once again, Golden Guardians a bit too eager to end this game. I think they can play it a bit safer and just get the tower and get out, but they're looking for the dive. It looks pretty clean from Hui, but they didn't have the damage, and the tower was doing a lot back.
Oh boy, do you believe in the Pioshik magic? I was saying, it's been a couple fights in a row now that despite the gold lead, he was really close to resetting through them. He finally gets one here. The initial attempt to blow up APA goes very well for them, but it costs Xayah her ultimate, and so there's not really that many defensive tools left for the actual backline members. And then this rocket jump forward is Pioshik just eyes bug out of his head going, oh, that's a free kill. And once he gets that first one, they can go forward again. They get the second onto Gory, knowing that the enemy team is kind of trapped in their base.
And now TL is on soul point as well. They get the dragon from this, which is absolutely huge. I think without the dragon win con, it's actually kind of hard for them to actually win the game and end the game.
Yeah.
But now with the 3 dragons and potentially a 4th one on the horizon, they can see a win condition out of this game.
And it's Infernal Soul tool that's on the line. If Team Liquid snag that, then it's a huge power boost, which allows for extra burst, which more reliability for Pioshik to look for those resets, which has been the story of this series. He's played Viego every single game, and in their darkest hour, they find a moment for Pioshik to just rip through these fights.
It also gives time for Yon to scale up and grab his 3rd item here. We always talk about that with the Kaisa. Going for the Rage Blade here. You know, I'm not quite sure how I feel about it if you want to go like a little bit more burst with the AP build, given that you're just going to be ulting backline and blowing somebody up. But I guess it does give a little bit more reliability to punch through the double tank topside for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, he feels like he needs to kill the tanks. I don't think that the build matters that much this game. I think that him doing a bit more damage to their frontline probably is good, so they can actually kill the Cassante, because there might be a world where they kill Gory, for example, who just bought a Guardian Angel. He definitely doesn't want to die anymore. But in general, I think if Golden Guardians just plays to survive, they'll win. I think they're having kind of the wrong mindset in a lot of plays where they're looking to go for the kill instead of surviving. Like, for example, on the top inhib, I think if Gory just hits the inhib tower with his bomb, they would just get it for free, but instead they look for the dive. So I think it's kind of like the last game where they just have to chill out a bit and reassess their win conditions.
Yeah. Golden Guardians haven't completely thrown the lead. They were up 9,000, only down to 8,000 still. Momentum still in their favor. But a glimmer of light for Team Liquid, knowing that they can still turn around this game potentially.
I definitely still want to see Golden Guardians being aggressive, though. I agree about, like, when you are fighting, maybe don't go full send on it because you are double marksman. But I think, you know, sometimes momentum is a really hard thing to quantify when you're in-game. It's easy for us as spectators, 8,000 gold lead. They should still keep pushing like crazy. But after you almost int the game away right there, you start becoming a lot more cautious. So I like seeing Golden Guardians not actually sitting on the back foot, continuing to escort these minion waves in, keep TL confined to their base, because if you do that, it becomes a lot harder for them to get wards out for flanks. And so you don't actually want to ease up off the gas too much, and it's good to see them not being scared just because one fight didn't go their way.
Yeah, I agree fully. I think not being scared is a very big one. They're still pushing in for vision and kind of looking for aggressive options, but I think it's the difference of like looking for the execute and looking for the fight to start. I think that's the difference they have to make in their head and kind of just play to start the fight instead of just to one-shot target, because that's what TL wants to do, right? And they're playing a way more safe and kind of disengagey comp.
Yeah. Almost seemingly wanting to bait Team Liquid to over-aggress forward, then you can fully commit the rest of your resources. Now, Golden Guardians, as you already pointed out, a lot of the vision made in their favor on this top side of the map. Very difficult for Team Liquid to get their way into the Baron buff, but Pioshik and Core JJ are going to take the risk. And no one is there really to punish. 2,000 HP, it's burned instantly by Golden Guardians. Now Team Liquid have to get out. Core JJ might just sack his life to make sure the rest everyone can get out. Huge pop blossom. Can they
Gory's dead.
Gory, GA is popped. Yon onto the back, but he finds Stick Save, finds his moment. And Yon is now surrounded by Licorice, but he can rejoin with the rest of the fight. Pyosik is still looking for resets. Summit saves Yon with the counter strike. Golden Guardians, no way, how does this keep happening? Team Liquid being able to turn things on their heads. River's still alive, he was already used the flash, but Team Liquid, despite losing the Baron, found multiple members in this fight as Gord TP's right back in. Someone looking for the counter-strike. Yon is still low, so he has to be careful. There's a looming flank in the works. He looking for the flash. Grand entrance running to Pyosik. Can he not find the resets? He gets stunned! Golden Guardians take out the light that Team Liquid were looking for, and they aced them.
Team Liquid wanted to wipe all the Baron buffs off the side of Golden Guardians. That's why they were sticking around. They thought they could kill Gory and start getting resets for Pyosik again, but the bomb last-second detonation blows up the clumped-up members of Team Liquid who were just too low. But again, another fight, very close.
Yeah, I think Golden Guardians in this fight as well, they can play it way slower. I think they're going way too far forward. And look at Stixay, he's just out of position on the left side. No one is helping him. Summit's just running him down, and then obviously Kai'Sa flying in, finishing him off as well. It's really huge, but I think GG should be happy with the Baron and then kite back. And if TL fights into you, then you can fight. But they're looking for the engage and the objective. They're trying to have their cookie and eat it too, so...
Yeah, the split battle lines also gave them an easy access to pop Gory's GA at the start of the fight, which is normally the concern when it's like you focus down one 80 carry, the other one's pelting you. But because it was split, they got both people down low. Here, you can see what they're thinking. If I can get on top of Gory and kill him, we can potentially take all these Barons off. They're pretty low, but Gory has reset, heal, TP back in, and was able to survive just long enough. I think that E missed actually by Summit. He flash reacted to Huhi's W to avoid getting knocked up so he could reactivate the stun, but I think that flash actually took him out of range, gave Gory the DPS he needed to finish them all off.
And throughout all this chaos, how is it that River is still stayed alive as they look for the engage on the Licorice? No flash burned by him. Poor JJ only using the Text Flash. The rest of Golden Guardians pushing their way and sieging the bottom inhibitor tower. APA getting caught up here as the rest of Golden Guardians just making the siege happen.
I really want Golden Guardians just to get the dragon, make it get rid of it, and just make sure that TL just can't randomly win a fight in the base and get solo. I think it's gonna be pretty big, but GG, they're still very confident. They're gonna run straight forward.
Running straight forward again. This time at least not jumping in, just letting some of the cannon creeps do the work on the bot inhibitor.
And Licorice is zoning off Summit, making sure that he doesn't have an easy angle. They find Core JJ, knowing that he is a sitting duck here, gets one engage off and tries to walk away. They're able to bully River off, but it opens the window for the inhibitor to be taken, and Treats, I don't know if you're in Golden Guardians comms, but they might be following your wishes and going for that dragon.
Treats, do you want them to ult the Nautilus? Or would you just let them keep hitting the inhibitor?
I think it's better to keep hitting and then having the fight go that way. I mean, at least that was fine. They got the inhib, right? They got what they came for with the dragon as well. I think they're just going to repeat it on top side. Look for a triple inhib kind of setup here. And obviously now no golden, what's it called? GA on Gory. GG, Gory, GA. A lot of Gs.
Yeah, a lot of Gs there. Did end up giving that one up right away. I'm surprised he didn't just hold on to it and wait for the...
Hey, I guess he wants to end the game right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see, like, this isn't that close to being over with how Team Liquid's been holding up a good base defense. I think, you know, he thinks... The argument is, we're going to end the game in the next 5 minutes, and the GA will not come back up. Exactly. So I'll sell it and get more damage so I can end the game. That said, these have not been easy games for Golden Guardians, so maybe flush some gold down the toilet there. Either way, still looking pretty good.
They're still in the driver's seat for sure. They're basically outscaled the comp of TL now. Obviously, it doesn't mean a lot if TL finds a really good fight. APA has TP and he's getting his flash up as well, so we might see another big pop blossom by him as well. I think GG just really has to play a slow front to back and not get too ahead of themselves.
Yeah.
They can just wait and just let the minions kind of do the work on all 3 lanes. Summit has to be in bot lane and TP in, otherwise he can't really join.
Yeah, even with a 10,000 gold lead on their side, it doesn't seem like Golden Guardians can just seemingly walk it in. They have to still pay respect to the few win conditions that Team Liquid still have through the resets.
Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see if APA looks for the TP flank. There's a lot of wards behind Golden Guardians, so pushing up mid lane is very, very difficult on the side of GG.
You called it. They're pinging it right now. Now, is it a double TP? You know, APA is already engaging onto the front line. Yon is able to find the back line as well with the killer instinct, but Huhi and Stixay are still alive, and Yon falls, and Pyosik has nowhere to go for resets. He finds one on Degori, and he's able to disengage it well, but now Summit has to find the kills and find the cleanup, but this just seems unwinnable for Team Liquid. Golden Guardians able to do away with 4 members, and with the Nexus in their sights, they're ready to take Game 3.
Golden Guardians bounced back big in Game 3. Felt like Team Liquid might have been headed for a sweep, but they're not done yet. Not ready to give up on the dream of Huhi making his 5th straight finals.
And 7-0-15 for River. What a monster game from him. He was everywhere. He played every fight really perfect. Good bounce back game from Golden Guardians. They showed at least patience in the end and had a really clean ending.
Golden Guardians taking Game 3 on their side. Being able to overcome the mental pressure that Team Liquid might have had on them in the first 2 games. But this could be the makings of a comeback for them. As you already called it, monster performance by River, the only player in the entire game that did not go down, choosing these moments to engage, knowing when not to sacrifice more than necessary, and could be the key for turning things around.
10 kills for Stixxay as well. Did a good job cleaning up when he was not getting engaged on without any peel. I will say, I'm very curious about Game 4 draft, because if you're Team Liquid, you got ran over in the early game, but it's very easy to cope and say, if we don't fall 4K down at 14 minutes, look at how those team fights were going. If we were slightly more even or even a little bit ahead, you know, Pyosik was playing very well. I think Jan's Kaisa has done a good job of finding that first kill as soon as some CC lands off the back of APA. The comp looks very good in how it actually team fights, better than I thought it would. It does a better job finding kills. So are they going to flinch? Are they going to go back to it? Are they going to stay red side? There's so many questions.
Yeah, well, I know that we could go on and on about this series, but I know a few other people would also like to talk about this series. LCS Lounge, break down Game 3 for us.
I guess we've got a series finally.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how GG wanted both of the first 2 games back in terms of, it was nice to see only a few tweaks of their draft kind of playing the same style. Still got a little hyphy.
A little dicey.
Times.
Actually,
I'm still very afraid of that Viego.
you said hyphy. I want to hear what the comms were like during the game, so let's check it out in the 20-minute fight.
Oh, we can go.
No flash, no flash.
I have TP, I have TP. 가볼게 계속 일단. 되나 이거? 안 될 것 같은데? 안 될 것 같아, 안 될 것 같아. 안 될 것 같아. 얘네 다 온다.
옆으로 와드하고 싸워. 와드하고 싸워.
봐줄게.
더. Go fight.
됐다. 점프 있어. 됐다. 너 플레이야? 까비.
Look. Okay. Back up.
말은
That's right.
flash? Can you come help? Big up. If you can just buy time, we'll come.
Yeah, we're coming. Block big W.
He can one shot me.
Kill him. He has ult. Has ulti, no flash.
No ult, guys.
Oh, no ult. Come back. Come.
They TP.
Look, TP. Jax.
Yeah, I'll just try to peel.
Jax, no flash.
Okay.
Hey, play together. Viego's here. Viego.
Nautilus? Watch Jax.
I flash.
We win.
Yeah.
Go power. Can you go ball? No.
Baron. Care here. Kaisa and Jax.
I have TP. Kaisa is dead, guys.
Oh.
There it is, extra information from Huhi. No, I actually really love, on the Golden Guardian side of the comms, just it was clearly Stixxay talking targets. Because like the most important thing is like who's the AD carry hitting in that moment. So the fact that it was clear enough just to hear him, so no one else is jumbling any focus, I thought was amazing.
And usually when we've heard Golden Guardians comms, they've actually been some of the least frenetic comms that we've heard from some LCS teams in terms of just clarity. I don't know if that comes from having so many veterans on the team. Like we've talked about how experienced this roster is. Even Gory, who would make his first world championship if they win this, if they come back in this series, has been playing since 2019. So
True. Everything's on the line. We've got another game ahead. It was a 10K goal lead for Golden Guardians, and they ended up taking it back. So now we could see if we get ourselves into a Game 5. Game 4 coming up ahead after this break.
I want to repeat, we don't have to do anything different than what we did last game. We just have to team fight better. We just have to team fight a little better.
We can fight.
Nico here.
Viego.
Hey, Viego. Jax.
Viego.
Yeah, you have to kill Jax. No E. Nice. Okay.
Nice shot.
Thank God.
He's forced to use the killer instinct, but Gory jumps right on back, and it's not enough to save Jan as Gory finds the reset again and jumps to safety. The rest of Golden Guardians have this fight on their own turn. Nice knockup from Huhi. Saves Gory again. Here comes APN. 3-man pop blossom, but where's the damage? Golden Guardians has tons in supply. There's a looming flank in the works. Huhi looking for the flash grenade.
next up.
Dude, I know these noodles are your specialty, but they are just not hitting tonight.
I know. I want that.
Me too.
It's beautiful.
Breathtaking. Tiramisu.
Is there anything she can't do?
I wish I could reach into the TV and grab that fancy cake for you, but I've recently learned that's not how TVs work. Go for what you really want. Go for Grubhub.
We live with a genius.
Go for cravings. Go for Grubhub.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
So Golden Guardians in spring, I think it's fair to say, were a solid team.
Nothing super special. You know, I think they were pretty middle of the pack.
We were pretty streaky in Spring Split. Like we won a bunch of games, then we lost a bunch of games, then we won a bunch of games and lost a bunch of games.
Their split was, I think, just kind of the Golden Guardians' norm. I mean, this is a team that has never been above 9-9. They had some good weeks, they had some bad weeks. You know, it was looking for a while like they were gonna maybe go beyond what they had done before.
I mean, last split we had zero expectation, literally zero. No one knew Golden Guardians even.
And then we get into playoffs, and first round they're playing against 100 Thieves. Things kind of start, you know, pretty normal, pretty much as expected, and they take a 2-1 lead.
But Licorice now is in the back line. This is what happens when you give him the resources. Licorice can be the key to help you clutch out a fight, as Golden Guardians now eliminate all 5 off the table, and they'll push into the base.
I think it's when I started picking a lot of more like carry champions, at least for myself. Like I think all of our wins, I was either on Gwen or Olaf.
And we later hear this story about how, you know, going into game 4, Licorice is talking to the coaches, and he's saying, all right, let me have counterpick. I want to play carries.
Our win against 100 Thieves in Spring Split is where we got a lot of our momentum from for just like running the lower bracket.
I felt like we were ramping up towards the playoff.
The hype is really starting to build, I think, around Golden Guardians and what they can get done. But next up, they have FlyQuest, and I think people are kind of thinking, all right, end of the road, you had a good run, you know, you made a splash in playoffs, but now it's time for the big dogs to play, and you're not one of them.
But the follow-up from Spica was but it wasn't! Golden Guardians turn around! Double kill after the stick save! Making a triple! Golden Guardians fighting back! It's so much damage! FlyQuest are done!
No one thought we were going to make it, and we ended up going all the way. When something like that happens, it feels like a gift or something. Like you're unwrapping a present, you're like, wow, that's so sick. Like, because it's just something I didn't expect at all. So I think it let me just enjoy the experience a lot.
This amazing, amazing moment for Golden Guardians. Easily the biggest moment for that franchise, I think, that they've ever had.
This split has been a lot less stressful than last split. I think like the more you win, the less stressful it gets. Because I think for the past few years, the conversation always been like, do we have enough wins to make playoffs? And then this year it was like, can we get first? And I was like, oh, that's way better. You know, like that's a way better conversation to be having.
Flash to the center of his turret's protection, throws a barrel to create some distance. Licorice hopping on out though, gets the solo kill onto Hanser.
Going into this split, I do think we gained a fair amount of support and fair amount of expectation on ourselves. Pressure is something that you have to always deal with anyway.
Playoffs is always like really stressful, just like challenging time. Like my sleep is always worse, and just like everything kind of like falls apart a little bit.
Golden Guardians still thinking about fighting this. Ignar's over the wall. Rakan's got the stolen away by Contracts on the Viego. And Energy's looking to bury Golden Guardians beneath them. They will earn themselves a 3-1 victory. They will earn themselves a trip to New Jersey. And they will earn themselves a spot at Worlds.
We're like kind of like a momentum team, and we haven't played a stage game for 2 weeks.
Having the bye was actually really challenging.
Before, I think weren't like really scared of anything, and then we just played our champion and like just played our side well. Right now, I think we have too many worries.
I think the loss to Energy does hurt Golden Guardians and hurt the way that people are actually thinking about this team, because I think when you have had such a long period of failure followed by a flash in the pan or a short period of success, people are very, very quick, and they're almost just waiting to just say, I knew you were a fraud.
I just felt like we lost our color. So I think as long as we can figure out like how to go back to playing our game, like losing to Energy made it, there's no like escape anymore. Like we have one chance.
And they're going into the lower bracket. You almost are set back to step 1, where you have to, again, reprove yourself. You have to be able to run that gauntlet, get back to the finals.
I mean, as far as having our backs against the wall, it worked for us in spring, so like I'm hopeful about it working again. Any team that does well, they have people who want them to lose. It's just kind of like how it works in sports. Like the better you are, the more people want you to lose, and also the more people cheering for you. I think we're really good players. If we can play well as a team, then we can beat anyone.
One interesting thing to hear, there are many interesting things, but one thing I did want to start off on is this whole idea of like who he's saying we lost our team color or like our team identity, which is something I hear a lot of Koreans talk about, is like a team color. In terms of the way GG like to play, how do we feel like their drafts today have reflected that?
I think their drafts have been pretty solid, to be honest. I think that they've won all 3 drafts, but TL in game 1 and 2 just itched out a mid-game and kind of snowballed, and GG I think couldn't really stop the snowball. Yeah. But I have liked their drafts, and I think that TL going to blue side now shows me that they also want to shake up the draft a bit.
Yeah, Coach Fuchs specifically has talked about how after game 1, they had a lead and threw it. Sure, for the most part of that game, Team Liquid did, but it's one of those moments throughout the entire series where Golden Guardians have a lead, they take a fight, or take a fight too quickly, or the setup is not complete, and Team Liquid is just rolling them over. So overall, it's the toughest thing to work on because throughout the short breaks from game to game, you're not really going to be able to talk about what's been worked, like what have you been failing at in team fights. But that's what they need to go for. Kindred first pick for Pyosik.
Yeah, I was writing down Kaisa because obviously they left it up. And after 3 games of Viego, we're going to the Kindred. Pyosik's like #1 solo queue, one trick, world skin champ.
I'm curious to see now if Core will go for the Milio. They might go for the Ashe Milio. I think that's the most classic pairing with Kindred on 1, 2, 3. Usually if you first pick Kindred, you look for the Ashe Milio on 2, 3 to kind of round out the comp a bit and give some more scaling presence to the Kindred. Because Kindred already has a very good early game, but she just wants pushing lanes and someone she can play around. And the Ashe Milio is also very good into the Zara Khan.
Want to see from Golden Guardians if they can hold their mid pick for 5. I think something you really, like Kindred's biggest enemy is just poke. So if you get a good angle where you can get a Xerath, as you mentioned, that's the comp that you're talking about. That actually Cloud9 has played a lot throughout the regular season. We saw, I think, 2 times in which Golden Guardians picked up the Kindred for themselves. I don't think it was the exact same comp, but nice to see that Team Liquid picked up that trio.
And when we talk about the way TL like to play and kind of the strengths this team has, we have talked about their ability to get these massive early laning leads. Like, it's not just Summit. We've talked about the forward percentage and the strength of Yon and Core in the bot lane. Kha'Zix coming out for Golden Guardians. Another thing I actually saw in last night's LCK series, along with the Kaisa Rakan in the bot lane.
I think now when you're drafting on the side of GG, you have a lot of scaling. Kha'Zix wants obviously level 6, even level 11. Kaisa Rakan wants a few levels and a few items as well under their belt. So I think Gore's job in this draft is kind of just pick something that can pressure early game. I don't necessarily think he needs to be super OP or very big late game presence. I think he just needs to kind of stabilize the early game because TL has Kindred with a very hard winning 2v2 bot lane and a lot of push. So on the side of GG, they need some more early game for sure to balance it.
Yeah, something Cloud9 has shown us with this trio is looking for a level 3 dive bot lane is #1. You can get that with the strong duo that you've talked about. And also, if you get a Mikhail's on the Milio, it's so hard to do what Golden Guardians are trying to do, which is lock down a Kindred, or if you were to find a pick with Rakan, ulti, knock up, and everything. With a Kindred pick, with a Mikhail's pickup, you can always get that if you're together. So it's just difficult in a fight if you're trying to find that all.
Yeah, and as we see, Golden Guardians targeting a few more things the APA could pick up. We already saw the Triss Ziggs banned out. Now they go with Cassio and Lissandra. And then on TL side, removing the Jax. We know that Licorice is more than willing to blind pick it if they want to do that. R4 to save the counter pick for Vore, R5. Talia coming through, which is something else that we've seen Gory kind of bring out as a comfort pick.
I want a Cassante here from Golden Guardians. I think they need some front line, something to allow Rakan an angle in the fight. It's a little harder with the Kha'Zix, so Cassante would do that quite well.
I think something like the Renekton as well could be fine. Just some early game presence. I think in general, GG should definitely save mid for last. They should see the full comp and then counterpick accordingly. I think the Cassante makes a lot of sense. A good pickup there by GG. And now TL, I think they have a lot of draft options from mid lane. I mean, AP has a kind of special champ pool. I'm not sure from his pool what's the best. Something that's supportive, I think, is the best. Usually people like to play like Kindred Galio and stuff like that, but blind pick, it's very scary.
As he hovers the Asol.
He's hovering it. I mean, he's played it in Academy / Challenger League, so he is known to be an Asol player. It's just not a good blind at all. This makes a little bit more sense.
This makes a lot more sense.
And it's a good threat, so it stops a poke pick like Xerath from coming out a little bit. Want to see what Gory ends up going for.
I mean, I guess Summit on the top side here will probably just pick something that's good into Cassante, like so Fiora, Gnar, etc. I think he'll maybe even pick the Renekton just for some more early pressure. What I'm curious to see now, it's looking like for the Ornn.
Oh! Let's go, Summit.
All right. Rainover coerced Summit into picking the orange.
It's happened again.
Nice. Early game pick there from Gory. Silas. A lot of fighting around mid. I like that because, as I said, they need some pressure in the early game. Cassante doesn't really provide that. So you need a mid laner who can fight and skirmish, and he might go 5 deaths, but he will help his bot lane a lot, so respect.
He's got a lot of good ultis here.
He does.
The Ashe ulti, Kindred ulti, Ornn ulti, all great pickups here if he has a good game. So, hey, Golden Guardians have lived and died through their mid jungle, and it feels like this is going to be a good duo to try for it.
Yeah, and I think TL's comp is way more well-rounded than what it was the first 3 games. I think now they have a lot of early game options on bot side. They have better scaling in general because they have Kindred and Ornn, right? So I kind of like this TL draft.
Yeah, for the way that TL like to play, I actually really like this TL draft where GG, I typically do think of River being someone who's getting involved with his lanes a lot earlier, so the Kha'Zix is an interesting pick. We will see what the casters have to think as we get into game.
Muchas gracias, Emily. And my goodness, that Silas is probably one of the most highest value Silas picks I have seen in quite some time. As they noted, multiple ultimates that you can yoink. That's their answer into what Team Liquid have drafted. I know that we were talking while the draft was going on that this core that Team Liquid opened up with was the same core that bodied Golden Guardians in the tiebreaker game that Cloud9 had against them.
It was also Team Liquid was the only team to beat this core when Cloud9 was slamming it. It looked like Exodia. No one can beat this 3-man. Team Liquid actually did it. They did it with the Ziggs, and it was a very close game. They almost did lose that one, and it looks like they took a lot of learnings from that Cloud9 game, being like, yeah, that's a strong comp. We may have beaten it, but we definitely don't want to give that up ever again. And they did round it out with the Ahri and Ornn to make it a purely front-to-back range team fight that wants to stuff people kind of as they come in. And Golden Guardians went for, I thought they were going to go more split-push focus with like a Licorice counterpick. He ends up on Cassante. And with the Kha'Zix, the game plan here is kill Pyosik immediately.
Yep.
Get the knock-up charm. He's going to get it cleansed by the Melio, but hopefully while he's in the air, you can finish him off with Kha'Zix.
Yeah, pop him before he's able to find the Lamb's Respite, as Team Liquid opening up with a few of their members in vision of Golden Guardians to bully their way into the river, getting some defensive vision down, as now the rest of them should be returning to their posts before minions get to the lanes.
So we'll have to see how this goes. It's a huge change-up from games. Oh, Yawn in trouble.
Nice sidestep from Yawn, dodges the knock-up, but does take some damage on the way out. Huhi also taking some damage, but definitely more in favor of Golden Guardians as they've damaged the marksman, as they're still waiting around and able to get another ward down in the blue buff jungle of River.
Yeah, trying to get a lot of vision early to help Pyosik on his clear. Obviously, the X Factor, as the Analyst Lounge was talking about, he is a world champion. Kindred is his one trick. He has a world champion Kindred skin. And so here they are trying, it feels like, to get early eyes on River to figure out exactly where Pyosik can go to start grabbing those marks and make an impact on the map. The other thing I was going to say quickly was just very different drafts that we have seen so far. Yeah. I thought that they were going to maybe run it back, might even stay red side, but not the case.
Nice volley from Yawn, able to poke out Huki and stick safe. Pyosik is actually going to get spotted here by this ward from Golden Guardians.
Well,
so he's looping around for a red buff into straight blue buff jungle invade.
So the thing is, they should know that he is there. And of course, Team Liquid should know that Golden Guardians knows that because they abandoned the bot lane and had Huhi roaming up there. You saw Core potentially matching as, woo, nice trade there. And the collapse from the Rakan was enough to force Pyosik out of the jungle, so both teams getting some early vision. The Sylas Ahri matchup is one that at Worlds we saw Zeka abusing the Ahri side of it. It's something that does often win the lane early on. Maybe not quite as hard these days with the nerfs to Ahri that have come in somewhat recently, but at the end of the day, it is a difficult matchup for Sylas in the beginning levels.
Oh, that was so close. Being able to chug the potion at the very last second. That could have been a solo kill from APA. No summoners burned on either side. This is a huge wave crashing into Gory's turret.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong lane phase start for APA. The reason I brought it up is everyone was talking about, oh, the ultimates are so good for Sylas. It's like, yeah, but you picked him into a tough matchup, and you can kind of see that early on coming through. You do have the door and shield, second wind, pots that can heal you quite a bit, but you're going to be perma-shoved under your turret if you're this low. See if you can get a recall off soon and start grabbing some more component items to try and sustain up, because otherwise, with this pressure from mid and the bot lane pressure, this is, you know, Kindred's dream. You heard them talking about, you want to shove all these waves in and just be able to contest camp after camp after camp.
And nicely done from River. Oh, engage in the mid lane. Charm from APA stops Gory as now he gets a huge trade off and is able to sustain himself back up with the Conqueror being procced as well. APA is actually the one forced to recall first.
All right, well, there you go. immediately makes me eat my words, gets a very nice trade onto APA there.
Or JJ might be in trouble, but Huki is pushed back with the kickback of the soccer ball. As looks like River is going to take his leave here in the reset in the River. Yoshik trying to stall the Gory reset as well so that APA can establish lane control first.
Coming bot to top here, looking for the Scuttle Crab. Should already be at 1 mark, given that you got the bottom one as well. This one, obviously, after you get your first one, it's no longer the free Scuttle Crab, but just farming up again here. Top side is probably feels like the first time where we won't have much conversation to go on about it. It's Orin versus Cassante, both guys playing for the team here, as Cassante can do some interesting things with the Kindred ultimate, knock people out of it. Either it's the Q3, the W, the ult. You have 3 ways of displacing people, so if someone's ever at the fringe of it, the displacement isn't the biggest. It's not like the Gragas ultimate, but you do have tools for Licorice in the mid to late game to try and separate people out. And if people are low in the Kindred ultimate, he ults them over a wall. It feels very easy to get those kills.
Yeah, but for the most part, it does seem nice for Team Liquid that there's not many ways for Golden Guardians to punt them out of the Lamb's Respite, so they can all at least stack on top of each other. But stacking on top of each other means that it's very easy for Huki to look for a re-engage as well. So it's all about good timing from Team Liquid, understanding when cooldowns are being used and baiting them out before committing to important ultimates. And so far, it has been a very tame early game. Some early invades were thwarted by Golden Guardians, as now topside Summit could be in trouble. Nice knockup Q3, guaranteeing the knockup. River's gonna flash as well. Summit is now level
flash
6.
for 6.
Does he have enough damage to turn this one around? Huge burst, one more knockup with the Bellow's Breath, but one more auto attack, it's not enough! River and Licorice pick up first blood.
Summit almost with the Giga Brain play, flashing for 6. I thought at first it was a mistake, just trying to survive slightly longer, but he gets the ultimate, almost blows up River. Does force his flash out there, and during that time, Team Liquid are going to start getting pressure down the bot side. Kyoshik's going to grab this up, and, you know, at the end of the day, it is a first kill for Licorice, but Summit very happy to trade out a lot of flashes on the top side of the map.
Yeah, 3 summoner spells for his 2 so far, and it's a lot of pressure being put towards a tank-on-tank matchup, which is something that we normally don't really think about investing their while into. Probably understandable if River gets that first blood and an injection of gold to snowball this Kha'Zix ahead, but we're going to take a look back at the replay to see how he made this happen.
Yeah, hops the wall here, and that means you will not have it back up for this place. That's why he's going to end up earning the flash while chasing him down here. And there you go, Flash gets the Q onto the minion there for that, and then that hopefully was him lining up also the double ultimate, because if they're chasing you down after you flash like that, it can be potential to get both knockups, and maybe if he got both knockups, it would have delayed long enough for him to get that kill there. Nice attempt by Summit, doesn't end up going his way. The thing also about junglers who are carries ganking top early on, I do actually like doing that if you have nowhere else that you need to be on the map, as we see Licorice having some fun with Summit.
All out on the Summit, and he doesn't have flash. One more Q. Does he land the knockup and a couple of auto attacks? And there is the solo bolo as Licorice starts propelling himself forward in the lane.
Now that is a huge one. To get the second kill after the TP was committed by Summit to get back up to the top side there means that Licorice gets the influx of gold from the kill, plus the denial of the minions, plus what will be some turret plates going in his pocket. And suddenly, as we were talking about the top lane matchup not being super important, I was going to say, as we see a flash force out of Yon,
dodging the knockup from Huhi, as now he gets a flash out of Huhi as well. Pioshik on the chase, looming around with APA, looking for a dive. Huhi has no tools available to really stop this one. He would have to find a grand entrance, but he is isolated away from Stixxay, and it looks like they're going to just pick up the easy kill. Pioshik dodging away from the grand entrance as well. Gory is waiting, has level 7. Can he grab an ultimate to make something happen here with Stixxay under the tower? The flash from APA, waiting out Stixxay's move before committing the charm. Stixxay being able to dodge it out. No killer instinct available yet because he's still level 5. Gory forcing the rest of Team Liquid as he finds a connect onto Core JJ for the damage, but Team Liquid around the corner, forcing Gory to back off.
Nice attempt out of APA there. I really like the aggressive flash charm, but just ended up not landing it. They had a massive wave stacked up there. You want to get more than just the single kill for that investment of resources, just couldn't land it. And Gory coming up big with the Kindred Steel made sure that you couldn't do an extended dive, because then you'd end up trapped into the turret. During this, though, River's up grabbing that. So blow for blow, traded across the map here. Here you see the initial attempt, just so easy with Yon having the ultimate. Goes ahead and drops that. Core JJ also started off with an auto attack to make sure that the aggro was not actually on Yon. And then because they have this massive wave and Six is walking forward, they think, okay, we got to punish this guy. And so APA goes for the flash ult in. and then tried to hold the charm until after 6-8 flash, but just ended up missing it, and then the team ends up a little split here and a couple of flashes forced out, but no trade kill, so not too bad for Team Liquid. They get that kill, but now they're in some trouble again top.
Okay, Summon has called the Forge God, but Licorice canceling out the knockup with his W. He's able to get away before Pioshik was in range to punish.
I got to adjust, man. The first couple games wasn't the craziest early phases. Here, very aggressive early game out of both teams right now.
And it's a return to what we saw out of Team Liquid throughout the entire summer split. It was usually them in the driver's seat, forcing a lot of plays and really trying to make the enemy team crumble with the foundations that they want to set up. But so far, it's still Golden Guardians finding themselves ahead.
Golden Guardians, third time in a row actually with a early game lead. And even in game one, although they didn't start with a lead, they did end up grabbing one away, putting the pressure onto Team Liquid here. Finally might have a moment to talk about the top point, which is that you can feast your carry junglers on tanks easily top because they have such good setup. And Cassante is a bit of a unique tank situation because he can function as a carry with his all-out and actually get those solo kills when you get massively ahead. And that's what Licorice has been able to do here, grab a couple of solo kills and really get the better of Summit.
Really spiking that first item faster than normal. And it means that not necessarily for the second Dragon fight, but maybe for that Rift Herald, when you're playing towards Licorice's side of the map, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Team Liquid to really contest Golden Guardians at that objective.
Well, it's really good to have that going on your top side, given that with this Exodia composition, you pretty much always lose your bot half the map. Ahri as well, giving some prio in mid lane with the Ashe and Melio bot side, and Kindred means that it's really, really hard to have any sort of pressure down the bot side of the map, and you can see just littered with wards for TL as well as the potential setup for a very quick second Dragon if they can get it.
Oh wait, Licorice is under the tower. This is, okay, thankfully he was not taking any turret aggro here for Golden Guardians. He's getting a little dicey on the top side as River. Just gonna make sure he is hovering on the bottom side of the map to escort that wave as Pioshik. I mean, that's a very low Cassante. Licorice has flash and can still move around with some of his abilities. Pioshik would have to find a lot of burst damage, but 3 levels down, he has Lem's Respite, so he can look for an outplay under the tower, and he's forced to use the ultimate early, and Licorice might just make him regret this decision on a couple more auto attacks as he flashes the last auto, but he cannot secure the kill as Licorice outplays him.
Licorice with the huge absorption of pressure out of Pioshik gets the flash ultimate burn. Going in, waiting until the last possible second, forces the Kindred ultimate out, and then staying close enough that forces Pioshik to flash afterwards if you do not want to die. During this time, because Pioshik shows topside, this is an alleviation of that pressure we were hyping up in the bot side and allows Golden Guardians to stop the Dragon stacking of this composition. It's one of the things it's supposed to do really well, so it's massive for Golden Guardians to stop that immediately.
Starting to see some of the desperation come out of Team Liquid members here. You could feel that the pressure maybe just for Team Liquid was saying, hey, we really need to get Licorice down here. And this is as easy as a kill as you can make it. But the fact that Licorice turns around is awesome for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that W out by Licorice. I think you might have seen Pioshik on the ward right before then, might have gone in otherwise. And then here, committing onto Pioshik with his flash, knowing that he had to force this ultimate out so he could stay alive underneath the turret, otherwise he just gets autoed down from range. And then they are so strong, able to force Pioshik back as well. Deny that mark from coming through, denies the kills, give the Dragon over. Such a massive play.
And now Summit might be in trouble. He still has flash, but he gets interrupted, so he cannot use the call of the Forge God. Easy pickings here for River and Licorice, as the Rift Herald is also going to chime in with a little bit of damage as they barrel down the minions, and that is so much gold going into the pockets of Licorice.
Man, they keep coming out of these replays hot with Summit getting dropped again, 0-3. Licorice, 100% kill participation, getting the better of him this time around the matchup. This might be the last time you see Summit on tanks in this series. I don't know if he'll go back to it in the game 5 if this keeps going this way, because right now, Golden Guardians are in a prime position to force us into a game 5 on the verge of a reverse sweep. Maybe. I know it's only 1,500 gold. I know Team Liquid have Exodia, but we have not actually seen them pilot this combination of champions before, and it's a question of how much of this was C9 and how much is it these 3 champions.
Right. As Gory takes a huge chunk out of APA's health bar. There's still no neutral objective to play for on the bottom side of the raft. Rift Herald is still nowhere near spawning quite yet, but the mid prio gained from Gory allows River to slink on into the bottom side of the jungle. Score JJ and Yan now have to be careful. If they extend too far forward, that Void Bug might just sink his claws into their backs.
You can see, there they go. Get the flash out.
Yan kites him right on back, but that is a flash gained out of Core JJ. going to make things a lot easier for Golden Guardians to set up this dive as River's waiting patiently to make his move.
Yeah, Licorice has TP. They're going to wrap around behind, drop a ward down, set this up.
Delson leaps right onto Core JJ. Beyond already firing the arrow to get the stun, but that is just easy picking. So much burst coming between Stixxay and River to take out Yawn.
And again, it's because of Team Liquid's lack of correct map play. You had APA having to take the reset there as we see a charm.
Huge charm from APA, but River's able to leap on out. Gory still has Flash to play with and has the Spirit Rush taken from APA as APA is looking to flash, finds River on the backside, and now who he has to get out with the Grand Entrance. Stixxay forced to flash. APA finds the charm, the Orbit Deception. APA steps up when the team needed him most to save the momentum.
Oh boy, felt like Golden Guardians was about to slam the door shut in this game, but that slight overextension gives Team Liquid a breath of life with APA's Ahri. Going back to start that play, APA had taken a reset. Pioshik was showing mid. That made it was an easy dive. And the bot side of the map, which is supposed to be this power point, is coming undone. And it felt like everything was going wrong for Team Liquid. And this gives them a little bit of wiggle room maybe to stay alive in this game after a nice dive out of Golden Guardians here. Just lands that charm over the wall, blows River up low enough that they can start going for resets. And because Gory has the Ahri ultimate, there's no worry about like, oh, is it the Kindred ultimate that's going to keep someone alive? Just such an aggressive flash in there. This is one of the things that people love to see about APA, the mindset that he has in looking for the plays. Did the same thing under the turret. Does it always work out? No, but he is always looking for opportunities for his team to come back into the game.
You know, it's once again him and Pioshik on the same page, being able to sidestep the Gory engage, and both of them instantly knowing without having, I mean, we would have to see a comms replay to know for sure, but I can imagine it's like, okay, they both see 3 low HP targets, they have resets available, as now they're on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, teleport coming in here for Licorice on the flip side of the fight. We'll see if he can isolate someone.
Licorice has Flash and he has All Out, but Team Liquid are trying to pincer on Licorice so that they can collapse before the rest of Golden Guardians make their move here. Summit calling the Forge God, looking for the knockup. Gory has his own, and he cannot, oh no, he gets a multiple man knockup here, and Golden Guard is able to burst out Pioshik before he's able to use the ultimate. Summit is still pressing forward on the engage. They're looking for more. APA has the resets with the Spirit Rush. Finds 1, finds 2! Bull Stixxay and Licorice fall in the fight. And the Rift Herald still for the taking, but still dangerous for Team Liquid to look at.
Gory saved that fight from being an absolute wash. Like you said, it looked like his stolen Orin ultimate was not going to come through. He did get that off. Still ends up a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Liquid. But it did allow them to blow Pioshik up at the start of this fight. Licorice with the flank gets spotted out here by Core JJ. This is a great call by Team Liquid to just full send collapse on top of him, force the side of Golden Guardians to funnel into this choke point. And this is where it looks like the juiciest ultimate you've ever seen here. And because he's knocked up, you think he might not get it off, but the last possible second headbutt back around allows them to blow up Pioshik and stop Team Liquid from executing this composition 100% properly. But the backside of this is APA is still pretty fed. He's got 2 kills, and he is another consistent member of damage that can chase down multiple members of the enemy team there.
Huge fight for Team Liquid, as now with the momentum and the ability to reset right off of the fight, have the pressure to look for the 3rd dragon of the game. Now, as you pointed out earlier, because Golden Guardians were able to sneak up the 2nd one off of Pioshik's play on the top side, they're not at soul point. Golden Guardians still ahead with that 2,000 gold lead, as it looks like APA. Did he yoink that Gromp?
Yeah, sad B dab. That's a yoinked Gromp for sure. We see APA, man, he is the one stepping up, and a team with 2 MVPs, 2 world champions, a rookie of the split. This substitute mid laner is the one who is doing the heavy lifting and trying to stop this series from going to a game 5.
3-0-1 on the Ahri. He's the only one with a bounty on his head. But so far, he's been a little too slippery for the members of Golden Guardians to be able to pick off, and he's chosen his moments well, never showing until Golden Guardians make the first engage, and being able to punish is now. There's no objectives for them to fight for, as both teams are jockeying for mid control, waiting to see if they can push their vision line into the jungle.
Yeah, we see River once again trying to feast on top of Summit, making his way down there. Licorice has his ultimate, might be able to flip Summit in, but too many members of Team Liquid around. They know Pioshik was hovering on the bot side of the map, going to call that play off. I think for me, the thing that I'm curious about for this game is if Team Liquid can actually execute this composition in the standoff situations around neutral objectives, like that Rift Herald fight we just saw there. They didn't quite have it in time. You know, they still won that fight, but they weren't able to do the most abusive things that this comp can do, where you just can't kill the Kindred. So I want to see if they're able to pull that off.
Uh-oh, it looks like someone might be in trouble. The flash, they line the knockup, and bingo! Golden Guardians, even with the Rift Herald charge as well, going to get so much off of this play.
Stuck around on the bot side there. You see River making the move on top of him. And an interesting angle by Licorice. I think most of the time people are worried about getting ulted over the wall into River, but it's actually towards the Krugs where you had River coming over the wall.
This Rift Arrow will get one more charge as well, as APA is forced to answer, to make a response, to make sure that there's no more turrets being felled by the side of Golden Guardians. Charge lands true. Now Huki might be in trouble, but he has the Grand Entrance to get out over the wall. Back to the mid lane, Prio.
Grand Entrance. What a lie.
It's a grand exit.
Grand retreat.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, he's able to get out there and just be annoying, trying to get this vision control down. It's one of the things that does make this composition slightly harder to play for the side of Team Liquid is if you don't have Summon around, you're very squishy. It is a composition where if you don't have vision control, face checking can be a little difficult. You do have a lot of great tools with the Ashe Volley and the Hawk Shot to try and scout out vision, but you don't have anyone who's very happy walking forward. And that's one of the things that the comp is supposed to do is, well, the Kindred still walks forward because if you do CC him, he should get cleansed out of that. And if you can do that and then get your Kindred ult off in time, you've absorbed their engage. But it's very high execution. And thus far, we haven't seen that done. It's coming up in 20 minutes, a couple of situations where maybe they could have done it. But 3,000 gold lead in Golden Guardian's pocket means that they're not just going to have to execute this, but they're going to have to do it from the back foot.
Yeah, because it's usually a lot easier when you can step up with the range advantage, but the fact that you have to expose yourselves vulnerably, and then Golden Guardians have even more reason to want and punish you without a proper front line if someone is not there, makes things quite difficult for Team Liquid. But they find a moment to take out this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. It's going to give them a little bit more breathing room in terms of establishing vision control, as the next dragon is spawning in under 2 minutes.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that Golden Guardians have a bit of a 1-3-1 comp when you have the Silas able to split in Cassante, who's this fed 3-1-1, able to put a lot of pressure down the 1v1 as well. But for Team Liquid side, the comp is those three mainly, of the Kindred, Ashe, and Melio. So they're mostly pretty happy to sit mid, and as long as they're not too far behind, it's an okay position. The problem is, if they can't get anything done and your side lanes are losing, you can potentially win through side lane pressure. So Golden Guardians do feel like they're in a pretty good spot. The only problem is that the Silas is not particularly fed, but that's why they're matching him up actually against the Ornn and having the Cassante matches against the Ahri.
APA might have to be careful about overextending on this one. River has been constantly lurking in the shadows in this bottom jungle quadrant. The turret is low as well, and if Licorice can escort this minion wave, but it looks like the minion wave will fall, as APA has just got to be careful, as they have not seen River, but if they have an idea, Team Liquid have the opportunity to look for a collapse, but Huhi and Stixxay also marking them to make sure that their jungler doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, I just love the way River is playing this, hovering between bot and mid, shadowing, making sure there's so much pressure, knowing he's on top of a pink ward unseen. Team Liquid has to know he's somewhere around there, given that Summit's messing around the topside jungle, that he'll be hovering around the Licorice side of the map, but you just still don't want to face check him, so there's no way to really force him out of the fog of war very easily.
Hawkshot doesn't find River yet, as they spot him crossing into the mid lane. The APA can seemingly walk up. Still got to be careful. Licorice does quite a bit of damage. He was snowballed for a reason. Is now APA low on mana, half at HP. This might just be Licorice's window to take the second tier turret.
Yeah, Licorice gets another 600 gold slammed into his back pocket. He is absurdly rich at this point in the game, and the problem with APA is you have to spend so much money wave clearing, or mana wave clearing, that you end up unable to really fight the Cassante, who is so beefy that you don't actually melt through him. Even with the high damage build that he's going, trying to get his death cap done, which he just finished off, on top of having the injuries, he's still 2,000 gold behind the tank.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to melt through him.
And Licorice just finished his third item on top of it with that stone plate. So even if he goes in super deep into the back line, he'll be able to get a massive shield momentarily off these team fights. Huhi's not going to get a chance to get his resawed off. He's forced back into the jungle quadrant. Team Liquid just constantly dancing in this mid lane, waiting for Golden Guardians to step up, because as you pointed out before, they don't really have the means to be able to force these fights on their own terms.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think Team Liquid are getting a little frustrated as they have to spend so much time dealing with the side lanes that they're going to start forcing around Baron probably, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a burger flip sometime soon, just knowing that if they just sit in the 1-3-1, it will favor Golden Guardians.
And I love how River, even though this is a hold up, Licorice and River are spotted, and Pioshik is going to go forward. The Ashe Arrow finds Licorice. He's still very tanky, and he tanks it on up. And Huhi might have been caught out, forced to use the quickness just for the extra movement speed. Heal as well being used. as Golden Guardians might look to re-engage.
That's still the ultimate out of Huhi, who is the main engage tool. They can still steal Summit's ultimate, but this is forcing Team Liquid onto the Baron. We talked about how they wanted to do this. If you can start it by burning the Rakan ultimate, that's an even better situation.
Stixxay still has sums for himself. Yon has sums as well. Licorice trying to reposition for a flank angle. All Out is available. 4,000 HP on the Baron. Gory steps up and grabs Summit's ulti. 2,000 HP! Steals the Baron! And Golden Guardians, whether they want to fight this one or not, they got the objective that they wanted. And now APA sees red, tries to find at least one re-engage, one pick off on the Stixxay. He's already used both of his summoner spells. Time to look for it, but just gets punished as Golden Guardians make their retreat. Pioshik still on the chase, but he cannot find any members.
The frustration is setting in for Team Liquid. Summit couldn't get his ultimate off. He was knocked up. River gets the ultimate. He gets out as we see them trying to get something left on the tail end of the play. Stixxay was so low. Yon flashed in to try and get APA the reset. Now they want to get the dragon, but they have so few tools available. I don't think there's any way they can realistically do this.
And Gory's going to look for a flank. They know they have the numbers advantage as well. River lurking in the river. They look for the re-engage onto Licorice, but this could be the punish here. River takes a huge chunk out of Core, forcing him to flash. Summon is isolated. Gory with the chase. The knockup is there. Gory picks up the kill, and that dragon belongs to Golden Guardians.
It was touch and go there for a second for Golden Guardians, but after grabbing the Baron, the gold lead has slingshotted up to 6,000 gold lead. They're able to grab their second dragon of the game as well. Team Liquid not able to execute around that Baron. I don't hate the call for the flip. You know, we saw how much they were struggling in the 1-3-1 with Huhi's ultimate down. It felt like that was the time to try and make that play happen, but just couldn't do it.
And you can see Pioshik is still on the chase. He knows that Stixxay doesn't have sums. Killer Instinct is not available. It's a nice pick from Team Liquid, but that pick alone is not going to turn around this game.
Not going to turn the game around, but might give them a foothold back in. This comp does scale very, very well. We can see here, the idea, I think, is good. I think you risk it. I think you can see that thing just explodes. They both try and get that down. River gets it, gets out, and then here, the Ornn ultimate to knock up during his Ornn ultimate. We're not done yet.
Oh, Pioshik pops the Lamb's Respite, but he's isolated. Yon and Core JJ are there, but he's charmed up by Huhi. He's got no way out. Core and Yon still trying to find a way to refight with Summit. But off the TP, Golden Guardians disengage, and there's nothing that Team Liquid can find.
Just going a bridge too far there with the pickoff on Stixxay. They want more. They want more marks for Kindred. I think he was also trying to steal away the red buff, catch someone in rotation, but Golden Guardians got there faster, found that kill. Now with the Baron buff going to start pushing down mid lane.
Just going back to what you said, Mark, the frustrations are clearly setting in for Team Liquid, finding themselves far more aggressive than they were in the first 15 minutes of the game as the charm connects on to Huhi, but he just grand entrances forward because he knows he has Gory in his back pocket for the punish. Nice Melio engage though. Team Liquid able to save AP as they take out Huhi. Stixxay cannot find the re-engage as well. Golden Guardians lose Huhi out in the process, but the Baron buff is still on their side, so they can continue pushing on the top side.
They can continue pushing. The gold lead swells to 7K, but APA is trying to play some hero ball here. Somehow got out alive from that situation. Doesn't do enough to really get the game back in their favor, but still some impressive plays out of the rookie.
Oh, does Gory get caught out here? Pioshik, an auto attack. Oh! Gory escapes.
Gory gets out with the Baron empowered recall. Very lucky there, almost gets blown up by Pioshik. If that auto comes in a little bit faster, interrupts the recall. I think it's the last quarter second or last half second is uninterruptible on resets. So despite taking that little brief blip of damage, doesn't cancel the recall there. And now Team Liquid, it's somewhat reminiscent to me of the previous game where Golden Guardians slowly grows a bigger and bigger lead, but the fights are still touch and go every step of the way. APA there, the fact that he was able to get that kill is pretty impressive. He is now closing in his third item. It is unfortunate that Yon is not that fed. I think one of the key aspects of this composition is Berserker on Ashe. And a lot of people have noted that not many people are Berserker on Ashe.
No one can quite space glide like Berserker on that champion, as Team Liquid now find themselves being forced out of the jungle quadrant. Golden Guardians routing their way as they look for Yon. The arrow stuns Huhi, but Stixxay follows up with the Killer Instinct, taking out the marksman of Team Liquid. And this turret should fall as well. Golden Guardians just making short work of these objectives on Team Liquid's turf.
Nice job finding Yon, isolating the turret there. Members of Team Liquid were trying to stealth around to the left side, but that left Yon alone under the turret. Have the ult to stuff Huhi's engaged, but still have plasma stacks on him. And that's what Kai'Sa does. Not even at 3 items yet.
8,000 gold lead in favor of Golden Guardians here. as you called it out before, very reminiscent of what Game 3 looks like, but Golden Guardians, after Games 1 and 2, they were able to get the proper coaching, the proper talking they needed to. It's like, hey guys, we need to simply play better. We need to calm down around certain objectives and make sure that we are not over-committing, over-exhausting our resources here.
It's impressive, the mental toughness that it takes, because if you remember to Game 2, is they had a lead, 19 minutes, game's over 23, lost in their favor, where you saw multiple plays that felt like frustration boiling up. And to come back in Game 3, pretty hard fought one, but they win that one. And then here again to potentially force us into a Game 5, looking for the reverse sweep to keep their dreams alive, to make it to finals weekend here, the last day of play in this studio for the summer.
And it's not easy to do it from the vantage point that they have done it since Game 3. Match point for Team Liquid as a nice pick onto Huhi. Team Liquid gonna be happy about that one. Baron is coming up in 30 seconds, the next Dragon in 45.
Well, at the very least, this will give them the inside track on whatever objective they choose. Yoshi has to be a little careful here, but with his ultimate up, no CC from the Kindreds, or excuse me, the Kazakhs, there's no threat of getting fully 100 to 0 as long as you have a functioning R key.
Someone has to deal with Licorice on the side. I take that back, my bad. Summit is there holding down the fort. Pioshik trying to route off Gory. He's cut off from River here. Dodging out on the abduct. Takes the Ari ulti, so he's trying to spirit rush himself away. APA looking for the charm, and it's out of range as Gory flashes in time.
Waste the time of the 4 Team Liquid members as Baron spawned there. This gives time for Huhi to res, get back onto the map, and Licorice gets some time alone on that bot turret. Got down to half HP already. APA in trouble.
Stixxay looking for the kill, and that's the big shutdown! He was the only one left with the bounty, but Stixxay finds him! And now the rest of Team Liquid might just be on the back foot here. Quickness into the knockup. That's a double for Stixxay as he finds it with the Void Seeker. 2 members gone. Golden Guardians can start looking at the Baron.
Golden Guardians salvaged that play after Huhi got picked off, able to waste a ton of time, get 2 kills actually back in their favor, and then be able to fall back onto this Baron, grabbing their second one of the game here. 30 minutes in, about to go above a 10k gold lead. Team Liquid are doing what they can, grabbing the Dragon to get themselves to Soul Point and stop Golden Guardians from stacking that, but now with the 10k gold deficit, it does feel like there's very little for them to do.
Golden Guardians now in prime position to close out this game, to put themselves at match point as well, to be on the cuspice of a reverse sweep. The fact that they showed strong mental resilience since the end of Game 2, remarkable, but also a test of just how experienced all 5 players of this roster are. They want to return to finals. They want a chance to be able to take on and make up for the losses against Energy and Cloud9.
Still feels like a roster with a lot to prove, despite the success in Spring Split, showing that it wasn't a fluke, wasn't a flash in the pan. Of course, their season will not end even if they do lose this game somehow. There is still the international best of 5 that they will play versus Europe's 4th seed. The loser of this series will partake in that. But I think that that's not really what the focus is, of course. They want to show that they deserve to be back in finals weekend. They got a taste for it last split. And a lot of these guys are veterans. You know, it's actually one of the oldest rosters in the LCS, this Golden Guardian side. So the fact that they had the, like you said, mental resilience to bounce back is not too much of a surprise when you look at how storied so many of these players are. Most of them having won multiple domestic titles.
Looks like Gory was firing out an arrow he stole from Yon. APA is hit in the face. Licorice pounding through the mid lane. Knock up on the Licorice, but he's still very tanky. The all out. He's able to escape. And Team Liquid want to press the chase, but all they get is the flash.
Not too bad, though, getting the flash ult out of the Cassante for basically nothing of their own. They did not Ash Arrow him afterwards or use an Ornn ult to overchase in that sequence. I think they're happy to just try and hold on to their base while this Baron buff is going down.
Gory grabs the Call of the Forge God. Parts the sea of Team Liquid.
Nice field goal there, and still a minute left on this Baron, so it'll be very difficult for Team Liquid to fully defend this base, but they're doing a good job of wasting the time from Golden Guardians and making sure that they will struggle to crack an inhibitor. You see the TP back from Licorice, though, want to keep that pressure up and make the most of the last 2 minion waves they have before this time's out.
The Red Bull Baron buff expiring in about 40 seconds here. Team Liquid still on the back foot, trying to withstand the siege of Golden Guardians. This mid lane turret almost about to fall. Licorice trying to herald these minions and let that empowered cannon minion pound at the turret. They're able to clear it away, and Team Liquid so far doing everything they can to hold on to this game.
There's one thing that the Golden Guardians comp has a surprising amount of, given their composition. Poke, with both the Kai'Sa and Kha'Zix being able to spam away and try and chunk people down during this base defense.
Between the Void Seekers, actually both Void abilities, Void Spikes as well. A little bit of Void synergy as Licorice finds the inhibitor turret. 6A with the kill instinct. APA is deleted. That's the man advantage for Golden Guardians, and it might just be enough to make some serious damage in this base.
APA was the most fed member of Team Liquid. They blow him up using the Stolen Ash ultimate. Now they're going to try and end the game.
Boogie with the quickness, looking for the grand entrance, but he's punted away by Core JJ. Bottom inhibitor falls, middle inhibitor is next. Golden Guardians seeing if they want to jockey for another re-engage or just guarantee the inhibitor being felled here. Void Seeker finds its mark as Licorice presses on forward, buys space. Huge knockup from Summit, who he re-engaged. Can they look for the call? Gorge gone onto multiple members here. It's all up to Yon and Pyosik to find the damage here. Lens Respite buys the second win for Summit. But the rest of Golden Guardians do not go down, but they do not get the inhibitor on the back half.
They're able to protect the inhibitor. Licorice sticking around, but should fall back there. And you can see Golden Guardians still have to work pretty hard, even with the APA down. People getting low, but did not really lose that many sums at the tail end of that. It's only a River with his flash down. They'll be able to return back to mid lane with that pressure on the bot side, get control of the bot half of the map, grab that dragon on respawn, then just keep Team Liquid ordered up in their base. It does feel very difficult for Team Liquid to find a way back in this game, given the fact that unlike the previous compositions where they had a lot of flanking dive potential to insta-give someone, this team is really about kiting back and trying to melt frontline, and from behind, the tanky Cassante can just choose not to ult and stay very, very hard to kill while having a fair amount of burst threat available through the Kai'Sa and Sylas.
Yeah, and it's just so tough because the way that Pyosik and Yon have built this game, it's not seemingly the best for shredding a giant HP armor stacking monster like Licorice is. Not a lot of armor shred and penetration other than the Black Cleaver for Pyosik, but Yon is still working on a Last Whisper at some point. And it's just going to be about how long they can hold this range advantage before Golden Guardians just slowly swallows them up.
And I like what Golden Guardians is doing here. I thought they were going to go bot side and control that dragon to stop soul point for TL, but they're actually baiting him and saying, TL, if you want that soul point, go for it. We'll just end the game. You have multiple members of Golden Guardians actually focusing on the top side of the map, and it's making it awkward for Team Liquid to commit the resources to the dragon necessary to take it, because Licorice can defend that by himself.
And being caught in this position leaves them to get triple inhibitors, so Core JJ and Yon are forced to retreat, help APA with the defense. As the Void Seekers are starting to really hurt. A Death Cap was purchased by 6A on the back half.
Oh.
2 Void Seekers, almost 2/3 of his HP gone.
Yeah, Minion blocks the last one there. We'll see if they find an engage. Team Liquid had enough of this flip push.
Looking, finds Huhi on the back half. Gory pops the Lamb's Respite, so Huhi can stay alive here. Nice knock up from Licorice. The rest of Team Liquid, they want to press forward, but they don't have any other means of engage other than APA stepping up with a Spirit Rush and looking for a charm. But Licorice can just dance right in front of them. Baron is about to spawn, and Golden Guardians need to reset.
Yeah, that's all the engage tools down there. Ahri ult, Ashe ult, and Horn ult all burned right before the Baron spawns, so it's going to be very hard for them to contest. On the side of Golden Guardians, they didn't burn any ultimates. They just walked on out of there as only the Gory stolen ultimate on Kindred, but at level 16, that's already back up.
6,000 HP. This is playable for Team Liquid. 4,000. Lamb's Respite is still available for Pyosik.
Oh, Yon's so dead.
Huhi looking for Yon, and the Lamb's Respite is popped in time, but can Yon reposition himself? He's brought over the wall by Licorice, and Gory finds the killing blow. The rest of Team Liquid are forced to scatter. They're on the run, but Golden Guardians have no mercy for them. They will leave no stragglers, no survivors left. They will take everything from Team Liquid as they take the Baron. They don't even need it. They're just going to rush into the base and send us to Game 5.
Cue up the silver scrapes, Rafa. We're going to Game 5. A potential reverse sweep on the horizon for Golden Guardians. It was a very, very hard-fought first 2 games, and here they have the complete momentum in the series, a 14,000 gold lead that they closed out Game 4 with.
For Golden Guardians, the faces of them just look like it's another day in the office, keeping their composure, making sure not to lose complacency here. But for Team Liquid, you're starting to see a lot of the desperation starting to settle in. APA doing his best to cheer up Pyosik and make sure that everyone is focused up. But now blowing a 2-game lead like that has got to settle in. And now it's going to be up to Team Liquid to see if they don't let the nerves bite them here. or will it be Golden Guardians taking home the series?
Here's that last fight one more time. Just all the flanks coming in, Gory over the wall. No ultimates really available for Team Liquid. It's a nice ult by Pioshik. I thought it was going to be an insta-give on Yon, but they keep him alive. But there's just no other tools afterwards to keep him alive, given that they already used, like I said, all their ultimates, and it's just an easy chase down from that kind of lead that they had. Team Liquid do a good job of making them work for it generally in these games. You know, it's still a 32-ish minute game that this ended up being, but from the gold leads that Golden Guardians are getting consistently in these early games, I feel like Team Liquid have to find some sort of answer, because they went to blue side for the first time this series. They tried to slam this composition down. I did not see the level of execution that we're used to seeing when you have the Ashe, Kindred, Melio.
Yeah, it did not seem like the Exodia comp that Golden Guardians got, beaten down with by Cloud9, and now that serves as a huge barrier buffer for them as we are heading into Game 5. As you said, Mark, cue up the Silver Scrapes, get the B-woo-woos out in the chat as we get ready for Game 5.
Take it slow.
They're gonna come, guys.
I'm just okay, they're time.
Yeah, I'm gonna kite. Just kite and poke a bit.
Just play to fight. Play to fight. Play to fight. Don't hit Baron. Play
Ashe
to fight.
One hit. Ashe is one hit.
Okay.
Ashe hit. Ashe one hit. Ashe one hit. Kindred on me.
I'm trying. Ashe dead.
I'm okay.
Kindred dead.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay.
Already roll. Already 1 HP. I got Ari.
Nice. Woo! I love the intensity in the comms there. One ticket left. One game left to Newark, New Jersey. NRG and Cloud9 are waiting for one of these teams. I can't believe it went to a Game 5 with how well Team Liquid were playing at the beginning of the series, but now we're here.
I can, just because, like, we talked about this when we talked about a lot of these drafts, where it was like, it's not a draft thing.
Yes.
It's an execution problem.
That's why I didn't think so. Execution
you just
problems
thought
are hard to fix. Draft problems are the easy ones.
Mental booms.
Yes.
You're just like, they're done.
What about you, Trees? What was your expectation after the first 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like GG was mental boomed in the early games, and now looks like TL is boomed after that last Nash and then Jan flashing in and dying. I think, yeah, the momentum of the series obviously has shifted a lot now, and GG coming in on the reverse sweep almost. So I think Game 5, it's going to be a lot on draft as well. I expect TL to kind of go back to what worked for them and kind of go back to red side and look for this aggressive early comp. But I mean, this game was kind of top gap, I would say. Top and jungle synergized really well here for Golden Guardians to get this advantage.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've actually have kind of seen that target summit thing work. The other thing that happened here is, as Mark pointed out, I believe on cast, the bot lane, like when you have this Kindred, Ashe, Milio lane, you really want to slam bot lane, right? And they stopped the, GG were able to stop the early Drake stacking. They weren't able to get the kind of push that you'd want from that lane to give you bot side control. And that was also a huge part of what I think led to GG's win.
Glad we didn't see that one. That happened too many times for APA that game, getting one shot. And you mentioned a lot of people, yes, because they had such a large lead, Golden Guardians, 10K plus. Another one to mention was the Sylas pick. Gory had a really good game. Early laning phase, predictably going to be difficult in the matchup, and he was close to getting solo killed. But past that, the Ornn ultis that he was able to steal was pretty clutch. Actually canceled in one of those replays, the Summit Ornn ulti, because he was able to knock him up on one of those, the Kindred ultis. You can list them all. He had a great game.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting one. As you can see, Team Liquid chooses red side. Actually, you called that, Treats.
Yep.
What's your expectation off that pick?
I mean, in general, I think they will go for a, as I said, aggressive comp. I think this one was a bit more like play for lanes, kind of play through lanes and let Pioshik farm. I think they want to have a bit more heavy skirmishing. And as you said, Emily, I think the bot lane didn't really get the advantage they needed to. And AP kind of saved the game with his kind of sick plays on Ahri. He got a really good fight on bot side that snowballed the game well for TL and kind of stopped the GG momentum. And in general, Viego is going to be high priority. Pioshik got the pentakill. I expect that to be either pick or ban for sure.
The Viego pick is one thing. I actually like the point that you made. People oftentimes will only, fickle memory, will forget the first bulk of the game, the 20 minutes, just because of the 2 small ints from the Ahri, where he actually had, as you mentioned, he had a really good game up until that point. So, and it feels like throughout the regular season, there are times where you expected APA, actually one time in the playoffs, you expected him to be tilting off the face of the planet with some of the performances, but he comes back stronger. He has a really strong mental. So going into this last game, Emily, what's your expectation from Team Liquid to be able to stop the reverse sweep from happening?
I mean, I think they, like Treat said, I think they go back to, regardless of what I think of their drafting, I think they go back to what they feel works for them, is putting Pioshik on, if GG does take away the Viego, something where he can be like a major carry force. Like we did kind of see them, even in this last draft, be like, okay, Kindred is kind of our massive late game carry here, and they weren't able to snowball that composition as well as they would have liked. Another thing is, I think this is the last time we see someone on Ornn, probably.
Probably.
Not even that it's, I mean, I think Ornn is still a great pick. I think it's more that Team Liquid are going to feel the most comfortable and confident when he's on some sort of side laning carry.
Honestly, with all this being said, you kind of forget the stakes of the matchup. We already talked about it, that one game left. And for the players that are here, in particular, Huhi, who's been there 5 times in the finals, and for CoreJJ, with all the personal attributes that everyone has awarded him, he wants to be able to make it to another finals event in Newark. So, these players have a lot on the line, being able to get there again.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to see from, because Huhi was vocal, he's also making a lot of great plays on the Rakan. What do you want to see from CoreJJ to be able to nail this series?
I mean, the last game, he was playing Milio, and it was kind of a struggle for him. I feel like he didn't really have any good ults to kind of cleanse or anything like that. I think he was kind of just playing with the Ashe for lane, but they didn't really get a big lead. So I expect him to also kind of play a fighter champ, something like the Alistar or Rel or Rakan, something like this. And in general, the Kai'Sa priority, as you said, Emily, as well, is something that I expect to go up. I think both bot lanes have played pretty well, to be honest, but I think the draft has favored the Golden Guardians a bit for sure.
Yeah, I am curious with GG on blue side, but with them having picked the Kai'Sa, even though it was actually left open by TL on blue side, if they just pick like they'll be like, the onus is on you to ban this. We actually are going to be first picking it. That's something I'm curious about. I'm glad you brought up Core, because I always think, and I make this joke, even though Mako's not having the best split, he didn't have the best split of his career. I always make this joke that Core is the Mako of TL, where like he is the one with the best initiation sense, and if the rest of the team can follow up as he is the main source of engage on their team, I think that's always a good place for TL to be.
Who do you think is coming into this last game as better team fighters? Because at the beginning of the series, felt like Team Liquid was just outperforming a lot of those times. Golden Guardians have come in a lot stronger, but it feels like in the late game, they've come up with such large leads. It doesn't feel large with how Team Liquid's fighting back. To answer that question, who do you think is, if it's an even setting, will come out stronger in team fighting?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hype because the last game also came down to a lot of clutch team fights. I expect Golden Guardians with the momentum and kind of with the clearer draft win conditions, I would say, kind of look for the snowball into Game 5. They have 2 wins under their belt. They're really confident now. I think they got the jitters out, and I think they will take it into Game 5 as well.
All right. You've heard it all from us. We've talked about the draft. We talked about the stakes of the matchup. I want to hear from the casters on this one. We're going to be sending this one to the final game of the series. Woo! Take it away, Rafa and Mark.
Muchas gracias, Raz. We're still waiting on both teams to fully take to the stage as they're getting in their last bio breaks in, and the last nerves rolled off before they ready themselves for what could be the very last game of both of their seasons here, as one team with this victory will advance to the championship weekend in Newark, and the other will have to wait until they take on the 4th seed from EU.
Yeah, neither team's season ends here no matter what, but it's the difference between playing next weekend and a chance to still win an LCS title and going back to the scrim grindstone, as well as the fact that you have to qualify into Worlds still against Europe. So a lot harder road, a lot less to look forward to if you are not able to win it here today. And I think for both these teams, they are very focused on trying to get back to the title. We've talked a lot about them. Eminez got his wish. He got his silver scrapes.
Let's go. Eminez willed it into existence. We got the Game 5. This puts us at not only, as Raz said, the last game of the series, but this is also what I believe the last game in the Riot Games arena for the entire year.
Should be the last one, unless there's some proving ground stuff I'm not aware of. But at the very least, I think it's really cool, just like the personal player stories for some of them. We talked about who he trying to get back, win his to his 5th straight finals. Core JJ, I think, is someone who we didn't say it on that graphic, but if you look closely, you'll realize that like he had multiple first-team All-Pros in a row, then a second, then a third, and it dropped down. It was actually the opposite for who he had, like multiple third teams, second team, got his first team this year, or this split. So it feels like there's been this flipping of fan and even like their own level of performance. And I think for someone like Core JJ, the detractors will say, oh, well, he hasn't won without double lift, and he's been getting worse. And, you know, there was that whole anti-Core JJ movement. So I think for him to continue on, to get back to a finals weekend again would be absolutely massive for him.
We talked about it earlier before. So many redemption arcs on the side of Team Liquid. Core JJ, you mentioned already being one of them. As we now head into our last champion select of the series.
Team Liquid back on red side. That's the big thing for me, is the fact that they tried that one game on blue. They tried the Exodia composition. Didn't work. Nope. Apparently, they are not Yugi. They are not Berserker and C9.
They don't have the heart of the cards.
They didn't have the heart of the cards this time, so they are going back to red side for their more counter-pick focused drafts. It felt like they did execute pretty well with the more like, we're going to dive the back line. They got Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's 3-1 this series, and even in that game that they lost with it in Game 3, it still looked pretty good. So I'm no surprise to see them want to get their hands probably back on that one. We'll see if Golden Guardians wants to adapt. We have the Tristana up again. That had gotten banned the most recent couple games. Now it gets through again.
And they were able to deal with it in Game 2. Team Liquid taking note that they wanted to get rid of the Xayah away from Stixxay, as that was pretty damn useful in Game 3, and making sure that they keep the Kai'Sa for themselves. So far, those are the 2 champions that Stixxay has won on in this series. I'm curious to see if Golden Guardians are still going to hold on to this Tristana for Gory, or if they want to pivot over to Stixxay and leave something else up for Gory. But so far, this is very reminiscent of Game 2 draft.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to do with the Viego, I think, is the big thing. Last time in Game 3, they slammed it here. They do it again because,
oh boy,
very likely would have got banned out if it went to Phase 2 bans. But it is kind of calling your shot early and saying, hey, we liked Game 2 and Game 3 drafts, actually. Let's just go back to those. And that's what they're going to do. not going to touch that one. The Sejuani again for River. We were talking about it during the break. Game 3, the Deathless Sejuani game was very good about setting the team up. And Cassante for Licorice. Bedge, but I don't blame him because he has been chilling on this champion. Got a bunch of solo kills last game, and I think was the de facto reason they won that game. The bot side of the map was initially going very heavily Team Liquid's way with how that comp works. Yeah. And the Ornn is supposed to be playing safe weak side, but he got destroyed. Multiple deaths, ganks, first, just solo kills coming in as well. So
yeah,
the Nico comes through for Team Liquid.
Return to comfort here. When your backs are against the wall, and both teams are now at match point, it's time to just go back to what was working out well for you prior. And even though Game 3, Golden Guardians were able to turn it around, Team Liquid are going to put all their stake into something that worked before and just hope for the best.
Still my least favorite copy pasta, the Alex pen. But yeah, I agree about going back to what works. And I think for me, I want to see exactly what Team Liquid's going to round the comp out with. Is it going to go back to the Jax? I assume they'll want to play more of a counterpick focus. The Ornn was not it.
So far, marksman bans being sent their way from Team Liquid. No one is targeting the Ezreal quite yet, which is what gave 6A a lot of safety, even though they were able to overcome it in Game 2. But this Jax, the counterpick that they Summit might have looked for as a response. So far, Golden Guardians have a nice skirmishing setup, even though it's Sejuani and Cassante and they're both 2 tanks. The fact that they're both melee, they can double up on the permafrost and just try and find their way to outplay what Team Liquid might throw their way.
We'll see what they want to do. I think the Jax ban I like a lot. We'll see if they want to get rid of another counterpick, the Fiora maybe again or something. Renekton actually gotten rid of, so no easy, beefy front line. The Aatrox looked okay despite falling behind. He went for the Duskblade build and just kind of threw his body at them and contributed some damage for Pyosik to reset through the fights. I think APA is another person I have my eye on. He has been low-key one of the better performing members, despite the fact that you had the pentakill Pyosik pop-off performances. APA has been finding a lot of good opportunities. Even that RE game was the one thing that was kind of keeping them alive, despite the rest of the team falling out of the game.
And there's the Ezreal we were talking about, and the Braum as a response into poor JJ's Rel.
I really like this adaptation. We've talked about how the Team Liquid composition wants to play. We've seen them be able to do it, and now they're adding extra defense for those double marksmen when they get jumped on. The Braum not only will have the ultimate to block, the W to boost their MR and armor, as well as having the unbreakable E. Just so strong. I forget what we were talking about. Talking to someone about it just being like the most broken E ability, just 55% damage reduction on Emax, which is what some Braums do these days.
Yeah.
Your job is to stand on your 80 carry, press E, and he's pretty good at that.
And for Team Liquid, their final answer for Summit is the Gwen. The first time we're seeing it in this series.
Wow.
This is something that can completely overtake the Cassante matchup if protected, and it gets up to 2 items here. And I imagine that is where a lot of the attention for Team Liquid will be.
We'll see. I mean, it's a very AP-heavy composition now. I'm sure Jan will go the more attack-focused one with a Ginsu's, but it's still a lot of magic damage, especially early on in the game when you normally go static and Nashers. A high percentage of your damage profile will still be magic damage. And so it's really Pyosik being the only physical damage carry, and they're doing it into triple tank. This is a time when Merc Treads become insanely valuable, splashing some MR. You'll see a lot of that kind of stuff come in for the side of the Golden Guardians. And we talked about it all day when Treats was up here about how it feels like Team Liquid are going to need to win this.
Coaches have finished the draft. They have exchanged fist bumps. And now Golden Guardians, Team Liquid stare down each other for the final game of the series, for the final game in the Riot Games of the Arena of the year. This is for a chance to go to Newark for the championship weekend. Riot Games Arena, make some noise!
Game 5. LCS Championship weekend on the line. Team Liquid, 2 quick wins to open up the series. Golden Guardians punch back to bring us to the final game. It feels like they have a lot of the momentum. It'll be quite impressive if Team Liquid can bounce back and shut the door on Golden Guardians season.
The biggest thing for me in this early game is going to be seeing how proactive Team Liquid want to speed up the game, because in the prior 2 games, it seemed like they weren't pressing down the gas fast enough and able to find those windows to look for that snowball, and Golden Guardians were completely in control both times.
It's really cool to see, because it's so similar with just the smallest tweaks in draft because of the Gwen and the Braum making it function slightly differently. And a lot of those games, Team Liquid came into the mid game pretty far behind because Golden Guardians was using their range advantage, their pressure from their double marksman to get leads. And even in those situations, Team Liquid was making the fights close. And so with these draft adaptations for Team Liquid, yeah, you want to put the pedal to the metal and smurf on them for the first 10, 15 minutes of the game. But I also think objective number 2, well, just don't at least be behind this time around.
Yeah. And a lot of that advantage came through Golden Guardians being able to focus down the top side of the map, and Team Liquid didn't get a chance to really hammer in the lead that they had on the bottom side. A lot of macro punishes that Golden Guardians made this time around. Team Liquid, we'll see if they are ready to make the adaptations necessary to make this a more competitive Game 5, or Golden Guardians, the momentum is on their side as bottom clears coming out from both junglers here. Pioshik already slightly ahead of River in terms of pace. He's going to make his way over the top side, but they have a ward on the Raptor camp, and so they're going to be able to spot him out once he goes.
And Gory getting aggressive as always, jumping on top of APA's head, trying to get the best of these trades. It's something that we've seen time and time again in this mid lane. The Tristana gets the shove early, wins the trades early, gets the CX lead, and then it comes down to the Nico to make plays happen in the mid to late game. And so far, APA has been able to answer that call. The rookie substitute was able to turn things around in a couple of these games and honestly helped turn around Team Liquid's season after they were struggling a little bit in the middle of the split. He was the guy who really helped make things work better for them. This series, though, has been him and Pioshik comboing together.
So far, no action from either team yet. A lot of advantage being built up by Huhi and 6A in the bottom side of the map. Multiple pushes, as you saw Huhi getting an early ward in the river as well off of the priority they gained. APA still low on HP. Don't let that clone HP fool you, as Gory does have the advantage stacking this wave in, and Pioshik finds himself no real lanes to attack quite yet, as Gory might just get a reset off in time.
Yeah, Gory's just going to try and keep the pressure up with a quick recall, teleport back in, or maybe not. See if he wants to try and combo up with a Scuttle Crab fight. Looks like they acknowledge that both junglers ended on this side of the map. It doesn't seem like they know he's in there.
Looks like River had the smite available, and Pioshik not able to yoink that away. Was looking to see if he could cheese it under River's nose, but no advantage there. APA gets the TP in, and he's able to catch this wave again, but so far, advantage Golden Guardians.
Advantage Golden Guardians, but River's not done yet. Gonna try and go over the wall here and attack Summit. This is what they did in Game 4 to get a massive lead.
Licorice is low on HP, but Summit could get collapsed here by River as he waits for the minion wave to completely cross. As he might just look for this angle to now make the gank. As he's waiting for a moment, the Q3 knockup does not connect, and River is now hesitant.
Yeah, it feels like a difficult play to make happen now, as they've taken so long that Pioshik knows that they have to be up there with him kind of being in the enemy jungle, seeing all these camps down, thinking, well, we don't know where else he would be, so Summit able to survive that pressure. That was one of the things that went in Team Liquid's favor in Game 1 and Game 2, is there was a lot of attention given up to Summit. They ganked him early, they pressured him early, and they came up short. Yeah. And Summit was able to absorb a lot of that. Even in the Aatrox game where he died a couple times, ended up being fine in the mid to late game. But in Game 3 and Game 4, not the case. Licorice had pretty huge performances. And it feels like, once again, they're trying to look at Summit, see if he's feeling a little bit feeder mode today. But
yeah,
Game 5 feels like they're taking a little bit more seriously.
Seems to be holding his own. The first dragon of the game has spawned. A nice little move that we saw from Pioshik as well. They were looking for an angle on Nagori, but since he never really presented an opportunity, APA wanted to get them that reset. So he throws down the miss, saying, hey, I might be attacking you. So Gory has the seed wave pressure, and APA is able to get the reset off. But because of the bot lane pressure, this dragon seems to be in full control for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Braum Ezreal's a notoriously annoying bot lane to play against. You get tagged by the Braum Q, you get pelted a couple times, you can't really contest any of the scraps. And I think Core JJ, if I saw correctly, has been sitting a lot of the times in his unmounted form, because there's no reason to try and flip the Braum back and just end up stunned in between the two. So they are just kind of seeding the lane phase early on, focused on farming up. And so far, Jan's done a good job of that. The early dragon, something that they're just going to have to live with losing, given the early control that Golden Guardians team comp has. Though, to be fair, this is the first time the gold lead has been even with this double marksman. A lot of the times, even 5.5 minutes in, you saw 600, 700 gold leads off the back of pure laning for Golden Guardians. So this time around, Team Liquid doing a better job farming themselves.
Yeah. Summit, as you already called out, doing a lot better in this lane matchup so far. APA, while still down in CS against Gory, it's not a huge lead. And the fact that Jan is shorted up against Stixxay as well, as they wait for Gory to jump right on in, but the Buster Shot interrupts the Pop Blossom from getting the guaranteed knockup, but it's not enough damage from Pyosik and APA.
Really clever idea. They're kind of baiting Gory to going in, getting aggressive, and like you said, Gory just had the reflexes in time to stop himself from getting knocked up into the air. Barely able to stay alive there. Or excuse me, take the damage on the slam down. Got knocked up, but there was a good attempt. Still gives some prio back to APA in the mid lane. Only costs him a trade of ultimates and allows Pyosik to start making some moves potentially on the map. Get the Scuttle Crab down, relieve some pressure, and that's kind of the name of the game for this Team Liquid composition. We talked about it before, but it's really focused about these kinds of team fights that it's able to annihilate people early on in 5v5s once everyone starts hitting their 6s and stuff.
Yeah, quite huge from Gory to be able to dodge out in that play without even expending much. Still has the flash. Normally, after a gank attempt like that, even if you burn the flash, it makes you more vulnerable for the next time ultimates are at the ready. That just makes it very difficult for them to look at Gory as a vulnerable target. Pyosik is going to get a chance to look for an invade here, but there's a control ward. Going to spot out that someone is at the chicken nuggets. River has level 6. Gory could look for the collapse here, and they jump. AP is there to guide him, but he's got to be careful. Throws out the clone to try and block the Glacial Prison, and it hits as Pyosik is able to escape with the Heartbreaker. Core JJ is here for the collapse. APA doesn't have Pollock Blossom quite yet, as it looks like Team Liquid will back off.
Good decision to disengage there by Team Liquid. I think if you try and go back in, you're going to end up finding yourself in a lot of trouble. Gory is a very high DPS threat, despite the fact that it's still early game. Tristana just pelting away would be a problem. Who he was collapsing. Heads up play by APA to body block the ultimate with the clone, like you said, buying space for Pyosik to ult out of there. But it does force Pyosik back to base, and off that reset, River just runs cross map straight to the Rift Herald to try and grab this one. They also have pressure mid still, so should be a steal away despite the fact that Summit is able to push up pretty freely in the top side of the map.
And slowly the remnants of the gold lead is starting to take hold for Golden Guardians. Gory takes a huge trade dump of damage from APA.
I might have spoken too soon. Summit did use that prio to actually move into the river and force River out of the pit, as well as the fact that APA did get that good trade. Might have made it a little bit too dicey. Now Team Liquid are going to be the ones to try and start this up off the core JJ roam.
Who he is here to answer as well, but he cannot collapse into the river first. They have to look for midway prio so that they can escort Gory on over. River now shows himself, and Pyosik. Both of these teams trying to jockey for position on this Rift Herald. Core JJ steps up first, has flash available, looking for the crash down as an escape. As Licorice was able to get the crash, and this time forces Summit to pick up the wave. And both teams have now brought both of their marksmen as well. It's a 5-on-5 in the works here for this Rift Herald.
5-on-5, APA gets a back off and also resets, being able to top himself up and grab his boots too for a little bit of bonus power should this fight break out. And it looks like both teams are reconsidering if this is the best investment of resources at this point in the game, a full-blown 5v5, but this is exactly the kind of fight that we were saying Team Liquid is honestly looking for with this composition, and Golden Guardians doesn't want to give it away.
And this could be the makings of what sets the tempo for the rest of this game. Whoever wins out on this one could be in the driver's seat for the next 10 minutes. As now Team Liquid trying to make sure that they stay safe. 1600, they look for the kill onto Gory. The Pop Blossom guaranteeing the stun. That's the first reset for Pyosik, and he's on Gory, and he gets the Goomba Stomp all over them. 2 easy kills for Team Liquid as they pick up first blood and the Herald.
Such a nice play there, identifying Gory as the target that they wanted to go for. The multiple levels of CC, eventually finding him APA and Core JJ comboing together. Unfortunately, it might have taken a little bit too long to develop. Licorice is shoving them off the Rift Herald as the reset comes through for Golden Guardians. So despite the first 2 kills, Team Liquid are actually going to lose out on this objective.
Yeah, might have The Rift Herald is taking quite a while to take down. And I definitely spoke too soon, thinking that Team Liquid had the pressure, but because Golden Guardians knew that they had HP advantage, well, Jan, gotta be careful just face-checking the Rift Herald like that. River's able to secure it.
Well, I don't know what Jan's doing there, buddy. The rest of your team has given up on the play. They were happy to grab the kills, happy to grab the temporary gold lead after that initially nice fight there. And the rest of the team just wants to go back to farming, so you can see APA actually made his way down to the bot lane as Jan has stayed mid. Here's this fight again as they are just looking out for a higher prio target than Huhi, so they chunk him out a little bit. But then once Gore shows on the wards and has to choose between running left or running right, it's an easy flash forward, and then he's just a little too greedy with his rocket jump maybe, and then ends up dropping there. They find that initial kill. There's those resets like you talked about. And then here, because APA is so low and he already used his teleport to reset in the fight, he's effectively dead from the perspective of can he contribute for securing the objective. And so they grab the kill, but that's all they can get.
Both APA and Rainover are just completely dialed in. The pop-off finally comes through, but APA, normally after a play like that, you would know that he would want to feel some excitement, but he knows that the game is not over yet. They need to continuously hammer that in.
Yeah, you can feel how tense this game is, and whenever a play goes your way, you have this mini pop-off. But like you said, it's going to be a long game. Many more fights needed for either of these teams to really grab control of it. And here, Golden Guardians choosing to funnel more into the side of Gory.
Glacial Prison, they stun up poor JJ. APA answers back with Pop Blossom, but there's no more damage to really answer back on the Golden Guardians. The Rift Herald makes the charge, doesn't take out the turret completely, but that's an easy pick for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, core JJ just getting way too aggressive, trying to save the Rift Herald there and help defend the mid lane turret with APA. Tries to go through the front door, crashing down in front of his own turret, but that just allowed them to blow him up. Gives one kill back, and the gold lead to Golden Guardians combined with that turret plate gold going over.
As things calm down for a bit, we still have a couple minutes before turret plates expire, and oh man, a game pause.
You love to see it. Game 5, all on the line. We'll see what we hear is the cause of the pause, but it's important to make sure you are not letting anything go in these moments. I always, as much as it's a bit of a, oh, it is important to do it as a player.
Yeah.
Pause if you saw something wonky, pause if something's not quite right.
Yeah, especially early on in the game when momentum has not been clearly dictated yet. We did call out that having a huge fight at the Rift Herald would be able to kind of dictate the pace and how the rest of the next few minutes would go. But the fact that Golden Guardians are still able to find macro wins just speaks to the resilience as APA entering the Zen mode.
Yeah, that's one of the worst parts of the pause as a pro player is staying in the moment, remembering everything that's going on in the game, not letting the moment get to you in the sense where you start thinking about what's going to happen after this, what happens if we win this game, lose this game, everything that else is kind of surrounding you that is in the moment, not what you should be focusing on. And
yeah.
Sometimes you lean back and you try and stay in the zone. Sometimes you start joking around, play with your hand warmers, do whatever you can to stay loose.
Yeah. And I don't remember what are the rules and restrictions of how much you can talk to your team in between the pauses. But if you're required to just stay silent, you have to do things to keep yourself preoccupied and not letting yourself get distracted. I know so many times, just before I came onto the broadcast and still as a spectator and a fan, anytime these pauses happen, I always wondered, like, man, how do you make sure you don't get psyched out after, all the white noise going through your headset and just making sure that you are lasered in on this game.
Well, the nice thing for APA is that he doesn't speak the same language as his teammates. So it's very easy to stay locked in. You're not sure what they're saying anyway, so you just lean back and chill. You can see Golden Guardians looking at Huhi's screen. I believe there's something to do with his computer. I saw him disconnect from the lobby and reconnect, so we'll hopefully get word back, but it seems like there's just a little problem with Huhi's Braum or something.
Let's take some time while we are waiting to get back into the game to reminisce on this whole summer split and look back on Team Liquid and Golden Guardians' journeys. We said it before at the top of the show, Golden Guardians, after their spring split run, they had to answer for, actually I'm getting word that we might have a chance to throw to something else. So while we wait for the pause to resolve, we're gonna hear Stixxay's thoughts on returning to the final stage and a potential rematch with Cloud9.
We're all still, we think about our finals match for C9 all the time. I'm sure all of us do. So we're all like really, craving to get back to the finals and win this time. I think this split more than any other one, we're able to do it as long as we continue having good practice, just keep our fundamentals up. I think that we're one of the only teams that can actually take out C9.
Well, you hear them kind of calling their shot there. We're the only ones who can defeat Cloud9 potentially. It does feel like they are the final boss looming over the LCS, and they have been for the better part of 2 splits now, trying to go for their 3-peat. And I was talking to Jat. Jat had an interesting stat about it where in the era of having double elim summer playoffs, 4 teams have won from the winner's side of the bracket, and all 4 are Cloud9. The other people have lost coming from the winner's side, and it's the loser side that wins. So if Cloud9 basically makes finals from the winner's side, it's over. They win no matter what because their team always loses. So it does feel like it's a bit doomed, potentially.
But I think that also just speaks to their dominance overall in the summer split. But it's not to take away anything from the pleasant surprises that Golden Guardians and Team Liquid have had. And the Golden Guardians being one of the few teams to take a game off of them in the entire year. When we go back to looking at spring finals, it still ended up being a 3-1 for Cloud9. But Team Liquid is another team that Cloud9 were definitely afraid of when it came to choosing their side of the bracket at the beginning of this playoffs. They avoided both Energy and TL, knowing that they had dropped games to them. So both of these teams have the chance to surprise regardless who advances into Energy and potentially into Cloud9.
Yeah, I think either way, you're in for a treat if you're going on finals weekend. You get to see the rematch Golden Guardians versus NRG. If they advance, Team Liquid versus NRG as well. Both those teams were put into the losers bracket, actually. Wait, am I trolling?
No, you're right. Yeah, Team Liquid, Energy, Energy 3-2'd them, and 3-1 them. My bad. And then when they played against Golden Guardians, it was a swift 3-0, if I'm not mistaken.
3-1 as well. Both those times, because afterwards, the Energy guys were like, yeah, both these should have been 3-0s.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But
gentlemen sweeps both times.
Either way, a grudge match in the 3rd place match waiting with NRG already at Jersey. Both these teams trying to make it there. I think it's really, really surprising to see how the playoffs has evolved over the course of this. I was stunned when it was EG, TL, and Golden Guardians all in the losers bracket at the start of this weekend, and only 2 of the 3 teams will move on to international play.
Yeah.
That was scary to think about. Unfortunately, EG bit the dust. Team Liquid looked really good in that series, and honestly looking pretty good in this one, despite the fact that they are, on match point. It's a hard fight, but I think for most Team Liquid fans heading into this summer split, you would be pretty happy to say, hey, we're in a match to make finals weekend against Golden Guardians, who had so many high expectations after a great MSI performance, and for the most part, that they delivered on over the course of the regular season.
Yeah. And on Team Liquid, going back at that EG Series Summit was absolutely huge. I believe winning player of the series in that game, multiple pop-off performances as well. And this series so far...
Jan is playing rock, paper, scissors with someone in the crowd. I don't know if it's a friend or just a random, but he is.
You know what? He's a crowd pleaser. Let's go, Jan.
Jan is doing his best to keep the crowd. Oh no, he lost. Oh no, he's on tilt. Team Liquid are going to lose the series because a random in the crowd beat him in rock, paper, scissors. His mental is shattered.
And nice of Jan to interact with the crowd there and just find the time to keep himself busy and occupied as well. So far, this game.
Can he go lower?
It looks like. All right, well, we're still waiting on the bug from Huhi's computer to resolve. So while we're getting that underway, we're going to take a look at the heist with Kobe.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're gonna do?
I'm gonna win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am. Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were gonna be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security's gonna be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Bucio's been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Made that.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake.
New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards. Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Welcome back to the LCS stream where we've swapped to the lounge. You're stuck with me, Raz, and Treats while
Get me back in the game!
This bug, if you were enamored by that awesome promo for tickets on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th, head over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot.
New what, New Jersey?
Newark.
Newark?
Newark.
New York?
No.
Sounds like it. Newark?
I haven't messed it up once.
All I'm saying, whoever made this name for the city, we have problems. It's an awful name. And if you live in Newark, New Jersey, I'm sorry, man. You should never be upset when it sounds like New York. It's this. It sounds the same. That's your resident Canadian calling.
Okay. All right.
All right, back to the game.
I'm the only American on the lounge
There it is.
currently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend it. Anyway,
All right, great.
this game. What do we think of where both teams are at?
What about you? I think it's slightly in. It's so hard. Golden Guardians are right now in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, TL had a good Herald fight but then they didn't end up securing the Herald, which was kind of a bummer for them. And then GG got a pick on mid before the pause, so I think it's kind of even, but GG has the better scaling draft once again, so I think they're kind of in the driver's seat.
And it's a really weird game, and that happens a lot in Game 5s when either people are nervous or they're just not focused in general, because it is a pretty long day for these players. So you're just seeing small mistakes again and again, and before that pause happened, CoreJJ dying just walking through the catwalk to mid was just weird. So like those things are happening, and it throws everything up in the air. It's like not that big of a lead for Golden Guardians, for Team Liquid not to, like, they might just find that one fight. That's what their comp is kind of built for. So I'm looking forward to it.
And producers are telling me we are going to get a quick look at the bug, which is an unsealed spellbook bug.
Oh, you love to see it.
Yeah. So who he TPs in, I believe he's trying to get flash, and then it does not.
Well, basically, like...
He just has TP and the exhaust, I guess. No flash for him the entire game.
Yeah.
Which is why he paused, because he wants his flash.
Yes.
Respectable.
He would like to be able to use unsealed spellbook, but it sealed him. It's
the sealed spellbook. You only have teleport.
Yes.
You're not allowed to change.
And that's a while before. By the way, he noticed that pretty late, obviously, because that was
He just didn't need flash until now, man.
Yeah, because he did that, went through mid. They had that play on CoreJJ. Then he went into his red side jungle. He's like, wait a second. The guy kind of wears it. So that makes a lot of sense. So I'm sure we're going to be chrono breaking. We're going to just resolve the issue and get back into game as soon as we can.
I think in general, with the stakes being this high and then the pause as well, it will just add more nerves to the players. Like, you're sitting there, you're already stressing about the Game 5. Whoever wins goes to the finals weekend, goes to Worlds. There's a lot riding on the game, and then there's a pause, and you kind of lose all the momentum. So it's going to be kind of like we just end up in a new game. It's not really the same game we watched so far. Both teams are going to come in with new ideas that they kind of crafted in their head in the break and kind of went through. Obviously, with a break this long, I think they can talk about some stuff. So they will probably try to plan out the next few minutes as well.
Speak to that a little bit, because you've been through quite a few pauses yourself.
Yeah.
So tell me about, like, essentially some of the moments where you feel like if you're behind, like coming back into it, like what have the pauses felt like for you when you're behind the wheel?
I think the most tilting one is when you're ahead in the game and then you get paused on and then you lose all momentum. In this case, obviously the bug is big enough where you have to pause. Sometimes maybe a bug happens and you're like, it's fine, we're winning anyways, we'll just play it out. But once the bug happens and you pause and you just want it resolved as fast as you can, obviously, as does the viewers. You just want to get back into the game and see some hype league. But you kind of just have to make sure your mental stays strong and don't let yourself get kind of fatigued or tilted out of the game, and make sure that you focus on the next steps, because it's very easy to just sit there and be like, okay, like this is just, everything is bad, like this is just not going our way anymore, like you might as well just FF, you know, but you have to stay strong.
Stay strong.
Well, they're staying strong in chat right now, because I'm in game and I am looking at chat. We have APA going, Licorice, rock, paper, scissors, are you sure you don't want to play? And then River chiming in with, APA, nervous? And APA is like, no, I'm excited. Yawn, nervous? So it's just River going down the line asking if people are nervous.
A ready check, a nervous check.
Yeah. Actually, they're chatting a lot. Pioshik, APA, and River are all chatting a ton.
I mean, that's good to just kind of keep active, honestly.
Yeah, there's always players though that are like, guys, stay focused. Like, we can't chat to the enemy. They'll get in our head.
True.
I wonder who that one is for GG. They all seem pretty chill.
What type are you? Are you the one that's going to be chatting when you're in pause, or are you just telling your teammates to focus up?
I'm kind of in between, I would say. It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. So teams, there will be no chrono break.
Okay.
They are essentially going to play through the issue. They're going to have it so that because chrono breaking actually will apparently not solve this specific issue.
Okay.
So they are going to have it that who he will just be playing through. I believe he will be able to get flash though. I need a producer in my ear to tell me how that would happen.
I hope how that happens.
But essentially he'll be stuck with it from now on.
So you'll just have to wait for another TP and then TP again to fix it, maybe?
Never mind. There's a new update from production. We're going to be remaking the game.
But That's a news and a half.
Yeah, so my assumption is, as I said before, because this bug
Yeah.
cannot be fixed,
Yes.
through chrono breaking, they've actually decided to remake the entire game.
Because here's the reality. This is Golden Guardians with a lead, and Golden Guardians are the one that are facing this problem. That's a game-breaking problem.
Yeah.
So 100%, I think this is like one of the best case scenarios, because what feels really bad is if the team that is not in the driver's seat, the one that's losing, is the one that ends up making this call. So in the end of the day, it sucks for everybody.
Yeah.
It really does, especially for you. And what's it called? Respect to the people in the crowd that are here watching. They've been here throughout the entire day, so much love for everybody here, especially in chat. But, I mean, it really hurts. Hopefully we don't run into this again.
Yeah, just for further clarity, so people in the audience know, the reason why is because Huhi's teleport actually went to unleash teleport, which meant that it was like completely perma-stuck, and so that is...
I see.
Yeah.
Spaghetti. It's finest.
Okay, yeah, that's yes. So yeah, that hurts a lot, especially, dang.
I mean, as you said, Raz, I think if GG are the ones willing to remake, they're in the driver's seat in this game, kind of. So I think it makes sense and it's fair to them as well. Because it would be worse if they're up a lot of gold and it feels like it's like would kind of ruin the game. But now the game is in a quite even state, and I think both teams can kind of just say it's fine. Let's just play again, and this time with flash and not perma TP.
Yeah, and I wonder, is it going to be remade with the same champs? These are the questions that I think is going to be important, because if it's remaking with new draft, then, you know, I wonder what the changes are going to be, because we've been, throughout the series, criticizing the Team Liquid drafts a bit.
Yeah.
It's something that they like. So the Viego is something that I'm sure we're going to be seeing from Piosik. And, like, the Nico is something that I know that he's going to want to pick up anyways, APA.
Yeah.
So, like, those are the core picks that I think that they appreciated. But if they... No, that's why I'm interested in if we're going to go with the same drafts or we're keeping...
I feel like we would go with the same draft, right? That would be probably the most logical.
I think so, too.
Maybe just swap the Guardian. Don't have
If you can,
anymore.
if it's possible. Usually if you keep the same drafts,
it's
okay.
fine. Support doesn't matter. It's okay. Just go Guardian. It'll be the same game.
I do appreciate that in chat, River typed game 6, and then APA is like BO7 question mark.
Oh, my God.
I'd be down for a BO7.
This is pretty dramatic. If you take a step back, thinking about once again, the stakes of the matchup, just as a reminder for everybody out there who are just kind of walking in, trickling in one by one. Yes, one game away from figuring out who gets to go to Newark. One game away from figuring out who locks Worlds.
Yep.
Now, if you lose, you still have a chance. You get to play against Europe. But everything is on the line here to be able to go to the final weekend. And so you don't want to put it up to chance. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and while we wait for the game to be completely remade, we are actually going to be headed to a break.
All right.
welcome back to the LCS, where it looks like everyone has gone to the bathroom. I mean,
I'm sure they're
you know
discussing.
what? Yeah, it's already been some time. If you take the opportunity, you gotta go. You gotta go. Get it out. Maybe you're frustrated. I don't know.
Or they're just
It'll help.
discussing, overall what the
Having
next
some
game's going to
snacks.
look like.
Yeah.
That too. Get energy back in you.
Hydrate.
We did, according to our producers, hear that they will be playing with the same draft. So
Yes.
essentially, the game's going to be remade, but the draft, as we've heard thus far, will be exactly the same as it was at the start of Game 5.
Okay.
Now that we're into Game 6.
There it is.
Best of 7, yeah.
Any thoughts on that one so far, Treats, going into the next game?
I think it's definitely the most fair outcome. I think remaking a full draft is pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of mind games that goes on. So I feel like just playing out the same draft makes the most sense. I think honestly just swap to Guardian on Braum instead of Spellbook and make sure it doesn't happen again. Obviously you should be able to play with anything, but maybe if it's a pretty tricky bug, then might as well just play Guardian and play it out from there.
As we see players starting to return, I've heard Gabby is standing by with C9's M&S, who's quickly becoming the LCS's biggest fan. I see him just coming to games.
That's exactly right, Emily. I've got M&S. What's up?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. As a fan, you're a different person. Right, right.
Today I'm random.
Yeah, you're just a random.
Yeah, I'm really appreciated to be broadcast. Oh, it's my first time.
That's the camera.
What should I do? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking into the mic very well. So good job, good job.
Thank you.
What made you decide to come here and be a fan today? I got you. I got you. Deep breath. Yeah.
So, what is the question?
What made you want to be a fan today on your day off, coming down to the LCS where you work?
Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of any other team today. Maybe Gory or Crow JJ.
Didn't you have a Gory sign at one point?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you?
Oh my God! What's up? Today you're insane. Yeah.
Talking to Licorice, for those of y'all that didn't see the shot of Licorice coming down onto the stage. What is well, I know you're a fan, M&S, but I'm gonna pretend that you're a pro player.
Sure.
If you were a pro player, what's the longest pause that you've been a part of, or longest kind of tense moment? Only for player, M&S.
Only for player. I don't know. Maybe it'll be awful or kind of awkward.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel that emotion. Like when I have really free win draft, like I personally think for GG it was really free win draft. Like TR therefore was really forcing to engage to kill someone, but GG had like 3 really good front lane, and then they have out range, outscaling them, and like everything was really way better than TR draft. So if I was GG, I feeling pretty depressed, but I hope they will make another really good game for best of 5. So I hope Riot make silver scripts. Like, yeah. Or maybe you can like. Anyway, it was good. Yeah.
I think you're the smartest fan I've ever talked to. You know a lot about the game.
Yeah, I know.
I also was complimenting you on your digs. You're wearing a full white outfit down to the shoes, the laces. I know you can only see part of it on the camera. Oh, there we go. Nice and stylish.
Thank you.
Did you put a lot of thought into what you were going to wear when you came to the LCS today?
Actually, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know today had like this finger situation. So I'm proud of me, like not taking something like bad hood and then like something comfort, something close and looks like nerd. So I'm proud of me.
Oh, nerd. What do you think the nerdiest thing you can wear is? I know a lot of people wear Crocs.
Just random C9 clothes. When I usually get. Oh, listen. Don't be mad, Jack. So like, I get like just free clothes, right? When I go team, and I get like something looks bad but comfort, like that. But I think I had best decision.
Today, best decision.
Yeah. Cut.
All right, M&S, before I let you, sink back into fandom, because I know you pretend you don't have matches to play later, but I know that we all do.
Yeah.
It sounded like you were feeling Golden Guardians draft. Do you feel that they're going to win Game 5 now with the complete reset, starting the game all over?
Yeah, other than that, like, their draft was always good, I felt like. So, I don't know, maybe Pyoshi can 1v9 or just GG win. 3 Koreans versus 3 Koreans.
Which do you think will end up playing Cloud9 in the grand finals?
Sorry?
Which do you think of any of the teams, whether it's Golden Guardians, Team Liquid, or Energy?
Yeah, actually,
which one makes it to the finals? You don't care?
Actually, I don't care, yeah.
So who do you think, though? Who do you think of all of them you'll face? Even if you don't care who it is.
Freewin? Matt?
Yeah?
I think it's Freewin.
Oh,
Just
Freewin?
both
So
of-
Freewin,
both teams?
just anybody.
Yeah, just anyone, like any team, like.
Nice prediction. Yeah. They can't hear you, so they think
Yeah.
they're saying nice things
Yeah,
about.
they're pretty good team. I will really play. Sorry, I think it's Freewin. We can't lose. Sorry, be cocky, but we will make another trio in grand finals. So.
Oh, all right. Lots to look forward to for New Jersey in the next weekend. We, of course,
Yeah.
do have another game to get through to determine the last team to be attending finals weekend. I'll let you sit back down. You've got a great crowd here that's been hanging out. I'm going to say thank you all for hanging with us here in game number 5. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. And thanks for hanging with me, M&S.
Thank you so
First
much.
time talking ever.
Thank you.
All right, Lounge. What do you think's going on today?
Welcome back. Thank you, Gabby, and totally not C9 mid laner M&S for their predictions. Just fan M&S, who happens to know a lot about the game.
Yep.
It says that he's going to be a part of a 3-0 stomping grand finals.
That's a fun. That's a funny interview.
Yeah, that was
great.
good.
Honestly, much love to M&S for that one in the crowd. The crowd's been great so
Yeah.
far the entire day, so only want to reward them from another game. And as you can see behind the players, we're just peeking onto the screens.
Yep.
I'm liking what I see here. It feels like we're already back on the Rift.
Yeah, it is going to be the exact same draft as we said. Who he had the choice to take Unsealed Teleport again, and if there's a bug, he plays through it. He has chosen to opt into that. Gonna chuck it to casters.
All right, we're back. Who he is risking it, taking the Unsealed Spellbook Summoner again. He said, fool me once, shame on all of us.
Who he just really wants us to go the full distance of a best of 7 games.
Obviously, it really sucks what happened, both in terms of for fans, the enjoyment for players, having to deal with that, keep your mental strong, all that stuff. I will say, game circumstance-wise, thank God it was basically even. It was 2 kills in favor of Team Liquid, I believe it was, but the gold lead was even, more or less, I think a couple hundred in the favor of Golden Guardians. I do think we talked about gold. That was one of the better early games for Team Liquid. So for them, I think it might feel a little worse. But at the end of the day, like, that is not as bad as some remakes have been. We have had some very, very unfortunate circumstances in the past. This one was still relatively early into the game and a relatively even game.
Yeah, the game had not been decided quite yet. There's arguments for some momentum, but here Team Liquid are going to still feel just as confident playing out how their composition wants to acquire this last game as a victory. As this time around, it seems like similar starts for both junglers, bot side start and clearing towards the top side.
Yeah, so it's a rehash for anyone who might have joined during that pause and seen the conclusion but might have missed some of the earlier games. Team Liquid did win game 1 and game 2. They ran very similar compositions to this. A lot of dive focus. Viego for Pioshik has been incredible. APA's Nico has been pretty good as well. And even though they didn't win the third game and they fell quite far behind, they were still able to win some team fights with this similar composition. It is slightly different. Braum is an adaptation. The Gwen is an adaptation. And then in games 4, that was one where it was pretty much Golden Guardians favored the whole way. They did try that C9 Kindred Ash Melio comp. That didn't go Team Liquid's way on blue side, so they went back to red side for game 5 to run a very similar draft to what they had run in some of the other games.
And so far, this time around, Core JJ taking a huge chunk from Huhi and 6A. They were able to hit level 2 first and taking advantage of that level lead. As once again, it is similar to how things played out in the first version of this game, 6A and Huhi getting the huge wave crash and the push.
Yeah, this is something where Golden Guardians comp has the advantage for the most part in the lane phase with the double marksman composition. Braum Ezreal is very strong, like you said. The first time we watched this lane phase, it did go their way, but they did a good job of staying equal in farm, and there was some skirmishes up in the top side. Summit absorbed some pressure. That's something else that's happened quite a bit is a lot of River's early ganks have gone top, but they have been pretty hit or miss on if they work. Licorice had an incredible game 4, absolutely dumpstering Summit on the Cassante-Ornn matchup. This time around, Cassante-Gwen, not very Cassante favorite, obviously, and so Summit looking to get revenge for a pretty brutal game 4.
Yeah, and it still looks similar to how it was playing out in the first version as well. Summit taking quite the CS advantage over Licorice, as in the mid lane, Gory is trying to fight for Cryo at the moment, but APA had 2 potions, whereas Gory only had 1. So the sustained advantage is looking to be APA favored.
Yeah, I saw some people wondering why APA keeps going Kai'Sa. He always chooses the Kai'Sa camouflage. Pretty sure it's just for the auto attack animation. And then also when you're in, the kind of camouflage form, you get the health pool of, I'm pretty sure, the person that you're following. So he just looks like he has a lot more health because it is a much more aggressive mid lane matchup than it is bot lane. So Jan usually looks healthier. Just makes it a little bit harder to know exactly where he's at after potting up while disguised.
It's always nice to see if you can just test the memory of Gory as well. Huhi all by himself, but able to use Stand Behind Me to jump to a minion and get out of harm's way. Pioshik is set up here for early vision control, trying to see if they can bum rush a first dragon right on spawn.
Yeah, I can't remember who got first dragon last.
I think it was Golden Guard.
It was 1 for 1 in dragons, I know.
Yeah. I want to say Team Liquid got the second dragon and Golden Guardians got the first.
Yeah, I think you're right. They used their pressure from mid and bot to do that. We'll see if they try and make a similar play here. Licorice having a bit better of a trade this time around in the top side of the map, getting the shove. I remember last time he was pretty much perma pushed into his side of the lane phase.
Definitely seems more even for Licorice this time around as well. Both mid laners extending their TPs. Core JJ is here for a potential look as he catches now Gory already using the rocket jump. Core JJ is going to speed on through. Who is going to use Flash first? Core JJ could look for the Shattering Strike into stun, and that's the Flash trade. Gory's down Flash.
Yeah, Flash for Flash there. Core JJ, I think, tried to jump and crash down on the far side of the wall. I don't know if that was a visual bug from the spectator or not, but it looked like he didn't get the full distance that you normally do. Got shorted on the wall and had to commit his Flash. But Flash for Flash, either way, does hopefully push a bunch of pressure off of APA. It's one of the things in these kinds of aggressive matchups where you're rocket jumping in. You can do that because you always have Flash as your other escape in your back pocket. And once you lose that, it becomes a lot harder to take the aggressive rocket jumps forward to keep trading. I mean, you can do it. It's just, you might die now if the enemy team is there looking for a repeat gank like that. The plus side for Golden Guardians is during that time, River and Huhi have started working down this dragon.
Yep. Sacking the pressure from bot lane as Core JJ made that attempt for mid lane pressure. Golden Guardians easily able to pick up the first dragon of the game. Still well ahead before the Rift Herald spawns in just a couple more minutes.
And last time we watched Game 5, it was a pretty slow-paced early game until a Rift Herald skirmish. It feels like we are basically actually remaking this game. We might be watching the Chrono Break. I can't tell because this is very similar where it was an even goal lead 6 minutes in, as I remember. You see Golden Guardians take the first dragon. We'll get this Rift Herald fight. Team Liquid will go 2 for 0 in it, but then lose the Rift Herald on the tail end of it because they get shoved out. So yeah, there you go. There's the next couple minutes for everyone who might have missed it the first time around.
Nice. Well, can check out a bit, maybe get some popcorn, and don't do that. I'm just joking. There's always the potential for a wrench to be thrown in the works here for either Team Liquid or Golden Guardians to shift up the flow here. There's no dragons to be taken quite yet, but Pioshik spots the control ward, so it's just trying to blanket out some of the vision on this bottom side of the map, whereas River already taking up the works to look for this crab. And while Gory is still down Flash, River constantly hovering Gory to make sure that he is not under pressure and continuously pushing into APA under the tower.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Pioshik yet this game, and he had been slightly more proactive than this. He hasn't been necessarily popping off getting first blood every single game, but usually looking for some more opportunities. This time around, it seems more on the full farm-focused mode. See if he can start getting involved, because he was one of the critical carries in the mid to late game where APA would often go in with the setup and the knock-up. Yama go flying in on Kai'Sa. They would assassinate one person with Pioshik, and he would start resetting through the fight.
It's a nice wave crash as Gory was able to catch APA off of reset. Looks like that's a huge lead in the mid lane so far. Even despite the summoner disadvantage, Gory is mounting up quite the lead. About 30 seconds away from Rift Herald. Still only a couple hundred gold in advantage of Golden Guardians, so it's still very even from both sides. Neither team has really set up a ton of building blocks to establish control for Rift Herald so far. Team Liquid might be the first ones to transition on over.
It looked like Kuhi was going to recall, and I thought head topside for that Rift Herald, but he actually canceled that one to stay bot lane. There is some prio in topside, potentially for Summit if he gets a good trade or two to force Licorice back, and then you can maybe use that to transition into the Rift Herald. But without any other natural advantages other than the flash being down on Gory, it does feel like it's a bit hard to brute force, and as the response, River is actually the one to kick it off.
Pioshik does have a level lead over River, but he still has access to Glacial Prison, so that's a powerful tool. Gory's the first one to join up here in the Rift Herald. And Kuhi, with the Unsealed Spellbook, is taking the teleport, so he's going to make it here first before Core JJ. This should be Golden Guardian's favorite, but Summit and Pioshik trying to see if they can look for a steal. APA, Pop Blossom Flash! Pioshik stole the Rift Herald as well. Can they look for a re-engage? Golden Guardians are being forced back here. It doesn't seem that there is an opportunity for Team Liquid to jump on them, but man, what a win for TL.
Team Liquid able to steal that one away. Does cost APA his flash for trying to find the re-engage opportunity there. Not able to get it done, but still a nice little sneak away for them. You saw also the side of Yon and Core JJ making their way up. Here we see it one more time. Someone's going to kick this off, going to start throwing the needlework out, just trying to chip them down a little bit. And it looks like Pioshik just wins the smite fight, potentially. We'll see how low it gets. I was watching the right side of the fight initially to see. And yeah, just
wow.
From 930, I don't think I saw another number. Just all that damage went flying in. Pioshik's able to walk away with it. And for the most part, not too bad for Golden Guardians to get out without losing anything else. We'll see where they choose to use this. I would hope for Summit. We've seen them sometimes actually opt to break mid out as opposed to funneling it into Summit. But this is definitely the game where I think getting a Gwen to her first item is huge because it's so awkward prior to Riftmaker.
And then once those item spikes start rolling in for the Gwen, it just becomes even more difficult for the K'Sante to hold his own as well in that side lane matchup. We know that it's a pressure point that Team Liquid historically through this summer have really been leaning on for Summit to make use of. Game 4 in the tank-on-tank matchup didn't really go that way for him, but now on the Gwen this time might be able to change it.
Yeah, it's hard because Licorice has been incredible all playoffs. Even the loss in the upper bracket to NRG, he has been one of the guys for this team, able to make things happen. Was instrumental in the Game 4 win. We'll see if they can get an advantage on him, because right now he's doing pretty well in this matchup. Like you said, it starts getting worse and worse as time goes on, and Gwen starts picking up more items. The true damage able to punch right through that, but so far looking quite good. And the gold lead up to 1,000 now for Golden Guardians. If Team Liquid don't get a good Rift Herald charge off, you know, that would only be able to neutralize the gold lead.
So much. Nice trade from Summit, preventing Licorice from getting a clean reset off, and the needlework comes out. Is Licorice pressured to look for a flash here? Doesn't look like it. As Pioshik potentially finding Gory. Dragon has spawned, but neither team really set up to take it right away.
TL do have the first teleport coming up from the top side, slightly ahead of Licorice. Worth noting, Huki after teleporting does indeed have exhaust. Summoner Spellbook looking good so far.
Send the clone out, the Rift Herald guarantees the charge. Only one plate for the members of Team Liquid, so not all 2 plates. Not a ton of gold in their pockets, but the temporary priority allows them to move into the river first. They already secured the crab, so they have some vision here. As Licorice looks for the all-out here, and Summit takes another turret shot, is forced to back away here. It looks like a teleport coming in from Gory. Team Liquid, not all members quite yet on the Dragon as Yon is starting to pour on in. Gory with the teleport has joined the fight as well. 3,000 HP. Licorice, does he have teleport ready? He does. He can answer as Summit, but now Summit might be forced to flash here, but he dodges the Glacial Prison, and the second Dragon is secured for Team Liquid. No one goes down.
Licorice did not blow his TP critically there, so while Team Liquid is able to equalize the Dragons, they did not have to spend many resources to contest it. Very risky teleport for Summit, given that his ultimate was on cooldown in that trade, and Gwen without her ultimate this early on in the game is not very useful in 5v5 situations. Golden Guardians made the decision to collapse onto him. Summit really gave away a lot to secure his team that Dragon, losing his flash, losing his teleport, losing a bunch of minions to this top turret. I kind of like how Golden Guardians were able to play that one out. A single Dragon is not the end of the world, and it will put Licorice in a very nice position in this tough matchup.
Might just be enough to see if he can secure maybe a third plate here, and he at least guaranteed 2. And Summit doesn't really have pressure on him. Needlework not available yet. Yeah, 3 plates for Licorice. Oh, what a huge swing of gold for him. As now Licorice, as long as he can stay ahead of the Gwen, it's not going to be as difficult for him to pin her down in the side lane.
Yeah, 600 gold lead right now. Obviously, with the Riftmaker done, Summit is still quite strong. You don't necessarily want to 100-0 fight him all the time, but at the very least, like you said, it does make it harder for Summit to get these leads. They also use that Rift Herald mid, which does mean the goal was funneled more into APA than it was into Summit. And still looking for our first blood. I think a combination of the nerves, the fact that we are on the precipice of a reverse sweep, that both teams are fighting for their lives to continue playing on in the season, make it to New Jersey, make it straight through to Worlds. So much on the line here, and to have that awkward, long pause, remake situation, same picks, but new early game. You can kind of feel, I think, the tension going on right now.
Yeah, both teams being very meticulous and careful about how they're picking their fights. Other than that Rift Herald engage, no one went down, because as soon as APA burned the flash pop blossom, the rest of Golden Guardian said, all right, fine, they got Rift Herald. We're not dropping anyone. We're not risking anything. Both teams just being extremely cautious.
Nice little trade there by Summit, too. Licorice is TP'd back already and getting chunked out yet again. Getting closer to level 11 for the Gwen. The gold lead is in Golden Guardian's favor. I think listening to Treats talk about it and thinking about it, it does feel like their comp does have the advantage as we continue to scale throughout the game with the double marksman and extremely beefy front line. We saw plenty of times that Team Liquid's comp functions fine from behind as long as they're able to get onto the backline members of Golden Guardians and have all the reset potential, especially stealing the Tristana body. Nice body block by Core there to stop the recall from getting interrupted. But Gory is just continuing to hammer down these turrets, almost up to a 30 CS lead now.
Potentially a dive in the works here. River and Huki starting to fade on over to the bottom side of the map. APA starting to take caution here. They have Core JJ in the jungle just to make sure that he can at least aid as another additional man, but because River is shown on the bottom side of the map, Pioshik is going to see if he can try and burn this Rift Herald down.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardians, they're collapsing now. We'll see if they can get here in time. Gory doesn't have his TP, APA does, so he's having to run all the way up the river. They might get here, but here comes the teleport.
Yeah, and that's APA's teleport. Not a flank angle, but at least he can just prevent Golden Guardians from being able to get in. Rift Herald is secured. Yon forced to use Cleanse from the Glacial Prison. Now the rest of Golden Guardians, do they want to inch on forward? Core JJ is super low. Flash forward from who? They want to pick this fight. Summit doesn't have flash anymore. APA pop blossom, and now here comes the resets as well. First blood for Summit. Can they look for more? They've already found one, but Stixay is the one firing around on back. The Pioshik looking for the Q flash, trying to interrupt Stixay, and now he turns his eyes on a Huhi. Stixay is isolated by Yon. Huhi is not long for this world, but the true shot barrage enough damage. Glory from over the wall is able to take out Pioshik, and he jumps right into Core JJ, but he gets clipped in the air by Yon. What a bloody fight.
The tension finally breaks. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Golden Guardians.
The flash forward from Yon steps up and gets a kill onto Stixay in the face of Huhi.
Equalizes the kills, 4-4. Yon, the rookie of the year, stepping up to find those kills. Such a close fight. You can see how dangerous it was for Golden Guardians here. Yon loses Cleanse early, which allows Core JJ to get focused down ahead of the rest of the team. He has to flash out of this situation as they're trying to finish him. And Summit is alone in the front line, getting people low. Great needlework, even through the exhaust. APA lands the follow-up knock-up, and it looks initially like we're in reset city mode here potentially, but APA drops and Summit drops right away. We're in this 3v3 situation, and Huhi just is so hard to kill. He has the stopwatch to stop that reset. Then over the wall, you can just see them pelting away at him, and Gory free-firing just with enough range to make that happen. But Core JJ rejoins the fight, the absolute hero play to lock Gory down with the ultimate and Q to get him low. And then here, Stixay just doesn't think that he has flash still probably, and ends up getting blown up.
Oh, another fight. River's caught out in the river. Oh my goodness, Team Liquid being able to get a pick off screen. No jungler for the side of Golden Guardians. That's the third dragon for the taking. It'll be the second one belonging to Team Liquid.
Yeah, I went back to rewatch how that happened. Just contesting some vision control, and Pioshik was camping the brush, lands the W on top of him, and they just blow him up. And like you said, another kill in Team Liquid's favor, second Dragon going their way, and getting some map pressure back on their side. Golden Guardians, as soon as he drops though, go to the weak side of the map for Team Liquid, start getting some more gold into Licorice's pockets, excuse me. Be absolutely critical to make sure that they have some pressure in these side lanes.
And it's first brick awarded to Golden Guardians, but even with all that, the gold lead is just slightly under 1,000 for Golden Guardians, as now a turret and the Rift Herald charge is going to equalize the gold here for Team Liquid. A second charge is in the works.
Trying to scare them a little bit with these Hex Flashes, the clones. It's something that makes Nico very hard to play into. It's something that we've kind of stopped talking about a little bit with how long we've seen her now, but still just increases the reaction time for everyone playing against her to know, is this the clone? Is this a real thing? Is this a disguised champion? You're not quite sure. And when people are Hex Flashing over walls, sometimes you can trick people into going for flashes or blowing ultimates in defense. And yeah, it was a nice little attempt there as they got their second Rift Herald charge in, but Golden Guardians stood strong, got the turret back, 1,000 gold lead back in their pocket with the bot lane split push.
And now both outer turrets on side lanes have been destroyed. That means it's going to be even more difficult to protect this mid turret, because anytime you have waves pushing on those side lanes, Golden Guardians can start to collapse within and break the backbone of that structure.
Man, this is such a tense game right now. The gold is exactly where both teams want it. 2-1 and 2 for the double marksman composition of Golden Guardians. On the flip side for Team Liquid, Yon super fed with the 3 kills. Able to catch up and farm now, so he's basically even with Stixxay. And then Pioshik is somewhat online, 1-1 and 2. He was huge in these resetting fights to be one of the main carries. APA, he's utility, man. He's chilling. As long as he's got his rocket belt and his ultimate up, he's ready to go. And he does such a good job of finding those opportunities. In that last fight, yet again, it was kind of him that helped turn it around with Summit.
Yeah, despite being behind the curve in terms of overall item scaling, since Gory has such a fantastic laning phase and being able to hit spikes faster, it's just all about facilitating the rest of the carries on Team Liquid. And APA has been able to find those moments time and time again in this series. We don't have another Dragon spawn for 3 minutes, but the Rift Herald, or sorry, excuse me, the Baron will be coming up in 45 seconds as Team Liquid start to wind things down and get ready for the next objective.
Very strong Baron taking for both teams, though probably will not be brute forcing it in the 5v5. Golden Guardians do have a lot of DPS, so for Team Liquid's side, while they have this burst potential, if they ever flub and engage and you end up stun locked in front of Sejuani and Braum, it's very hard to get out. You're not very tanky. You're just getting pelted down and you start giving a lot of kills over. This is, for Team Liquid, high execution comp, but they've made it work in the past. We'll see if they can do it again here. Pioshik overloading the bot side of the map. Gonna get some gold into APA's pockets.
Side tier 1 turret falls. Gory jumps right onto APA, and they look for the Pop Blossom. I don't know if Gory thought that they could just get the kill. I don't know if he thought River and Hui were going to be able to collapse faster than that, but just underestimating the damage output of Pioshik and APA.
Huge mistake there by Gory. I'm not quite sure why he did that. Pioshik was hitting the turret right before that, so you knew he was in the area. Like you said, might have just thought that the rest of his team could have got there faster, and ends up giving over a free kill. It's not the end of the world, like, because there's no neutral objectives up, really, like you were talking about, but just continuing to funnel gold over after they broke that turret means the gold lead is now in Team Liquid's favor.
Completely flabbergasting. But like you said, not the end of the world. Gold lead still even for both teams. But this is the last game of the series, and those kind of mistakes can be so punishing, as Licorice almost prepping for an all-out isolation over the wall. But Core JJ and APA are here as reinforcements, as they're starting to surround Licorice. River's here to look for a counter re-engage.
Really nice chunk there, APA and Summit combining together, hitting Licorice under the turret, getting him low. River's running defense as the rest of Golden Guardians collapse, but I don't think they'll be able to save this turret.
That tier 1 turret is gone, and Team Liquid will be able to outmatch in terms of turrets taken down. Baron is still alive for the taking as Team Liquid start to knock out the vision that belongs to Golden Guardians, and they're just going to take it on spawn.
They're just going to force it. They have the teleport for Gory. They want to see him actually commit to this, and they're growing it super quickly. Like we said, so much damage on the side of Team Liquid.
3,000 HP. River can't get into it. 2,002 shot for Raj. It is secured by Pioshik. And now, Core JJ giving his life to make sure the rest of Golden Guardians cannot catch out the members of Team Liquid, but Gory's on the chase. He's already teleported in and rocket jumping in. Summit is not found, though, by Golden Guardians, and it looks like all 4 members will be able to get out.
What a gutsy shot call by Team Liquid there. knowing that they had the damage. Whoa, aggressive TP in the middle of everyone.
There's nose protection. Summit is forced to flash, and then a teleport is coming in from APA. He has Pop Blossom right on spawn. He looks for the knock-up before he's able to buffer it with the rocket jump, and he's out of there. But the rest of Team Liquid, do they want to look for a chance to repounce? Multiple members are looking for resets here as Summit and APA are forced to base.
Double teleport, double flash burn by the soul laners of Team Liquid trying to stop that push. Very, very greedy of them. Also gives a path for Golden Guardians to retreat back onto the Dragon. Team Liquid still don't feel like they want to give up on the play, though.
Yeah, but you're down a Pop Blossom, you're down multiple ways of engaging. Poor JJ doesn't have Magna Storm, and he's nowhere near the play. This Ocean Dragon belongs to Golden Guardians, and Yon's got to be careful if Golden Guardians step too far forward.
Looks like we might see a disengage from the situation here. Very over-aggressive out of Team Liquid, I would say. You can just take that Baron, reset onto the map, and try and contest the Dragon potentially, but because they tried to defend the turrets, they lose the Dragon as well, evening it out 2-2. Now they're finally reset onto the map, though, and starting to break more turrets with this Baron buff.
Looks like the Red Bull Baron buff is able to find another turret in the mid lane, as you called out. So far, just above an 1,000 gold lead, making it 2.2k ahead for Team Liquid, as now trying to make sure that Licorice cannot fight for vision in this bottom jungle quadrant.
Definitely getting a little scrappy here, but will eventually retreat. And I gotta say, you can just feel again the kind of mental exhaustion that some of these guys are going through with Gory making that oopsie in the bot side. Team Liquid making a great call for the Baron, but then getting over aggressive, saying, oh, let's defend these turrets, let's go make every single play that we can, and maybe trying to end the series a little too much, you know? Take it slow, play it out, and it's a long, long day. You don't want to get reverse swept. I understand the need, the feeling that you have to go make a play, but that's what's going to decide this series, is whoever can keep their head in the game better.
Yeah. A test of execution, but also a test of resilience and patience from both teams is required in this last game. Championship to Newark is on the line. And the fact that Golden Guardians have managed to claw their way in games 3 and 4 to make a match point for both teams definitely puts so much nerves here for the members of Team Liquid.
Team Liquid in the advantage, though. They didn't get a ton with the Baron buff. It's going to time out with around 1,000 gold lead, which does include the 1,500 you get right away. So that mid lane play actually meaning that Team Liquid got very little with the help of their Baron buff. Trying to use the last 5 seconds to break this bot turret, but probably will not be able to do so.
Yeah, only just a little chunk on this tower. Rest of Golden Guardians pushing their way through and buying space. Summon has joined the rest of the squad here, whereas Licorice is holding down the fort in the mid lane. APA constantly throwing out these clone recall combos to see if anyone from Golden Guardians will bite or throw out a skill shot just on reaction. So far, it's just so difficult for Golden Guardians to actually bully their way back into the jungle.
Yeah, you can clearly feel them on the defensive right now, trying to protect their jungle. This is a team that ended the regular season first place, tied with Cloud9, ended up losing that tiebreaker, but had a great run at MSI, played in spring finals, had a ton of expectations on them, and it's surprising to see them in the losers bracket on the back foot, maybe not even making it back to the LCS championship weekend for them. Feels like Team Liquid might be the ones with that story this time around, making the losers bracket run. Shades of DRX Pioshik, the insane run that it took in Summer Split to make the Gauntlet qualification from the LCK. Obviously, Worlds winning that, maybe not immediately on the table for Team Liquid, but it does have that similar energy where Pioshik is able to make things happen with his team and claw all the way to finals weekend.
And it's going to take more than just Pioshik. All 5 members of Team Liquid have to step up here. Summit has been a little bit more threatening on this Gwen now that he's hit 2 items into the game. His third one being a Zhonya is more than likely well underway. APA and Yon have also found similar moments in this series. A lot to answer for, as this is their first ever LCS playoffs. Their rookie year, coming up through the Team Liquid Challenger developmental system. A lot of trust being put onto these rookies' shoulders to stand up against, as you called it, one of the oldest rosters we have in Golden Guardians, one of the most experienced rosters we have. The fact that they are taking them to Game 5, and now They're on the forefront. It just goes to show how much they have grown, how much they have improved over the course of the summer split.
Super impressive given where they were in spring as well. An extremely inconsistent team who could get leads but almost always found ways to lose them, with Jan being someone that people had choice words for. And even before this series, 6A saying, Jan's pretty good, you know, he deserves the rookie of the split, he's talented, but he doesn't do enough with a gold lead compared to me, who I think is much better on low resources. And Jan this time around has the 3 kills in his back pocket. He is the richest member on the side of Team Liquid by almost 1,000 gold. And so if they're able to win, yes, there'll be a lot of playmaking from the other people around him, but it'll be Jan being responsible with that gold, not having that oopsie like he had in game 4 where he's flashing into the middle of 5 people as Ash.
And Jan was able to find one moment, the Flash Void Seeker combo onto Stixay right in the face of Fuhi just what seems like an eternity ago, but I think it was around 10 minutes ago, as Summit is now burning down this dragon, but there's a ward from Licorice that spots him out.
Yeah, we'll see. Neither team has smite, so Licorice might try to contest this. Doesn't look like he wants to end up in a dragon pit alone with a Gwen, so they'll be giving away the 3rd dragon of the game, maybe. Gory in trouble.
River trying to go for a recall, but now cancels it. He knows that Gory's in trouble. Licorice is forced to teleport. Summit is burning down the dragon. The Pop Blossom follows with a flash. They find Gory, and that's the first reset. Looking for Licorice and River on the back end. Summit now coming in with the teleport as well. Fuhi plays defense and slows him down with the winner's bite. And 6A's now rejoined the fray. River has looped all the way around into the jungle quadrant of Golden Guardians and has a potential window to look for a steal if they burn down the Baron, but Team Liquid, do they even want to start it up, or do they want to continue forcing a fight? Here comes the Magnustorm flash! 6A is able to arcane shift away. The butcher shot as he looks for another one. Pioshik gets the reset off from the Braum, and Core JJ falls, but 6A is under fire. Summon is looking for the damage. The reset finds another one. 6A's gone, and River is just nowhere to be found as his team was collapsed upon before he could do anything about it.
Core JJ, the veteran, finds the massive turn there to kick that fight off after the pick onto Gory. They find the rest of the members of Golden Guardian, only River and Licorice left alive, but the Baron's gonna be gone too quick for River to come in for the steal. Not gonna happen. 2nd Baron of the game to Team Liquid.
4,500 gold in the lead for Team Liquid. The crowd, the fans of TL erupt into the chants as they concede their favorite team on the cusp of being able to take this game 5.
Core JJ bouncing back huge. Such a nice engage there, followed up with the rest of the team. You can see it here. Golden Guardians knowing they have to stop this somehow, and he just jumps on the 3-man right out the gate, and they burn down the front line. This is the advantage of not having that other marksman there to DPS. He does end up dropping. 6A finishes him off, but that has allowed the rest of the team to find angles onto 6A, and some trouble.
Huge pick on the Core JJ. He doesn't have flash from before. Golden Guardians know this, and then make the punish. Gory looking for the reset, but Jan tries to use the killer instinct to reposition himself, but multiple flashes from Fuhi and River punish Jan for his mispositioning, and Golden Guardians find a huge pick.
Just as I sing his praises, the caster curse comes through out of the replay. Core JJ drops, and Jan was cut off as well. The rest of Team Liquid was just not set up. Such a lackadaisical reset after a Baron. Pioshik's in the jungle. Summit's top. APA's bot lane. No one is grouped up, and Golden Guardians pounce on them. How much can they get?
I mean, Team Liquid have the Baron buff on their side, but it's Golden Guardians that are now taking this momentum and pushing into the base. How much more can they get? They are starting to fire and lay siege into the inhibitor tower. Summon to Pioshik. APA is forced to recall. They just lost the inhibitor tower. They're probably losing this inhibitor as well.
Golden Guardians grab the inhibitor, probably going to back off. Respawn's coming through. Core JJ up 10 more seconds on Jan.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
But still, just another Baron that is going to be put to waste effectively. Only a minute left on it, and this negative 600 gold Baron buff power play means that once again, despite Team Liquid having the good initial first play, here the team is just so disjointed. Everyone's hiding over the wall. So smart. I'll give Golden Guardians credit for that one. That was really, really heads-up play to be camping there. But again, you can just see, you know, APA and Pioshik were not with them, and they were going for a 1-3-1 lane setup, and Golden Guardians jumped the play, find the people in the mid lane, and use that to rush up the mid lane, grab the inhibitor.
An incredible trap sprung by Golden Guardians, not waiting a moment too late. As Licorice is going to spot out Core JJ, pushing their vision line into the blue buff quadrant. Fuhi taking up defense here in the mid lane. Another Baron won't be up for quite some time, as there's still a Baron buff on some members of TL for the next 30 seconds.
Big next objective is, of course, the Dragon in a minute and a half. Team Liquid are probably going to be stuck just rotating and maybe grabbing this top outer turret, but then otherwise moving back down to the bot side to set up for that one. Nice stun there by Pioshik.
Licorice getting chunked out, but still tanking enough to survive the onslaught. That tier 2 turret falls to Team Liquid's hands as they're going to look for the reset. Another minute before that Ocean Dragon spawns.
Yep, use the last seconds of the Baron buff to reset, catch the wave that Gory had been splitting away down the bot side. And here we go. This is Soul point for Team Liquid. It is an Ocean Soul. It's not the end of the world if this one goes away, but still a lot of power in Team Liquid's back pocket to make sure that they are able to stay healthier in standoff situations. If you're eating Mystic shots to the head, Braum Qs and whatnot, you'll be able to get topped up a little bit easier.
Tensions at an all-time high for both teams. Team Liquid, Soul Point is in their grasp, but Golden Guardians are the first ones into the river and into the jungle, so they lay down vision first. Team Liquid would have to bully their way through the mid lane and through super minions before they can get into the pit.
APA is off on the flank from the top side, baiting Golden Guardians to run slightly too far up into the mid lane. Might open them up to an angle. Here he goes.
He is sneaking right behind vision lines. He's in fog. Glacial Prison is thrown. APA looking for the pop blossom right into Stixxay. Can Yon sync up with him? Yes, he can. The Killer Instinct. It's not enough damage. Pioshik looking for the reset. One more. He finds it onto Stixxay. Yon and APA may have just synced up the reset for Pioshik to clean up this fight. Yon is still kiting around River and Hui, but the takes have fallen in their moment of most need, the darkest hour. It is the two rookies that sync up the game-winning play.
The substitute mid laner APA comes up huge with the flank, obliterates the battle lines for Golden Guardians. Doesn't look like it's going to end the game. Instead, it will be Soul grab for Team Liquid. No minion waves to really utilize right away, but another team fight going their way. It feels like everything being equal, both teams picking a moment to fight. Team Liquid is getting the better of them time and time again. It's off the resets Golden Guardians have stayed in this game, but here it is again. Stixxay just nowhere to go, able to jump on top of him and get the plasma stacks for Yon to go flying in. They didn't kill him that quickly, but again, the battle lines are obliterated, and there's so much damage on the side of Team Liquid's side that even if you kill one person like APA, it doesn't matter that much. Summit can carry, Pioshik can carry, Yon can carry, and there's only 2 threats on the side of Golden Guardians. So if one of them drops at the start of the fight, they are going to have such a hard time winning it. And there you see APA feeling himself. He's been talking all series long. He's been talking on Twitter. Stixxay had the words, the smallest dog barks the loudest, but there you see APA got his revenge.
I definitely spoke too soon. It looked very momentous for Team Liquid. Definitely not a winning play, but maybe a saving play for Team Liquid, as now they have wrestled their gold lead back to just under 5,000 and the Ocean Soul, which makes it far more difficult to Golden Guardians to bounce back from. But if they did, it would be miraculous.
Golden Guardians want to try and punish them for evacuating the mid lane to get control around the Baron. Will get this one back in Team Liquid's favor. Baron spawns in 10 seconds. Soul on Team Liquid's side, 4,500 gold in Team Liquid's favor. Golden Guardians will need a miracle fight here in order to win the game. They'll need to maintain their battle lines, protect Gory and Stixxay, and make sure no one is able to assassinate them.
I'm with you, Redditors. This game has delivered on the intensity and the just amount of stakes that have been at hold for both of these teams. As a teleport coming in from Summit, trying to pincer onto Golden Guardians. The knockup from Baron dissuades Golden Guardians from being able to sync up. Gory jumps in and tries to blow Summit away with the Buster shot, trying to kite him out, but he's just gonna get melted by Summit, and Team Liquid have found one carry. Stixxay is out of the fight, firing a true shot barrage, but the resets come through onto Hui, and it's now 5-on-3 Golden Guardians. It's a tall task to try and look for this Baron re-engage.
Don't think there's any opportunity. Golden Guardians are not even gonna look at the Baron after Gory gets blown up by Summit. The 4-item Gwen absolutely mauls 80 carries if you get on top of them. And like you said, the crowd coming alive with chance for Team Liquid, seeing victory on the horizon. Newark, New Jersey on their minds, thinking that this team has such a good chance of making finals weekend if they can just close out this push.
10 seconds left on Gory and Hui. The teleport is coming in. Team Liquid now looking to brute force their way into the Nexus turret. One rapidly falls. The second one could fall just as fast. All 5 members of Golden Guardian just about to spawn. They force the engage onto River. He goes Golden with a stopwatch. Magnastorm keeps a pin. That's one reset, and that's one frontline member down. All the cars are now left onto the members of Golden Guardians to defend this one out, but it's a pop blossom and the Killer Instinct. Yon and APA clean up the fight. Summit is scissoring them down. The shutdowns. Oh my goodness!
Liquid shut the door on the Golden Guardians comeback in a absolutely crazy series, the full 5 games. The remake in Game 5, forcing all the pros to center themselves again, and you can see the exhaustion on some of their faces, the relief to have made it. They have punched their tickets to Worlds, they have punched their tickets to New Jersey, and they've done it.
Heartbroken for the members of Golden Guardians as they are not able to get over the finish line with that reverse sweep, but you cannot help but be happy for Team Liquid. They fought through so much in a disappointing spring split, 8th place finish. They bounce back in summer. They make a substitute change in the mid lane, bringing up rookie APA in his first year of challengers. Gets promoted to the mid lane, steps up, syncs up with Rookie of the Year in Yawn for game-winning plays, finding the flanks on the Stixay.
The 2 rookies coming up absolutely huge, like you said, the rapid career growth from these 2 to make Worlds in their rookie split is incredible. But it was a full team effort. Summit 4-1-7 in that final game on Gwen, being an absolute beast, getting his revenge on Licorice, who got the better of him the first time around. The 2 world champions. Pioshik has made it back to the world stage, but first he'll have to go to New Jersey and continue his fight for his title in North America. And for Core JJ, some of the criticism that's come his way in recent years, people questioning if he's all that, the best support in North America, and he's making his case again.
Yeah, absolute elation across all members of Team Liquid. As you said, Core JJ, redemption arc in the making to bounce back to the form that he once had on this Team Liquid roster. Pioshik returning. This will be his first LCS regional finals, but stepping up and answering a lot of the criticism that they had. Summit, this is his first ever regional finals appearance in any league within his entire career. And all comes down to this last push that Team Liquid had in the base of GG.
Yeah, the respawn timers were so long at this point. Gory just comes up by the time he gets there. River's already dead, and knowing it's a 4v5, knowing how much damage they had, Team Liquid just charged forward. A couple kills come back their way for Golden Guardians, but it's too little too late, and it is a shocking end to the season for Golden Guardians, who had their best regular season ever, finally broke the curse, getting over 500 win rate record, and then most surprisingly to be tied at the end of the regular season for first place with Cloud9, to then lose back, or to lose 2 best of 5s and just leave before finals weekend. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, what a whirlwind of a series. Emotional roller coaster on both sides. And I just have to say, now that it's to the end of the series, regardless of what the outcome was going to be, I just wanted to, coming from the challenger scene, I'm so proud of Yawn and APA for all the strides that they have made. It is such a long grind, knowing Yawn since his days as Akinoki on 100 Thieves Next, the first ever amateur affiliated team, and APA as well, knowing him since 2019 as taking a look at the playoff bracket. TL will now have a rematch against NRG in the lower finals in Newark, New Jersey.
Trying to get the revenge for putting them in the losers bracket in the first place. And I gotta say, this is a different Team Liquid than the one that lost to NRG. APA in particular had a rough series there, but has clearly leveled up throughout playoffs. We'll have to see if he can get his revenge on Palafox, who was able to beat him up in that lane phase.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the series. We'll be joining Gabby and Team Liquid on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Rafa. What a day. Congratulations, Team Liquid. I have Dodo here along with the majority of Team Liquid. I know you informed me that Summit was not feeling well during Game 5, so he actually went to rest. I hope he feels better. But what a series we just had. Core JJ, I want to come to you first as kind of the veteran of this squad. Okay. Can you just digest those 5 games, remake and all in game number 5?
We kind of played 6 games. We were pretty exhausted, but I'm really proud every team, every step, like didn't lose any energy to win, and then we made it.
I know that takes a lot of work to keep the energy up. Jan, it seemed like you had your own way of doing so in Game 5, playing some, my brain is, rock, paper, scissors, that. Rock, paper, scissors with the audience, then flashing forward for some massive plays immediately after. How did you stay connected?
Which one are you talking about, the Ash one or the Kaisa one?
I'm talking about the Kaisa play.
Oh, the Kaisa, okay, cool. Yeah, during Game 5 is pause. I was really bored, so I was like, I need to keep my energy up before I fall asleep. So I was just trying to do something fun. Then I played him, and then I lost.
Noob.
Oh, usually I win. Usually I win rock paper scissors, but today I had no luck in that.
I asked Licorice if he wanted to play, but he declined. He was scared.
Oh, wait, so who were you playing it with? Because you're looking at the audience, but you're trying to get Licorice.
One with me and then one with an audience member he did.
I was just trying to get anyone to do it with me.
So initiated by Team Liquid. Definitely a good way to try and keep yourself, not getting in your own head. I know that, Jan, you are new to this as the Rookie of the Year. I want to get your thoughts, and then APA's as well, just on keeping locked in and getting to go to New Jersey for the championship finals weekend. What are you both thinking on that?
It'd be fun to play in a big arena for once, especially because, well, we both haven't played in a big arena yet, but our teammates have, so it'd be very fun to do that.
Yeah, first time, right, ABA?
It would definitely be really fun. Like, just going to New Jersey for League and then, like Jan said, playing in a massive arena. Like, hearing the crowd here was nice, but I can only imagine how the crowd would be in New Jersey.
Yeah, no. New Jersey's going to be popping for sure. And it's been so accelerated from you going from collegiate to challengers and now to this stage. It feels like you got over a lot of nerves kind of series to series a bit. How do you feel that you leveled up as an individual? Because you had a lot of pressure to do so in these.
I mean, looking back at the start of playoffs, the NRG series, I definitely had a lot of nerves. I also just played like a pig, to be honest. And then, like, I got over the nerves, and then we talked a lot about it with Vikor and Piosik about like playing like mid-jungle support trio, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it's been going good so far.
Yeah, going good so far indeed to get the win here in Game 5. I want to talk to Piosik and then CoreJJ again as well. Feels like a long time ago, but Piosik, you actually got the first jungler pentakill in LCS history and the first for Team Liquid ever. How do you think that you played today?
일단 팀 리퀴드랑 이제 LCS에서 정글러로서 첫 펜타킬을 드셨는데 좀 이제 어떻게 기분이 드시는지 그리고 오늘 시리즈 어떻게 플레이하신 것 같은지.
뭔가 제가 LCK에서도 그 정글러가 펜타를 2번밖에 안 했는데 그중 한 명이 저였는데 LCS에서 일단 첫 펜타를 가져간 게 너무 좋고요. 그리고 이번 시리즈 하면서 그냥 상대 너무 긴장한 게 느껴져가지고 게임 쉽겠다 했는데 5세트, 6세트까지 가니까 너무 좀 피곤했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, so there's only 2 junglers in LCK as well who got a pentakill, and one of them is me as well. So getting an LCS feels really nice too. And as for the series today, when I was playing, it felt like the enemy was feeling a little bit frightened. They weren't playing really well, so it felt like I was playing really well. But going to Game 5 and Game 6, and it was kind of exhausting. But it was good.
And they did have reason to be scared because you actually got player of the series off of that performance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I also know, Piosik, that you are no stranger to kind of massive runs at Worlds. You had to play a lot of games to be able to win it all. Now you're making a lower bracket run through the LCS to try and get a title. How do you feel that experience with so much pressure helps you in these playoff situations?
이제 표직 선수가 이제 아래쪽에서부터 치고 올라오는 경험을 해보셨잖아요. 이제 롤드컵에서도 그렇고 이제 지금 저희 LCS에서 이제 또 아래쪽 브래켓에 가서 계속 이제 치고 올라오고 있는데 그 경험이 얼마나 도움이 되시는 것 같은지.
아래쪽에서 올라오는 게 마음고생이 되게 엄청나게 심하긴 하는데 그래도 뭔가 저희 팀이 잘한다는 그 믿음을 가지고 하면은 경험치를 많이 먹을 수 있는 거기 때문에 역으로 되게 마음고생은 심하지만 할 만한 것 같아요.
Yeah, so going from the lower bracket, it takes a lot of toll on my mentality and as a team, but at the same time, we could gain a lot of experience going through the lower bracket. So if the teammates has trust and we can improve, I think even though it's hard, but I think it's worth it.
I feel like at the center of that team trust, CoreJJ, you're always there in the conversation. APA was just talking about how you're all syncing on the game plan. A lot of pressure on Team Liquid this year, finishing 8th in spring, to come now, guarantee a spot in that top 3 at Worlds, guarantee a performance in that championship finals weekend. What has that been like you as this kind of leader of the squad to be able to keep everyone through?
Sometimes I feel obviously really bad when our team is not doing well. I feel like responsibility for us not doing well. But I'm really happy that entire team leveled up really hard, and then they hit when it really mattered.
When it matters, you're showing up as a squad. You do know who your next opponent is going to be. APA, thoughts on Energy waiting for you in that Saturday matchup?
I think the Energy series is actually pretty close last time we played them, and I think we're an entirely different team now, so I think we're going to shit on them.
And I'm definitely looking forward to watching that match. Before we go, Jan, words for the fans that stuck it out throughout all 6 games, who will be cheering for you in New Jersey as well.
Thanks to all the fans, and we're going to bring you another title. Thanks, Honda.
Thank you, Honda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honda.
I know Ben is very happy about that one. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on the stage. Dodo as well for assisting here with translation. That does it. We actually made it to the end of the day. What do you know? And let's go ahead and head on over to Lounge to break it all down.
Congrats to TL. Ben has these players trained.
Yes, he does.
Let me tell you, they're so good.
When I was doing a stage interview the last time they won, it was both Ben and Spawn. They were like, remember to thank Honda.
I can see him in my mind like a stage mom just sitting there like in the front row.
The glare.
Congrats to TL. What an amazing story. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. We'll see. I'm sure there's at least one. Yep. Jungle level 6 time, Pioshik. I want to talk about Pioshik a little
Let's
bit
do it.
because we talked about the jungle matchup going into this. We're like, it's going to be River, it's going to be Gory, there's going to be parties in mid. Pioshik really showed up, and not just in a carry performance. Like we obviously saw all the resets on Viego, but his ability to actually affect his lanes early, I thought was really good. It showed this kind of increased understanding of where he needs to be in relation to the rest of the team that we've kind of been seeing through their run. And I thought his performance was great today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we started this season talking about how River and Gory's mid-jungle was superior to most. And that was the thing that we were highlighting coming into today's game. And it was Pioshik and APA that outdid both of them. Pioshik, for sure, you're right. He's the one that we should be delivering the praise to because he ended up getting the player of the series for a reason. APA clutched up at the end.
Yep.
And even in his loss on the Ari game, looked really good up until some mistakes. He is somebody that has been leveling up, honestly, pretty quickly. And you have to give credit for him and his mental throughout the entirety of it. So a lot of credit to them as a team, and congratulations making it to that next stage.
Yep, and a reminder, Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS. You can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers. So congrats to those who earned bonus points this week. Plus, use code SSD990 LCS through August 20th to get 10% off 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. And now it's time. We talked about Pioshik, we talked about APA. They mentioned it on the stage.
Yep, they already.
It's Pioshik.
Yep.
Yeah, they spoiled it for us.
They already spoiled it. Look, it
reveal
happens.
this. It does happen. Once again, what a great picture from him too.
He's riding that TL horse all the way to Korea.
At the beginning of the at the beginning of the thing, we saw him punching the old GG thing.
True.
Going to that. So we'll look at some highlights from Pioshik here.
Yeah, I mean, the iconic pick for him that was winning him a lot of these games were his Viego. And even though the casters, us, even MNS, when we were talking about it, didn't favor their drafts, it's the players that are handling the picks that matter most. And if he's comfortable with it and he's making it work, there are multiple times where Golden Guardians were making the march into the base throughout the series, and it was his Viego that kept them in it. The pentakill is one thing, yes, that was a big one. The clutch plays later on in team fights when Golden Guardians had leads was another one. And also, 6 games? While you're in a reverse sweep situation, it's very easy to start to break down, and they did not do that.
Let me talk. This man has unshakable mental. He had, at Worlds, right? You can say his performance was varied, let's just say. Even in the Worlds Finals, right? He had one really good game. He would have one really not so great game. And then he just recovers, right? With the rest of DRX. So I think it's a credit to Pioshik, his mental, the fact that they are now looking poised to with this rematch with NRG, very hungry, like we talked about. APA having improved not only his synergy with Pioshik, but just kind of shaken off a lot of those nerves. What a great story.
Core JJ making it back to the finals
Yeah,
weekend too.
exactly.
It's
going to be great to see. Right now, though, we are going to see what Mark and Treats have to say about this week and today for This or That.
Welcome back to This or That with neither Kobe nor Jat. It's two people with Z's randomly at the end of their name. How's it going, Treats?
Good, good. That was a banger series. 6 games. Game 5 delivered. Some good stuff.
Absolutely great stuff. Let's get into it. It's presented by Verizon. You know how the show works, right?
I have seen it, yes. I have seen it.
Okay, great. So then, first question. Is there a Berserker Player of the Week bias? Yes, other pros have been robbed. No, he's just that good.
This one is easy. No, he's just that good. I mean, he's just the GOAT. He's just honestly a step ahead of everyone. I think even on most roles, not only AD carry, he's insane.
Yeah, I think like MVP, I was talking to Sven about this, about like you can debate meta-wise who gets MVP, but I think skill-wise, he is clearly maybe the best player in the LCS, and that's why he tends to pick these up, especially in postseason, where he doesn't seem to make too many mistakes.
Agreed.
That's an easy one. All right, hopefully these get a little bit harder, because that's the easiest one. All right, are NRG overperforming in playoffs, finally playing to their potential?
Ooh, that's a hard one.
It also got a lot harder because they got 0-3 by C9.
Yeah, if they won a few games there, you would definitely say that they are playing to their potential. I wouldn't say that they're overperforming though, so I'd probably say it's more likely that they're playing to their potential. But I think we'll have to see on the next series if this is true or not, because I think it's a bit shaky.
Yeah, I lean that way because they have made it to the top half of the LCS in 3 straight regular seasons. It was about time they won a playoff series that was a little contentious, and you know, I think it says that that is their level. It's just sometimes they also dip below their level against teams that are below their level. They play to the enemy's level.
Yeah, we 2-0 them, so.
There you go. I mean, you guys are great, though. Best bot lane in the LCS. All right, Tarek is good or a Core JJ special?
This
is your answer. I'm just going to copy your homework.
It's not good. It's a Core JJ special, and I think he overpicks it sometimes. I mean, he's really good on Tarek, but I think he just thinks the champ's fun sometimes, probably.
Maybe they're asking about arena mode. They didn't clarify. This is from
if
Discord.
It's arena, it's OP for sure. Sleeper OP.
Yeah. This is by Discord, by the way. Some people had some questions, so go ahead and join the LCS Discord if you ever want to try and get on this or that. We'll move right along. Which is Team Liquid's playoff MVP? Ooh, this is hard.
I mean, AP had really clutch late games. I think his lane was still this or that. I think Pioshik pretty solid. Summit in most of the games also was really good. I would definitely say after today's series, Pioshik was the clear contender for playoffs MVP so far for TL.
Aside from that Ash game, though, Yon was pretty good as well.
True.
Core JJ, they feel like
all of them up.
Yeah, they're a really well-balanced team. Let's get 2 more monitors so we can debate all 5. Of the playoffs thus far, I think it is Summit. He's gotten a couple of the player of the series. And even in this one, he did play very well, especially in Game 5 on the Gwen.
Yeah, he popped off, actually, yeah. True.
All right, we're going with Summit. We're agreeing a lot, I just realized. I'll try and argue with you about something. Which finals competitor would you rather have as a party member in Baldur's Gate 3?
I haven't played it yet. I've seen a bit of it. I'm just rating the cosplays here.
I'll give you some help, which is like the characters in this game have their own personalities, and they will sometimes just decide things kind of for you.
Okay.
Like 2 of my party members tried to kill each other at night one time. So for that reason, I actually don't want Fudge. He has too loud of a personality. When I'm playing, I don't want someone in my party who like overpowers my decisions.
I see. So okay. Maybe then Summit would be a good choice. He looks like kind of like a model in that picture, I'm not gonna lie.
Summit would probably be pretty chill to play with. He probably is just gonna
He's just gonna be on his island doing something.
He's a barbarian just bonking on things. He doesn't want to think too hard, just roll some dice. I'll go Dokla though. I bet he'd be pretty good at the roleplay side of it. So
okay.
I'll go Dokla, you go Summit there. Disagreement, look.
Perfect.
Who faces Cloud9 on Sunday? Ooh.
This is a spicy one, because I feel like Energy didn't really give everything they had against C9. I feel like they're not happy with their series. Meanwhile, TL won 3 games, and 2 of their drafts I thought were losing, so they kind of overperformed according to my expectations. I think I'd have to say TL though, because I think they played a really solid GG as well, and they actually came out on top.
It's hard to know because Team Liquid, I agree with what APA said, leveled up a lot over the course of their losers bracket run. Like he got slammed by Palafox on both sides of Jace Trist. I just don't think they're going to do that again, and they have like his Nico comps and these other things. On the flip side for NRG, they did also beat Golden Guardians. They beat them 3-1.
True.
Technically more convincing,
That's
but then they got slammed by C9. How much do you read into a C9 slam, though?
I mean, Yeah, C9 definitely slammed them, but also TL has an extra series now, and they're coming in fresh to the next one, so I think they might have momentum on their side as well, so I would definitely go TL still.
All right, I'm going to go NRG. I think the C9 noise is just everyone loses to C9. Even the team that's supposed to beat C9 will sometimes lose. But that's going to do it for us on This or That. Send us your suggestions in the LCS Discord. Now, it's time to close out the show with the bracket. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. And there you go, that losers bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, it's just New York TL versus NRG. Winner goes to the grand finals versus C9.
So they have played 17 games, almost a whole regular season again for Team Liquid here over the course of 3 weeks thus far. They played 4 in the upper bracket, 2 4-game series, and a 5-game series. So they've played a lot of games, to your point about kind of improving.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps to have a lot more practice. Obviously, stage games are very different to scrims. Maybe NRG has played a lot of scrims, but they just got 3-0'd and then they just go back to scrimming. Meanwhile, TL has played 5 games on stage the week before, so I think it's definitely to their favor.
Is that what the remake was about? Get a little bit more stage practice?
I mean, that would be kind of smart if that's the case. I respect it.
Know how to abuse that bug. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here. We will be back next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, so 2 hours earlier than usual in Newark for Championship Weekend in a TL versus NRG rematch. We'll see you guys there. You just still probably on Twitch unless you're attending in person.
There's things flying.
With a trip to Newark and a guaranteed spot at Worlds on the line, will Golden Guardians make another lower bracket run, or will it be Team Liquid continuing their summer surge? Let's get this show on the road.
Ref, do you play League?
I do.
What do you play?
I'm a support.
Oh.
Or a Heimerdinger main.
Oh god.
Pick your poison.
Oh god. That's enough out of you, ref.
Awesome, multiple members knocked up. Can they find the reset? Pyosik is burning down River with the equalizer in the burning on River, and now he's the Maokai. Can he look for another reset here? He has to join up and link up with APA. Oh my goodness, over the wall, triple kill now Corian, who we are in his size. He's looking for another one. How many? 나이스, 죽여. Coming. 탱. 나이스. Another flank, right onto the back line. Styx is completely isolated off. Equalizer's burning, but it's not enough damage. Pyosik has found his resets once again, and the rest of Golden Guardians, their core has been shattered.
I want to repeat, we don't have to do anything different than what we did last game. We just have to team fight. We just have to team fight a little better.
We can fight.
Nico here.
Diego.
Diego. Jax.
Diego.
Yeah, you have to kill Jax. No E. Nice. Okay.
Nice shot.
Thank god.
There's a looming flank in the work. He looking for the flash. Grand entrance running to Pyosik. Can he not find the reset? He gets stunned. Golden Guardians take out the light that Team Liquid were looking for, and they aced them.
Fighting top. Okay. No flash.
Nice.
Let's go!
He looking for Yawn, and the last respite is popped in time, but can Yawn reposition himself? He's brought over the wall by Licorice, and Glory finds the killing blow. The rest of Team Liquid are forced to scatter. They're on the run, but Golden Guardians have no mercy for them.
Time to flash. Hitting front.
Tristana here.
Hitting front. Cover, Kaisa. Fight together.
Go mid.
All the cars are now left onto the members of Golden Guardians to defend this one out, but it's a pop blast under the killer instinct. Yawn and APA clean up the fight. Summon is scissoring them down. The shutdowns. Oh my goodness, Team Liquid!
End the game. End the game. And